Welcome to Free Agency Live here on the SFL Network on YouTube. We're underway. Free agency is open, and our first two are in. Garrett Hudson leaves Atlanta to go to Jacksonville, and Mike Twinscrew is going to Fort Worth. Twinscrew played for Louisiana last season. Big get, 94.26 of value right at the start of free agency. To give you an idea of how this show's going to work, 15-minute interview segments are available for players, coaches, owners who are a part of today's signing process. They'll let us know when they can come on. We'll add them to the queue so you know which personalities are going to be on the show throughout the day and coming up next. We've started with the first two. We'll continue to refresh. We're here for 6 hours today. Sit back, watch the signings roll in. We'll have the breakdowns. Here's some more. Robert Crone going to Queen City. Big get on the offensive line for Queen City after playing in Jacksonville last season. Chance to win. The punter for Los Angeles is going to Vancouver. Vancouver has signed a kicker. Oh my goodness, 71.4 value against the cap. Chance to win goes to Vancouver. What a stunning turn of events. Someone is calling me right now in real time because they don't know the procedure or the process for how this works, or it's just some random call. But no matter what, we've got some 4 signings going on already. Twinscrew's in the chat. Congratulations to Mike Twinscrew. We hope to get him on the show at some point today, but Twinscrew right now, the highest value that has come across the wire. BJ Loveless is here, Sultan's here, Travis Arthur, Twinscrew Gaming, James Walters, Arena Football Edits, Joseph Clausen, David Leathers, Axel Raven, Zach Holdorf, Guy Clausen, Mike St. Green, Mark Hurwitz, Chance Wall, Ethan Kai, Primetime. A lot of people here. Ayo, Mark. Base Scout saying it only took 23 spots for Vancouver to get a kicker. Yes, it did. No, that was not you. I know it wasn't you because you don't live in that state. Let's keep refreshing this wire. We'll continue to do so. Dominguez signed a revision to his contract. We already knew that he was returning to Florida. But some good reactions. All right, looks like we're going to have Andy Hamilton on at 1 o'clock to discuss the chance to win signing and potentially the others that may come across the wire. So we'll get a chance to talk to Andy at 1 o'clock Central, coming up here in about an hour. If your signing has come across the wire, you can shoot me a DM. Let me know what time you may be able to come on the show today. We'll send you a link. You can come on with video. We'll have that down underneath me on the screen. And if you want to join with audio only, I can give you a phone number, and we can do it that way too. We are set up for anything and everything. Angela Meerkat's here. Charles Doherty's here. Crone, congratulations in the chat. Saying, hey, Pirate Life. LA congratulating Chance on his new deal. That's always nice to see. Papano's in the house. Good afternoon. Moose. Here's a look at some of our upcoming broadcast schedule. We've got the schedule coming out in 3 days. That's always really exciting. Another look at the wire. We got 2 new ones. Joe Duncan is going to Baltimore. Are you kidding me? What a get for the Baltimore Vultures. Duncan goes at a 69.06. And Brody Gulch is going to Portland, as if Portland's linebacking core was not good enough already. Brody Gulch, Mel Davis, and Gary Clem, your linebackers in Portland. And we got to do a quick look over just to see if Portland, Khalil Thomas is also there. So 4 linebackers for the Portland Fleet. I believe they're the first ones to sign 4 linebackers. What an exciting time for the Portland Fleet. Now, he signs at an 81.3. Portland, let's take a look real quick here. That's right behind the All-Star Gary Clem. But what a big get. They're now up to 1454 against the cap. That is a huge signing. Can't wait to hear what Portland and company have to say. Hacker, getting paid to watch the SFL? Yes, please. Mel Davis, let's go in the chat. Portland, excited about that. Gulch played in Houston last season. Duncan, if I recall, he was a San Diego boy, was he not? Yeah, Duncan, 83 at defensive end last season. He goes to Baltimore to join that championship defensive line. Takes a pay cut to do so. That's an impressive gift for Baltimore, as Duncan is chasing a championship that rounds out the starting defensive line for the Baltimore Vultures. Rhett Sawyer has come across the line, and he's going to Florida. 80.3 is the value at defensive tackle. Sawyer joins a terrific defensive front. That includes up front, he's with Alex Dominguez at defensive tackle, Alessandro Tomaello and Deontay Stoneville, your 2 defensive ends. So Florida and Baltimore's defensive fronts get richer. That is a shocking signing there as Rhett Sawyer leaves Las Vegas to go to Florida. You're going to see me throughout the day having some direct messages with teams and players as we get them set in the queue. Oh, I have a quote here from Pseudo Nakai. Breaking news about Nakai. Why am I not signed by Lone Star? I thought Dave Axis was over the whole Pseudo stole my car and filled up the seats with empties and food wrappers. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Pseudo Nakai and Lone Star, but we will get we will get to the bottom of that. By the way, the times on the screen are Central Times, in case you are wondering. I really should put that. 1:45, we're going to have Dion Hawkins on of Tulsa. He's got some big announcements. And it looks like we're going to have Robert Garrett Jr. on at 12:15. So it looks like we're going to get him on first to discuss the big signing for Fort Worth that came across the line, Mike Twinscrew. Sicario has restructured since then. By the way, Blake Craze has crossed the wire. Blake Craze is back in Louisiana. Technically not a free agent because the last team he played for was with the Revolution. I guess if he would have signed somewhere else, it would have been free agency. But a re-signing, congratulations to Louisiana and Blake Craze for signing a new deal. These are Central Times. So we got Garrett, Hamilton, Hawkins in the queue. And we'll do another refresh of the wire here in a moment. Chad Roland's coming in at 12:30. We expect some London signings coming across the wire. Hopefully we get some players that are signing throughout the day in here as well. Time for another refresh of the wire. We've got 2 new ones. Axel Raven going to San Diego. Now, we did know that. Axel joined the staff and signs at an outside linebacker for the Mavericks. But how about this? Max Knight leaves Arizona. He is going to St. Louis on a 77 value contract against the cap at defensive tackle. This has been, these first 13 minutes have been all about defensive line. We've had Joe Duncan go to Baltimore, Rhett Sawyer go to Florida, and Max Knight go to St. Louis. Big defensive line signings going on here. And let's take a look at St. Louis's defensive front while we have a moment at 77.02. That's just behind Tom Tanner, but that defensive front now is loaded. Matthew Holford, Max Knight, Mike Bellotti are there on the defensive line, but Max Knight is going to be your starting defensive tackle in St. Louis. That is certainly interesting. Bernard Smith at strong safety goes to Portland. How about that? Another big Portland signing, another big Arizona exit as Bernard Smith is now in Portland. Arizona had a rough night last night after the Hands brothers said they were announcing their retirement after many of the wide receivers had signed. We've only seen one wide receiver signing today. That's Mike Twinscrew from earlier, but Bernard Smith goes to Portland. Max Knight goes to St. Louis. Those two teams get richer there, and Portland replaces Shad Allen. Now the question is, where is Shad Allen heading towards? We're about to hit our first guest, and again, you can come on with audio only or video. We'll see how this works out with Robert Garrett. If you see an available time slot, if you've signed or you have players that have signed and you want to come on and discuss, you can shoot me a DM and sign up for a time. You will get those links at when your time comes. So while we wait for Robert Garrett Jr., let's run it down. Just in case you got here, you can see all of the transactions on the screen. And actually, I don't have to wait any longer because I do have Robert Garrett on the call. Let's get him set up. And there we go. Welcome, Robert Garrett. You are not me, but I will change the name. How are you doing? Oh, wait, hold on. I got to shift the audio here. All right, I got you. How you doing, Robert? Oh, hold on. I still don't have you. I do not hear you, Robert. 1 second. Yeah, it's on your end. Give me an unmute, perhaps. At least I think it's on your end. It could be mine. We have never done this show before. I hear you, Robert.
Now? Can you hear me now?
I got you, Robert. Welcome to the show. Congratulations on the Mike Twinscrew signing. Can you please let us know how that came about?
I had heard that Twinscrew was going into free agency. At first, I had made the comment to him. I was like, kind of bummed that we're not looking for offensive side of coaching and things like that. And he had informed us that he wasn't necessarily looking for coaching. If it was there, he'd love to help out. But it wasn't the biggest thing for him. And we had gotten the chance to build a relationship with him some during the convention. And so it just felt like a really good fit. We were able to get in the voice call with him and talk everything through and get everything figured out.
You met him at the convention too. Did you guys have any inkling then that he might be coming to Fort Worth in the future, or was it just a chance to get to know him?
It's just a chance to get to know him mostly. I didn't really think he was one I felt with Louisiana might be kind of a for life guy. Obviously, sometimes things change and things along that line, but we were just excited to build a relationship, and then the chance came up to talk to him, and we were super excited about it.
Let's focus on you for a sec. Congratulations are in order on becoming a minority owner with Fort Worth. Hacker and Luis giving up a percentage of their team to bring you in. First off, congratulations, and then how did that all come about? And I would guess that would make you a Fort Worth Toro for life as well.
Yeah, thank you. The way it came about, actually, it again kind of started at the convention. We had kind of talked about it a little bit, about me moving up another step and getting into the ownership group with them, and kind of talked about it here and there through the season. And finally, once off season hit and we were able to start really putting it to the grindstone, we made it happen. And I'm super excited to work with those guys.
Is this a coaching move as well? Is Twinscrew part of the staff in that way?
So from what we've talked about with him a little bit, I think he's going to be helping at least in the scouting department, maybe a little bit with defense, but we haven't quite gotten all that figured out with him.
Yeah, you have Williams returning now. He took the bulk of the coaching responsibilities. That's still true for this upcoming season?
Yeah, Jason is still our head coach and offensive coordinator. And then right now, Nacho and Hacker have been working on doing defense together.
Gotcha. How about the rest of well, first off, can we expect do we have any more signings today coming from the Toros down the line? Do you know?
That is probably the last one for us today. Re-signing Nacho was probably our last one for the day. Coming back out of retirement after last season. So excited to get him back as our nickel corner and get our defense, working the way that they normally do.
Before we move to Fort Worth, just to kind of give a broad overview while we have you here, any of these early free agent signings surprising you?
Surprising, the Rhett Sawyer one kind of surprised me. I had approached him about potentially joining us, and he said something about retiring. He was thinking about retirement. So seeing that he signed would kind of caught me off guard, but it's definitely a big grab for Florida.
And with Florida, no less. Well, it'll be interesting on Thursday. We'll see if Twin Screw or Fort Worth plays Louisiana. See if we happen to get that on the schedule. But it's going to be an exciting one. Let's go before we refresh the free agent page again and let you go. Let's go to Fort Worth as a whole. As a team, Twin Screw becomes the third wide receiver signed. He becomes currently your wide receiver 2. How do you feel like this team is coming together? Obviously, the big need at quarterback still, and that's likely coming in the draft, I would think. But how do you feel like the team is shaping up so far this offseason?
It's going well so far. There's a couple other guys we had talked to that we would have liked to have gotten, but you can't get everybody you want. That's obviously a big thing. Is free agency can't always go the way that you want it to. But we've had a lot of good talks, especially with quarterbacks coming up in the rookie draft, and got a lot of good open spots for rookies and anybody that would be interested in playing with the Toros.
Robert, thank you so much for joining us on the Free Agency Show. Congratulations on the Mike Twins Crew signing. We look forward to seeing what else Fort Worth does on the wire throughout the week.
Thanks for having me. I look forward to seeing the rest of the show and how everything turns out.
All right, Robert. Sounds good. Thanks for joining us.
Yes, sir.
All right, back to business here. Thank you, Robert, for joining the call. Let's get our interview schedule back up. Chad Roland will join us at 12:30. An additional open slot now at 3 o'clock Central as the show rolls on. Roland's coming up next. So that begs the question. What other free agent signings have we had in the last 7 minutes or so? And let's take a look. We've got a lot to get to. Let's just say that. Slinn Shady leaves Las Vegas. He is going to Louisiana. Jason Miller's report earlier this morning was correct. Slinn Shady's connections in Louisiana have paved the way for the 7-time All-Star to head to the Revolution. He joins a very solid core in Louisiana. Justin Reside, we knew that he was named the general manager earlier this week, so it was a matter of time that Reside signing came through the wire. He is leaving Tulsa and going to Las Vegas. So Vegas loses Rhett Sawyer, does pick up Reside. That's a very good pickup for the Fury. Devin King is going to Baltimore. Baltimore rounds out their linebacking unit with Devin King. He was in San Diego too, and played very well for the Mavericks. I mean, Baltimore is getting Joe Duncan and Devin King. This is an incredible start to free agency for Baltimore. They are likely not to have a draft pick at the rate they are going, signing all these players. Ron Hoff is going to the Denver Nightwings at corner, an 87.94. That is a that is quite high at cornerback. Let's just check in real quick on the corners for Denver, and there it is. He is your CB1 at 87, and overall for the Denver Nightwings, he's the 6th highest cap hit. That is a huge signing for Denver as they get a new CB1 on the wire. And then Eric Hammer is going to Charleston at a 77 against the cap outside linebacker contract. So 3 different linebackers sign here over the last 7 minutes. Massive signing for the Preds, says Tyler Falk. I believe you are correct for sure. Hammer going to Charleston. Refresh my memory where Hammer played last year. I want to say it was San Diego too, but I feel like I'm getting that wrong as I get the players jumbled and confused. But the chat will help me out. Gunny's in the chat. Mighty RX is in the chat. Daniel Wright. David Horrell's in here. Can't wait to see where the Horrells might be going. Hoff is in the chat too. Big signing for Denver. That was a big get for Denver. Still waiting on the London signings. They might be happening when Chad Roland joins us at 12:30. So we'll take a look at that. Nelson Lozano Jr. is going to join the show at 12:45. So we'll get a chance to catch up with Nelson and Portland signings of Bernard Smith and Brody Gulch that have crossed the wire so far today as Portland continues to work on defense. We're going to hear from Justin Reside at 1:30 to talk about his decision to go to Las Vegas. That'll be our first free agent that we'll get a chance to talk to. Looking forward to talking with Justin at 1:30. So Hammer goes to Charleston. It's Charleston's first signing. Dusty Wilson's in the house. Hammer played for Florida last season. Thank you, Clausen, and you are absolutely right. Hammer going to a bit of a new rival for Florida as Charleston almost beat them in the playoffs. Hammer's going to see his old team twice this upcoming season. That is going to be really exciting. If you're just joining us, all of the free agent signings are on the screen. They are highlighted in yellow. I'm seeing in the chat that there might be some new ones, and there are. Axel Raven just got a revision. The Horrells are in. They're going to Houston. David Horrell leaves Fort Worth and goes to Houston. KT Horrell leaves Mexico City and goes to Houston. The South just got a whole lot more interesting. And KT moves to linebacker. So the Horrells at linebacker, both at linebacker in Houston. Let's take a look at what that team looks like now. They join Zed Markoff at outside linebacker, and a pair of Horrell linebackers now round out that defense. KT, the highest rated linebacker of the 3. Very interesting. Houston, massive couple of signings there. Chad Roland in the chat saying, what a signing by Houston. Oh, wow. Greg Soto says, what? BJ Loveless, 2 big grabs for DeMond and crew. That is really interesting. Talon Steele has signed his contract. He's headed back to Jacksonville. Slinn Shady, great point. Can't wait to team up with Blake Craze again. The good old London days. Both of those players formerly playing for the Knights. Base Scout asks who's playing running back in Houston. We still do not know. And the Colin Hart signing is still not out there. He is as far as I know, the only free agent running back on the market, and we have not seen that come across the wire just yet. We've got Chad Roland coming up in about 3 minutes. Three monitors working today, so if you see me going back and forth, that's exactly what's happening. The Houston Horrells trademark at DeMond, says BJ Loveless. Roland is on deck. think we're going to get some London signings then. Let's refresh once more to see if we get any new ones. Nope, that's where we're at for the moment. It's been about linebackers and defensive line. You know, there were not a lot of free agents on offense in this class. Colin Hart, a couple of wide receivers, Fox, Highwind. We still don't know what's going on with Highwind and where he might be going. Not a lot of free agents at quarterback either. Javier Vasquez goes to Denver to work in the front office. Cam Curtis retired to focus on media. David Horrell, quote from David in the chat, KT and I are super excited to join Houston. Looking forward to a great season. Get Chad on in a moment. Ryan F. Pointing out that A.J. Caswell came in strong at the quarterback re-signing for Queen City. We'll take a look at the updated quarterback contracts a little bit later in the show. Soto currently the highest scored wide receiver, says Ryan in the chat. Nathan Hall asks, chance to win was L.A. and went to Vancouver, correct? Yes, that is correct. We've got Chad coming on here. Give us a chance one moment to get everything switched over. And we will see what Chad Roland has to say about these London signings that I'm guessing are about to come across the wire. Chad Roland with us. How you doing, Chad?
Hey, Cam, I'm doing pretty good. About yourself?
I'm doing great. Just trying to manage all this tech on this new show here. Hope everybody out there is enjoying it. First off, what do you think about free agency so far, so that we can prolong the details of London a little bit? Keep teasing everybody.
Yeah. I mean, so far so good. I mean, there's some pretty shocking ones, I think. I mean, Max Knight going to St. Louis was kind of a out of left field one for me. I had a feeling that Twin Screw would probably end up in Fort Worth. Slinn, Shady ending up in Louisiana, all great signings. And then the Harrells, like I said earlier, I mean, going to Houston, so far, I think those are the signings that are the best ones, was the Harrells going to Houston.
What do you think about your, we haven't seen much from Queen City today or DC, but what do you think about Baltimore, your division rival, getting Joe Duncan and Devin King?
Yeah, I mean, Joe Duncan was a former Knight, moving over to San Diego, I think the season or two before that. A great signing for them to really shore up that defensive line, since I believe Tucker Lewis retired. And then Devin King is another great signing for him. I mean, that defense was already good as it is. It's just gotten even better.
Eric Hammer in Charleston going to Florida. That one shocks me. Going in the division and playing his former team. Great get by Charleston.
Yeah, that was another great signing as well for Charleston. I mean, they've just done nothing but good things since new ownership has taken over, and that shows it right there. Eric Hammer's a pretty valuable player in this league, so kudos to those guys.
All right, Chad, are we ready for the Knights?
I got one out there right now. I'll publish the other one here after we talk about it.
All right, let's go. The newest signing, JT Dulany at kicker. Is he coming back?
He is coming back.
Interesting. Okay.
He is coming back. Took a significant pay cut, if anybody notices, to be able to join the Knights. Once again, JT Dulany, he was kind of an unsung MVP back a couple seasons ago when he switched over to punter to be able for us to draft Jack Lewis, which didn't work out. But coming back now, taking a lot of that cap hit off of him to help bring in the free agents that we are going to bring in is a huge thing, right? And so, he was the obvious choice of kicker, and we're glad to have him.
In the chat, Robert Garrett Jr. asking, how did Eric Hammer sign with loyalty points? Well, those will have to be taken off. So there you go, because that can't be. But a couple of signings that also came across the wire on the refresh. David Leathers leaves D.C. to go to St. Louis, but Kappa Jones leaves Queen City to go to D.C. interesting at strong safety. But back to London. Dulany's coming. Do we have another one?
We have another one, and I think this one for you will be a little familiar.
Really?
Really?
Oh, it's Tiberius Bovine going to London to join Chad, Roland, Mike St. Green, and company in London. Now let's talk about this. He owned Oklahoma City. He sold it, stayed to play in Arizona, then went to Vegas. Things didn't work out there from a coaching perspective. So now he's in London. Tiberius Bovine, the Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I mean, this was a player that, when we looked in the offseason and really wanted to see what our offense was going to do this next season, we wanted to get Johnny some more weapons, right? Obviously, with Saren retiring, we have to go all directions. So, Benji Matson, is kind of taking a step back, moving into that tight end 2 role to be able to bring in a Hall of Famer like Tiberius Bovine. The talent on the field is what we know, right? I mean, he's one of the best tight ends to ever grace the SFL. And then him on the back end being able to help us, with insight and everything else in the coach's room as well. I mean, it's a win-win for London when it comes to this signing.
Yeah, the Vegas did not really feature tight ends too much last season, and he had a really down season. Arizona also struggled to feature it, but Benji had some all-star considerations. He had a pretty nice season. I'm guessing it's going to be more of the same. What is the offensive philosophy going on? I was a little bit surprised, Chad, because I saw that Robert Merrill re-signed, and I thought that maybe there might be a change there or a philosophy change. So just kind of explain how the London Knights offense is evolving now that Merrill's re-signed, and now you got Bovine and Matson at tight end.
Yeah, and if anybody noticed, Robert Merrill actually switched builds, by the way. So he's going from a finesse back to a balance back. Once myself and the coaching staff went through and took a look at the Sims and just watching what Merrill can do, he's still the running back that we wanted, right? And obviously with the offense and how it flowed last season, with him being able to be that kind of like that 5th wide receiver out there sometimes, he's a dangerous threat in this offense. And this offense is really built around him in a sense because of the fact that he's such a good receiving back. So, but one of the key things that I want to do with Robert is be able to run the ball a little bit more efficiently. And I think with the build and the stuff that we're trying to do with him and the playbook that we're wanting to instill, I think that he is the exact back we need for this offense.
Charles Doherty wants to chop wood with you. Do you have any comment on that?
Let's do it. Oh, Charles.
Charles he's a wine and wood chopper guy,
Yes. Yeah.
Forget the cheese. All right. What else do we got, Chad? Do we have another one?
That for now,
okay.
That is it.
All right.
But I will tell you this, I will have 2 more signings later on.
2 more signings later on today. So we'll be watching out for that for London. I know that the Knights talked about, all of their re-signings, made a graphic for every player, talked about all that free agent class and all that work that you guys did last season. I believe every single one of those players returned in terms of the guys that you brought in from the previous season. So, what does that mean in terms of what you're building? I know that the playoffs, we haven't talked, Chad, since the playoff loss.
Yeah.
And I know that must have been really disappointing, but you were able to help get London into the playoffs for the first time in French history. So where do you see the team now and what you're building?
Yeah, I mean, the playoff loss, first off, I mean, that's on my shoulders as the head coach, obviously going there and overthinking a little bit against Arizona. And look, Arizona was a damn good team. They really came out and just showed us, right? And this team is still building, right? I mean, obviously the goal was to try to make the playoffs this season. We were able to successfully do that. And we're able to build on this, right? Getting guys like Tiberius and JT and then the other free agents that I'll announce later. This team is on the rise, right? And I can see us easily contending for that division this next season.
It's going to be fun, Chad. Thanks for joining the show, and looking forward to seeing what else London has in store for us in the offseason. And best of luck with the schedule release show on Thursday as well. Anybody on the schedule or anybody that you are just hoping is on that schedule?
I've always wanted to play against Vancouver. So maybe, getting that opportunity to face off against Andy and them. But, it doesn't matter to me who's on the schedule as long as, we have the team in place that we know we could beat anybody. We proved that last season by being able to beat the only team that beat Baltimore. So, I'm ready for any challenge that gets thrown at me.
Tom Rahman says, Jesus, Chad is a sexy man. Would you like to comment to that?
I mean, I met him at the convention. I mean, he's not a bad-looking dude either. So
it's all love here today so far on the
all
Free
love.
Agency Live show. Thanks, Chad, for joining us.
All right. Thanks, Commissioner.
There goes Chad. Back to business here from SFL Studios. Nelson Lozano will join us in about 6 minutes. And we'll open up that 3:15 slot. All right, let's get to some signings. Check the wire. We've got two that are coming through. Cabrian Womack, defensive end, going to Vancouver at 67. But oh baby, look at that! Colin Hart's going to Louisiana, 111, a whopping contract. Colin Hart is going to Louisiana. That is the free agent running back off the board. So that means that Tulsa, Sioux Falls, and Houston in the immediate markets for a running back in the draft. Hart chooses Louisiana. That's big. Now let's go back to Cabrian Womack. I believe that Womack played for Houston. Someone can help me out last season for Vancouver. I'm pretty sure. No, I may be wrong on that. My apologies. I do my best here, folks. And a bounce back for Hart and a bounce back for Merrill as Hamilton. Andy, help me out on the Womack signing. Chat Roland in the chat says makes sense though for Louisiana. Colin getting paid, says Josh Farnsworth. Dusty Wilson says my teammate Hart making a move, man. Womack played for Houston in season 16. Thank you, Damon. But another solid get for Vancouver as they are laying out their squad. Colin Hart nabs the headline, though, at 111. Let's see where that ranks among the highest contracts in the league. Colin Hart is the fourth highest paid running back, 111.08, behind Redford, Johnson, and Manning. Big signing for Louisiana to get Hart. It's the Revolution's second major signing today. Slinn Shady, who's been to more All-Star games than any other team, was the signing earlier today as well. Free agent signings are starting to fall off our screen, but if you just are joining us, Garrett Hudson, Mike Twinscrew, Robert Cron, the first of those signings today in free agency. Vancouver does their homework and is able to get Womack at defensive end. Got Nelson coming on in about 3 minutes. Scanning the chat here. Oh, Ryan F. was all over the contract ranking. By the way, this could not all be, or none of this could be possible without our wonderful programmer, Gary, who's helping to make this show possible. We're able to all go on the portal. Chad able to announce his signings right in line with the refresh of the wire. So we really love being able to provide a show like this to everyone. And who knows? I'll attempt to make the 6 hours. I've never really been known to be a marathon guy. Although I do triple headers Saturdays and Sundays. But without the games, it's just not the same. But we're doing our best here at SFL Studios. And forgive me if I stop to take a drink or take a pause for a moment. Doyle, shoot me a DM about the call. It's all done through... it's not done through Discord, although it possibly could be. Just shoot me a DM. Damon Simien is going to join us at 2:15. So we'll get a chance to talk to Damon about the signings of the Horals. Uh, 1:15 is going to be Eagle Mondavi. He's going to talk about some St. Louis signings, including Max Knight, who signed earlier today at defensive tackle. So we've got a full lineup coming on. But right now, Nelson is up next. Wires calmed down just a little bit. Just one signing's come across in the last 12 minutes. That is to be expected. We'll get some more interviews scheduled here in a moment, but for now, we've got Nelson Lozano Jr. joining the show of the Portland Fleet. And there he is. Nelson, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, Ken? How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for joining us. I just want to say congratulations to a couple of terrific signings, Vernard Smith and Brody Gulch. Let's start with Brody. Kind of a surprise. Portland is becoming a linebacker factory here. How were you able to fit Brody in, and how does he match the identity of your team?
Well, you know, Brody brings that intensity, right? We all seen how he played in Houston. He made all-star games continuously, right? So I think he brings in that same demeanor that we have already with Gary Clem, with KT, and with Mel. Definitely will be, you know, don't want to give up too much, but definitely will be utilizing him in the best of his ability. And I think he really does cater to the defense that we've always built from day one.
Are we going to be seeing the 3-4 in Portland? Maybe a little 4-4 action out there with all of them out there.
Yeah, Jacob Bouvette as our DC. He's really excited for this piece here, and for the other piece as well as Bernard. But very excited to see what they bring to the table, and he's going to be very creative, right? So I can't wait to see what he does this season.
Eddie Gage wins Owner of the Year 2 times in a row, and yet some teams have been able to poach from his culture. Max Knight going to St. Louis, and then Vernard Smith coming to Portland. How in the world did you get Vernard Smith to replace Shad Allen and to get such a valuable piece too? I mean, he had a great rookie season in Arizona.
Yeah. Honestly, it's just trying to reach out, right? Like, we try to reach out to some folks reached out to us, but it's just taking a shot in the dark and seeing, if that opportunity fit at that time. and luckily it did. I know it wasn't an easy decision for Bernard due to the relationship that he had with Eddie, but I think at the end of the day, seeing the culture that we're trying to bring, the defense we're trying to bring, the goals that we have and everything, and the growth that we've been able to do season after season, we were able to make that work. And he was able to believe in that vision that you guys saw today on free agency.
Nelson, we have 111 viewers right now on this free agency show. I am blown away. I am humbled. How exciting is this? It's incredible. It's so much fun to see everyone that's involved with these teams and all of these players and all of these signings. This is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing, right? Like, I've been with the league now, going on my 5th season. And I always mentioned with you, right? You and me have always had talks before. And, I always told you that I always see the growth that's happening. And it's so exciting to see. I know we have so much more we can do. And that's what's even more exciting, right? What people see now is not even the end. And I always gave you the kudos to say, hey, every time, Cam, you seem to one-up yourself in quality, in production, and everything else. So it is exciting. And it's exciting that 111 people saw what we were doing, and they're very interested in the league. So that's exciting overall for our brand as a league itself.
Back to Portland for a second in this linebacker factory. Gary Clem and Mel Davis make the all-star team again. Davis is so good against the pass, but let's focus on Gary Clem a little bit. We met him at the convention, Nelson, but this guy was so underrated this season. I was shocked when I was looking at his numbers when we were going through SFL honors and putting out ballots and things like that. Can you, maybe for people that didn't see a lot of Gary this season, can you describe the vast improvements that he made this season?
Yeah, that's Captain Crush for you, right? Clem, one of our top draft picks a season, 2 seasons now ago. And you guys got to know the demeanor that Gary Clem carries on the field and off the field is off the same. He is about his team. He's a team member, but he is for, again, nasty. He plays very nasty, hard-hitting football. And I think a lot of folks don't always see that. We have mass talent on the line that we added even more. But I think when you see Gary play, he plays with that intensity. And him as a person as well carries that intensity. When we're in locker rooms, when we're watching the games together, I mean, you'll hear Gary, both Garys, right? Gary Burney and Gary Clem, both engaging. And you can feel that intensity and that passion. And, that's things that I carry very forward, is that genuine passion and being a team player. And, to get these big signings to come into play. And I also want to give recognition to the rest of the team, because when it comes down to these re-signings, again, it's a very sensitive subject, as you know, right? Some people want to keep their animations and really want to, be the best player they can be for themselves. And one thing I can say in Portland is that we have great players that at the end of the day want to win a chip. So that's something that I carry forward. And Clem is one of the same ones who, again, has that intensity and wants to win a championship with Portland as well.
Bryant Dynasty says in the chat, I need the Cliff Notes, not going to rewatch an 8-hour show. I am going to timestamp the show with all of our different guests after the broadcast is over, so that if you're looking for a particular team to talk about a particular signing, you'll be able to look at those timestamps in the description of the video and skip ahead to the things that you're looking for. You can also check out if you're a pro player in the portal, you can check out this contracts page that is public to everyone and kind of catch up on all the signings and what's going on. Nelson, how about you? I know this was a tough year for you. How are you doing? It's good to see your face. It's good to hear you back on the airwaves. And what's going on with Nelson Lozano?
You know what, Cam? You're right. This year has been one of the toughest years I've ever had to face, right? With my, again, it's not public news, but it's okay, with my stabbing that happened in February that really took me a step back. I've been really trying to work on myself, get myself back into order. Hopefully you can see on the camera, I've been working on trying to get my shape back in order as well. With COVID and the accident, definitely took me a step back. But I've been really working on myself. So I've been a lot quiet, and I hope to be back on the air soon. But with everything that's been happening, I really wanted to work on myself. And then with recent events of losing my father as well, being a family man, family's first for me. And the team knows that. My family is number one. My wife, my siblings, everybody, is my number one priority. So been really focusing on them. But the league knows whenever they need me, I'm just a DM away. Hit me up, let me know. But honestly, Cam, I just been working on myself, trying to get back into fighting shape. No pun intended. But definitely, it's been a tough year. But I promise you, 2022, I'm coming back stronger than ever.
Have you lost some weight? Nick Fargo is, believe it or not, big inspiration on that front. Nick Fargo is jacked these days, and he really did a good job on himself. The Sioux Falls All-Star, want to give him a shout out because we're Facebook friends, and his transformation has been awesome. Is that happening yet for you, Nelson?
Yeah, from September to now, I lost about 26 pounds.
There you go. All right, congratulations.
So again, that's a lot of the weight that was picked up prior to the end. Like that's the weight that I picked up during the injury. But again, I'm getting back into that, and that's awesome. That again, I think health is something that a lot of times we don't really focus on, and it is something that has been really eye-opening since the injury, since the loss of my father. A lot of these have correlated where health really plays a factor on how you bounce back from major injuries. If you're, active, if you're staying fit, you're staying in that health cycle, then a lot of times the recovery isn't as bad. And if you are picking up weight during a recovery, I realize it actually makes it a lot tougher for you to progress a little bit faster because you're not dealing with the weight you just picked up plus your injury itself. And then with my father, passing away, health wasn't a helping factor in that matter. So it just made me realize that, again, going into 2022, I want to make sure that I bring the best person that I can be, and health has been the number one factor recently for me. So I hope to be like Nick and jacked up one day where you see me, I can't even fit this sweater, maybe just bust out one time for the camera. But until then, I am working on that now. But I'm good, Cam, and I want the whole league to know, I went silent. I normally do a rookie show each season, and that's probably the best thing I love to do during the off season. But to be honest with you, I realized I did have to take a step back and focus on myself because going through something as major as I went through, the mental side of things that it takes plus the physical, it does take a toll. And sometimes you really do need that time for yourself to get better. But, shout outs to everybody in Portland. Shout outs to Jacob, Mel, Davis, Zeke, Love. Those guys have honestly been in my corner since day one. And all my team and all my players that are on my team have been there for me since day one to ensure that I feel that support from my team, because going through something so traumatic like that, man, you really honestly do need that support when you're going through it.
It's great to hear the spirits are up, Nelson. Last thing before you go, biggest shock of free agency for you is what?
There's multiple, Cam. Like, I won't even lie to you. I think the Colin Hart signing at 111, knowing that we have a salary cap to deal with, they had to definitely make some cuts there to bring in such a fat contract. I think the Tiberius Bovine too move was quite a shocker to London with him recently, not so too long removed, leaving Arizona to Las Vegas. I really didn't see that happening. Him moving so quickly to London, but we're seeing what London has been able to create in the last 2 seasons. I definitely can understand why moving there and seeing the changes that Chad and everybody else want to be able to accomplish does make sense on there. But it's been crazy all day, Cam. I mean, I could throw a stone either way, and it's going to be a surprise. The Harrell's going down to H-Town was a surprise. Didn't see that happening. Who else on here? Eric Hammer leaving. I was quite shocked as well. Slinn going over to Louisiana, like to carry those two was crazy. So there's been, I think today free agency has definitely made it worthwhile to watch today, because just seeing what happened so far in the last, hour that we've probably been doing this, or 45 minutes or wherever it's been, a lot of great, exciting news has came out of that. And it really makes it exciting to go into season 18. And it's going to be even more exciting to go into the season 18 draft, because now it's very interesting to see what teams are going to strategically do in those rounds.
Yeah, it's been awesome so far. Nelson, thank you so much for joining us. We'll get back to the wire, and we'll get back to anything else from Portland today? Should we be expecting? Or Portland done?
Look, Cam, I think everybody knows me in the last 4 seasons as being with Portland. I don't really say much, and I keep things close to my chest. What I will say to everybody is, again, prepare for the unexpected If you DM me asking me what I'm gonna do, 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna tell you. I'm not gonna tell you what's happening. But you're just gonna have to pay attention to the show, and you're gonna have to pay attention to that transaction where I see anybody else comes in.
All right, awesome, awesome. Thank you, Nelson, so much for joining us. Have a great one, and have a great holiday too. We'll see you Thursday for schedule release. See ya.
You too. Have a great holiday. Great holiday to the whole SFL community, man, and I appreciate it. Have a good day as well.
See ya. All right, that's Nelson. He's gone. Andy comes up next to talk about a couple signings that have come across his transaction page. Let's get a refresh before we bring Andy on. I've got some DMs. Likely looking to schedule some stuff for later in the afternoon. I will get to those as soon as I can. Let's get a refresh going of the wire, and it's only Eric Hammer's contract restructured, but still with the loyalty points on it. So I don't know, that may be just a technical glitch, but not a big deal. I did see that they took the contract down a little bit from 77.51 to 76.84, so it's probably just the loyalty points remaining. Not a huge deal. Let's get back to the Vancouver Legion signings. Cabrian Womack at defensive end, and then Chance to Win at kicker. Can't wait to hear what Andy has to say about his kicker position. That's going to be a great conversation. And let's bring him on now. What's up, Andy? Oh, good. I have to switch the audio back again. I should have known better. There you go. How are you, Andy? Yeah.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. You have a kicker. Please respond.
We have a kicker. We have a good one, too. Chance to Win, kicker in the draft. Was taken, played punter for LA. Obviously, we saw him quite a bit on the field in divisional games. And so we said, hey, good guy. From Orlando, unfortunately a UCF Knights fan, so we're going to have some back and forth in the locker room. With
big bowl game coming up. Yep.
But a good guy, great to have him aboard, and especially with kind of the thin market for kickers this season. Super excited to have one already on the roster. So I've been telling people, hey, it's only a matter of time before we sign one. 23 was the magic number. Once there's 23 roster spots, kicker jumps in the mix.
There you go. What was I'm sure you talked to Chance a lot. What were the conversations like in trying to bring him over? It's big when someone leaves the divisional rival and goes to another team. So, what was that talk like? Because I'm sure Chance had a lot of destinations he could have gone to.
Yes, and he was very forward, and I think that's a good thing that a lot of our players have is they're very transparent, and I prefer when players are more transparent. He was very honest about how many people were interested in him, what he was thinking about in terms of where he would like to play. And the other thing that we like to do is we don't sugarcoat people, right? So, we told Chance, hey, we don't look for kickers often. I know that you are a punter. I know you might want to kick. We have this spot. We're a very competitive team. Obviously, winning is kind of most important for a lot of our players, not necessarily the stats. We've been on the doorstep quite a few times. We've been to the playoffs the last couple seasons. We think this is a good opportunity for you with your stats to help contribute to a team. And, really at this point in our franchise, we're looking for players to help get us over kind of that last hump into semifinals, into championship games. And we think Chance is one of those type of players who can help us get over that little bit of a hump. We were very transparent with him. And I think, giving him room to kind of feel out what was best for him and respecting the decision either way. And luckily, he kind of saw the same vision that we did and decided that playing up north was good for him. And after we reminded him that, our stadium, the way that it's built, the wind doesn't necessarily affect the kicks as often, that certainly helped as well.
Sidebar, you do some amazing work for the NFL. Have you gotten a photo of Urban Meyer smiling this season?
Yeah, I got one of him running down the sideline. So, hey, That's a great gig. It's funny. Part of the negotiations with Chance happened on a game day, so I'm sitting there in the tunnel pregame, and I'm DMing back and forth trying to get this guy to come be our kicker in the fake football league when I got the real one 10 feet away.
That's awesome.
Priorities.
That's so fun. Let's shift to Cabrian Womack at defensive end. Now was Womack off last season?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
And we had, kind of the backstory to that is Mike Coverson, who's great, just kind of re-signed today as a offensive tackle, wanted to make the jump from defensive line to offensive line. So we had an opening. Percoco and Womack have a good relationship, I believe, through DMs and other regards. And so he said, hey, you might be interested in coming back if there is an opening. And with the defensive line we have with Gerald and Achilles, there's really a lot of opportunity for whoever's in that third spot to make a lot of noise, just because, so much of the focus is shifted to Achilles and Gerald that really you can put a lot of people. I mean, Cam, I could almost put you on that other side and you might grab a couple sacks.
I don't think so. I appreciate the faith in me to do that, but yeah, I'm not so sure. Let's look at the rest of the Vancouver Legion squad as it stands today. You've got your three incredible wide receivers back, and Killian Hall, Curtis, Redford, obviously a huge weapon for you. Walters is there too. I know that Walters and Percoco are big pieces to this team. Is there anybody else that maybe people don't realize how important and valuable they are to the Vancouver culture?
I mean, transparently, every single person on the roster, the way that we kind of preach it and kind of sell it to our free agents is really, the style of a family. We get along well. We want to make sure that, look, the league's one thing, right? Your stats are one thing, but I care more about, what's your personal life? What are you going through, right? What's your day like? If today was rough, we want to hear about it in the locker room, right? Why was it tough? Is there anything I can do to help? And really each person that we bring in kind of fits that family style atmosphere. And there's a lot of people that we talk to, whether it's free agency or the draft, that don't fit that style, right? And they could be the best player in the world, but if they're not going to fit in the locker room, I don't want them. And so really, there's Percoco and Walters who help with kind of the game planning side, but each person plays a pivotal role in the locker room to kind of build up to that family part. I think Josh Farnsey is another great example, a little bit under the wire, does a lot of writing, but, a pivotal part. If we were to lose him, we obviously would, feel for that and feel very rough. So, people like that are so important. And really there's so many on that list of great players that we have signed, and even the players that are going to come in that are so important to kind of that family atmosphere.
I know that Redford is on the cusp of, a Hall of Fame career. St. Green and I talked to him during the season, just about playing for Vancouver and doing whatever the team needs. Shifting to defense just a sec. I heard that Drew Hamilton guy is pretty good. He made the All-Star team. But yeah. Gerald Giudice in kind of a rough year for Western Conference defensive lineman, nabs a spot. And then Kyler Murray, who's not on this list, one of three players to have played in the league for 8 seasons and will be making his first All-Star game this weekend. Any words on those two guys and just how awesome it is that they get to play in their first All-Star game?
Yeah, super pumped for Gerald. I mean, obviously he does a lot on the broadcast side, right? And Cam, it's no secret I like broadcasters. One of the things we like to do is we want to reward the people who are doing the most for the league by rewarding them with on the field success, right? Whether it's through stats or whether it's through trying to win the games, right? So for Gerald, I mean, he's done so much for the league over the course of his career here, and he's such a great human being. We're so grateful that he chose us and is sticking with us to kind of, build up his player and become better. And so grateful that he's getting the opportunity to play in a Pro Bowl like that and showcase just how far he's come. I looked at his stats the other day when I was announcing his re-signing, and he's not blowing anyone out of the water, right? He's not the league's leading stat leader of all time. He's not even getting close in sacks right now, but he had 9 this past season, I think. So he's on his way, right? And all it takes is being with the right team and having longevity. And Gerald's a perfect example of that. And then for Kyler, he retired this offseason. Great kid. I believe, his personal life just got super busy. He was having a hard time progressing. He stuck it out with us. He did, his very best, and decided this offseason to hang it up. And for him, I think personally, that's probably one of the better things that he can do, right? I know he was very stressed about making the progressions. So for him to kind of not have to deal with that, I think is good. And it'll allow him to kind of focus. I think he's still in school. Allow him to focus on that. And for the Pro Bowl, I mean, we'll celebrate him the exact same way we celebrate all of our other family members. Because, as we see with Cabron coming back into the league, just because you step out once doesn't mean you can't pop back in. And just because you step out doesn't mean you're not part of our family if you do hop back in at some point.
Before we let you go, reactions to the rest of the free agents today. Recently coming across the wire, we've got a few more. Butch Menner's headed to Queen City from London. Zach Lay is going to San Diego, and Wolf Justice is going to San Diego. But your biggest surprises of free agency so far, Andy?
Yeah, Zach Lay is a good one that just came in. I think I talked to Zach quite a bit. Really good guy. Actually a Jaguars fan, so I feel a little bit bad for him. We had some laughs about that during some free agent conversations. Butch, also a good guy. But, I mean, Colin Hart right there, I think the value is surprising. But I think the fact that he's a balanced back also a little bit surprising. He's been known to be more of a finesse back. At least that's how I kind of know him, is speed. So that for him to have both, I'm interested to see how Louisiana uses him. And then the Harrells over to Houston, I think is big. I think that's a huge get for Damon Simien, and Devin King to Baltimore. That might be underrated. I think though, Cam, one of my bigger surprises is something that kind of happened to us that we'll leave behind the scenes. But I will say for owners, it's just as much anxiety as it is for the players to try and get these people signed and officially in so that they're on your team. As Eddie could attest to last night, sometimes it comes down to the wire. And us as owners, for players, you're trying to juggle finding one team. For us, we're trying to find multiple people to sign and fit the culture of our team. So, I think we have some surprises on the board, but there are plenty more to come. And tons probably happening behind the scenes as us owners and GMs and all the people around the league try and, fill out these rosters.
I actually have two more for you. There's so much to talk about, Andy. The first thing is the chat wants to know, where is Tom Pepper? Is he going to be the new Pickler? What's going on here with Tom?
Tom is good. He is certainly, hey, Cam, maybe it's the fact that he didn't win MVP despite jumping in, I believe, into the top 5 in yards all time. Was really snubbed for that. Had, I believe a better completion percentage on less attempts than the QB for Baltimore. So, hey, MVP and championships, they're two different awards. So maybe he's holding out because he felt like he was snubbed there. And
he's
not
taking
there.
a walk
Offensive
a minute.
Player of the Year. Yeah. And hey, I might be taking a walk with him here in a minute. I mean, how many times has that man been up for the award and not been considered? So, hey, all in good jokes. He's good. And we'll see where he lands.
Yeah. Well, you have to be careful with it. So the chat wants to know.
He could go anywhere, Cam. He could go anywhere.
Yeah. One last thing. I was watching the Bengals game against San Francisco on Sunday, and it really is not about the loss. When they tied the game, listening to the crowd do the Who Dey chant. Yeah. I haven't heard a Cincinnati crowd with that level of energy and excitement in a really long time. As a Bengals fan, what were you feeling, and what are you feeling about how the atmosphere is coming back to the jungle up there? It was really neat.
You should have. I wish I had a camera in here. You should have seen me sprinting around and screaming at the top of my lungs. I'm surprised I didn't get a noise violation for how loud I was when we came back from, I think it was like 20 points down or something. But hey, the fans are back. The Bengals, I think, anytime you have a quarterback who can keep you in any game like Joe Burrow, it's exciting, right? I mean, there's always going to be an opportunity, no matter how many points you're down, to win every single game. It's the same thing with Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady. You know, there's so many quarterbacks in the NFL that you just always feel like you have a chance, right? Herbert's kind of getting there. And I think for Cincinnati, Burrow is that guy. You always feel like you have an opportunity when the ball's in his hands. And so, you know, for the fan base, it's exciting. We're right on the cusp of the playoffs, and with Lamar's kind of situation that happened yesterday, hope he's okay. But I wouldn't be offended if he took some time, you know, to make sure that ankle was right. You know, hey, if we could take the division, I mean, especially after the way last season went with a top 5 draft pick, I don't know what more you could want from your team to be quickly turning it around. So yesterday was a heartbreaker. You know, I sat here in silence for a good 20 minutes after the 49ers scored, but you know, hey, lots of football to still be played.
Andy, any more signings we can expect from Vancouver today, or are you guys good for the day?
Great question. In the most polite way possible, I thought we were going to have one more come across the board right at the 105 mark. We were surprised to see that it wasn't coming to us, that player. And so we're back out in the market. So who knows? We've had a lot of good conversations with players, some that are still kind of up in the air. So we're hoping, we're open for business. And if any players are still looking for spots, hit us up. We'll see if we can work you in.
All right, sounds good. Andy, thanks for joining us. Congrats on the signings today. We'll see you Thursday for schedule release, and best of luck with all of what you got going on with Florida and Jacksonville and Vancouver and all sorts of stuff.
Thanks, Cam. Drink lots of fluids today.
I will. Thank you, Andy. All righty, that was Andy Hamilton. Great to hear what's going on in Vancouver. We've got Eagle Mondavi coming up here at 1:15. Going to open up a couple more slots as the day rolls along. Starting to fall a little bit behind, but that's a good thing with interviews and timing and things like that. And so we'll get more people going here in a little bit. But first, let's go back to the wire to talk about some signings that came through. Butch Menner, the guard from London, going to Queen City. You know, that is a really interesting signing. A lot of interdivision free agency signings here that's going to make these division games that much more interesting as Queen City looks to build on its offensive front. Looking at Queen City, they now have 2 guards signed in free agency because Robert Crone signed earlier today, the former Jacksonville King. So they've got a couple of linemen out there. No tackles or center just yet, but Queen City is building a nice offensive front, and actually Butch will be at the left guard position, at least to start the season, near a 66 value. And Queen City, who got off to just a little bit of a slow start in signing, you can see their first one only came across the wire just 4 days ago, but Queen City has really ramped things up and are building up their team quickly. Dusty Wilson has come across the wire. He was in Sioux Falls, now goes to Charleston. So Charleston pulls in Dusty Wilson, and they also, earlier today, got Eric Hammer. And so Charleston has been pretty active. Let's go to San Diego for just a minute. Zach Lay and Wolf Justice. Lay last season played in Charleston. Wolf Justice, I believe, took the season off last season. So it's going to be interesting to talk with some San Diego people to see how they pulled Justice off the mat at defensive end. I feel like he may have played for Houston, but my memory gets foggy after a season behind. Okay, so 1:15, we've got Eagle coming on next to talk about these St. Louis signings. And we're going to get him on the show here in just a moment. Reside joins us at 1:30. Dion is at 1:45. Damon's at 2:15. And we are still building the list. Let's see. While we're waiting for Eagle to join us, we've got Jon Bond coming on at 2:30 to talk about the Las Vegas Fury. We've got, well, actually, no, John, we'll need a different time. I actually forgot to put JW Doyle down. He's at 2:30 to talk about the Florida signings. So we'll find a different spot for John to come on the show. And let's see, we've got a 2:00 coming. That is JT Dulany, the kicker for London, will be calling in at 2:00. So we've got Dulany coming in, and we are filling right back up as we continue with this epic free agent show. Thanks to everyone who has joined us for the show so far today. We've dipped from our peak, but still having a great time, as we will all day long. So on the phone with us now is Eagle Mondavi. Eagle, how we doing?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for joining the show. Let's begin with Max Knight leaving Arizona and going to St. Louis. That was a shocker to a lot of people, and defensive line is hard to come by in the SFL at times. How were you able to get Max over to the Gladiators?
Yeah, so we had a feeling that we were going to lose Igor this season in free agency, right? So my key position that I was looking for was defensive tackle. Like, we had one of the best defensive, rush defenses in the league last season. So that was key number one. And I heard that Max was looking to test free agency. So we started chatting. I know Max from a couple other leagues, myself. So it's like just a mutual rapport that we have, and it's just everything's working out. We can give him everything he wants, and we're just excited to get going.
Yeah, that St. Louis is built on defense. You guys have a unique, in my opinion, in a very, very good way, approach of playing this great SFL game. And Max is going to do wonder. He was awesome this year at Arizona. He's going to be great in St. Louis too. You guys also signed. I do want to get your thoughts on this, before we move to your other free agent signings so far. But you guys also signed Raugar Law to the top defensive contract, although Zach Lay, as he points out in the chat, is rivaling that contract, switching to corner and signing at nearly a 94. But Law's the highest paid defensive player. You guys were able to get him over from Houston after he won Defensive Rookie of the Year. Did you feel like it was just time for him to get his?
Yeah, you pay for greatness, right? We think Law's going to be the key piece to our secondary for seasons and seasons and seasons to come. 95 is high, but with the cap and what I did, we made it work. We wanted to make sure that he got paid for what he deserved.
David Leathers joins him at the cornerback position. He signed just a little less than an hour ago. I've talked to David personally on the phone. He is a real class act, really good guy. I'm sure that his former team is going to miss him dearly. How were you able to bring Mr. Leathers into your culture?
Oh, it's the same story as Max. I know David, again, through multiple leagues, and it's just, we hit it off, rapport. It's like, I think I've said from the start, we are building a different culture in St. Louis. They had some high turnover rates before my class came in, and we have definitely changed that since my class. As we've kept, we haven't drafted a quarterback since Christian Brown. It's
right.
3 seasons now. It's a change. We're just looking to bring in high quality people that want to be with us for the long haul to make that journey to the championship.
When St. Louis brought in yourself and Drew Riley as owners of this team, and St. Louis had 4 people in their ownership group, people were laughing, right? 4 owner. What do you need 4 owners for? Now everybody's doing it. You were leading the. You were ahead of the trend before the trend happened, Eagle. What is the group dynamic like with you guys? I know that you are a very tight knit unit.
Yeah, I think we actually opened Pandora's box, is what you want to say. Like, we all bring in different situations. Like, Colin and Dwayne bring in the experience because we've been in the league the longest. Drew's on the coaching end. I'm more in the front office, and it just works out. We all play off each other's strengths. There's really no negativity or anything to each other. We all see the big picture and what we want to accomplish as the four of us here in St. Louis.
Now, looking at the Gladiator contracts, I don't know if everybody else is in the same boat as me, but I want to know, now that we have 23 players on a roster, is St. Louis going to get a third receiver or a fourth? Or are we going with two again? Because St. Louis loves to run into heavy sets, and I love to watch St. Louis's efficiency. It's dynamic.
I mean, if we were to draft, maybe another or sign or draft a wide receiver, that means that's taking playing time from the best Mondavi. We can't take Elsie's snaps away, can we?
But I don't know.
Yeah, no. I think there will be a plan to bring in a third wide receiver in this offseason or draft.
And can we expect anything else from St. Louis today?
Not sure. I do have an announcement I want to make,
Sure.
But I'm not sure about player-wise or anything like that. My two main targets were Max Knight and Leathers. I mean, I had other targets I would have loved to bring in, but it just doesn't work out. You're not going to get every single player you want, especially when there's, a cap limit. You can't just give everybody max contracts or anything like that. But one thing you'll notice is on our team that we have two players that haven't signed that normally would have signed by now. As you can see that St. Louis has three corners already. We've got Law, we've got Leathers, and we've got Colin Douglas. So I just want to announce that Freeman Peltier and Drew really are both retiring their player. So for this, they will be moving potentially to other positions, but at this time, their corners have retired.
And remaining in front office and coaching and all that stuff.
Correct. Yes. Yeah. It just, with the salary cap and how things are working, and it was time, unfortunately, but I think that they'll find themselves somewhere else on the field.
Before I let you go, Eagle, any big free agents? Well, actually, I wanted to ask you, as a general manager, do you often have conversations with players about, hey, we want to you kind of throw the book at them, right? We'll give you a max deal, or we don't want to take off what they're taking off. Oh, so-and-so is taking off this from you. Well, we're not going to take that off. Do conversations centralize around those kind of things, or is it, in your experience, is it more about, just culturally and where they're going to fit in the offense or the defense?
It's a little bit of everything, right? So, I mean, first off, I always ask, what are you looking for, right?
Right.
I want to know, like, if it's going to make any sense. Like, if I'll use Gabriel Manning, right? Even though he's a general manager or a coordinator over there, but a wide receiver coming in that wants a max deal of 120 is not going to work for us. So I always start with that, and then we see what else we can work for. But again, we're looking at player personality more than value over here in St. Louis. That's what we're looking at for the value.
Well, that.
Yeah, and I can see in the.
Oh, go ahead, Eagle.
No, I was going to say, I can see in the chat, Wink said I need a better quality mic. Yeah, I'm on my Bluetooth headphones for my phone.
You sound fine to me. I don't have any complaints. I can hear you just fine. But people are. Oh, okay. I wanted to make sure I knew who had said it. People are high maintenance and all. I'm just kidding, Wink.
Yeah, I know. Well, Wink had to deal with me all weekend in Philadelphia. So. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you and Wink and Cairo were. What were you at again?
Yeah, we were with Chris Lee too. We were at PAX Unplugged. It's a giant board game convention that we were at all weekend.
Was it fun?
It was fantastic. It was a good time.
Awesome. That's great. Well, thank you for joining us, talking about Max and David and kind of where St. Louis's franchise sits. Great careers for Freeman Peltier and Drew Riley, and we'll see what St. Louis has in store the rest of the week. We'll see you on Thursday for schedule release.
Sounds like a plan. I'll talk to you.
All right, thanks, Eagle.
Bye.
All right, Eagle is out the door. He has landed and flown away. Justin Reside's coming up next. 4 o'clock spot now open. Reside comes up here in a couple of minutes. On the wire, Dusty Wilson came. LZ Pryor comes in as a re-signing. Jay Ringgold comes in as a re-signing for Sioux Falls as well. Wilson got no, Wilson didn't get restructured. I want to go to Zach Lay here for a second at the 93.55 to just go through the highest contracts in the league. That for a defensive player, there is, John Barnhart has come in at 97.72, surpassing Raul Law's cornerback position at 95.98. Sioux Falls has a lot of cap points to spend. Barnhart gets paid. Nicely done. Terrell Davis gets paid too. Look at this is going under the radar. Look at Terrell Davis. He signs as a 94 corner, and then it's Zach Lay at 93. Let's go to Sioux Falls real quick. Sioux Falls has now signed a pair of corners over 94. That could potentially be the best cornerback unit in the league. That secondary looks really good, and Sioux Falls is rounding into form as we hit the 1.5 hour mark of this show. We'll be taking a break here in a little while, but first we're going to get Justin Reside on the line and get his perspective on his signing with the Las Vegas Fury, his time in Tulsa, not going into the draft, all that good stuff, the minor leagues as they stand. Justin will be coming on the show here shortly. So just in the last half hour, Butch Menner, Zach Lay, Wolf Justice, Dusty Wilson coming across the wire. A lot of teams making a lot of really good moves. There has not really been teams that have been quiet today. We've seen action really around the entire league. Maybe in Mexico City or in Atlanta, we haven't heard too much of, but that's to be expected. Arizona has been a little quiet, still waiting to see what's going on with Arizona at wide receiver. Somebody asked earlier who the top targets left on the board might be. Fox Highwind is still out there, and if you put in the chat who you might be looking forward to seeing the signing come across the wire, we'll give a shout out to you on that as well. Joining us now is Justin Reside. And welcome to the show, Justin. Thanks for being here, and congratulations on the signing.
Thanks, Cam. I'm happy to be signed and sealed, delivered in Vegas.
Absolutely. So let's talk about that. So, Vegas is kind of, I don't know that they're necessarily in rebuild because they have a ton of valuable pieces back, but they did lose quite a haul. They lost a handful of players that meant a lot to that team in recent years. Bovine, Tom Krieg, Rhett Sawyer, right? So what were the conversations like with Vegas Brass, and how did you make the decision to go there?
Yeah, it's just John was talking about maybe me being the next Tom Krieg or something like that. So it's like, because I was like looking for a good team, good fit, and I also did the stats for Vegas. So it's like kind of a match,
Yeah, that's what you're and it must be easy to make a decision when someone says you're going to be the next Tom Krieg and he made the All-Star game as a slot corner. That's got to be really attractive. Good selling point on the part of Vegas.
Yeah, it was a good. Yeah, it was good on me.
Your time in Tulsa, how would you say that was? It was a tough season. You did have an amazing pick six there, but what is it like in Tulsa since most people don't know?
Yeah, well, to me it was kind of like quiet locker room, and nobody really talked a lot during the day and stuff, unless unless it was somebody. And then the whole San Diego game was that was my tipping point to leave Tulsa. That was the tipping point.
The craziness that was the comeback and all that other stuff.
Yep, the craziness.
I see you've got an NHL jersey with a Canadian flag on the patch. Who you repping today?
The Calgary Flames. It's the same colors as the Las Vegas Fury. So
there you go. There you go. You got to do what you can. Now you just have to slap a U.S. flag on the shoulder, and then you're good to go on appearances. You're pretty plugged in with the SFL, Justin. You call minor league games as well. Of course, you're the stat machine. Did more games with live statistics this season than any other. What do you think of free agency so far? What's sticking out there to you?
Yeah, I'm thinking all that. It's just the Colin Hart thing was like the shocker to me. I'm like, wait a minute. I thought if he was going to go for Tulsa for that much, but Louisiana, I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, that was big. Louisiana's having a really good day. Colin Hart and Slinn Shady have been in this league for years, 3, 4, 5 years, and those are two big veterans for them to get. So, as GM in Justin, or as GM in Vegas, Justin, what are you hoping to to do for this team and build this team up back to at least roster-wise a perennial power? Vegas is a playoff regular, still looking to reach that next kind of climb to get out of the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's just listen to John and Tony over there, see what fits there in Vegas, because I'm just the rookie GM here in Vegas. I'm not like the JW Doyles or the Nelson Lorenzos of the world,
Yeah, that it's going to be interesting. John and Tony definitely know what they're doing. They're fun guys. Hopefully at the next convention you get a chance to hang out with them, because they definitely know how to party. Justin, any final thoughts before we let you go?
Yeah, just I'm happy to be in Vegas finally, and hopefully John will get more free agents on the wire. Hopefully, and we can build a good once we get into meetings before the draft, we can get good draft picks with our remaining salary, remaining cap that we have. So
I know that you were sitting on this for a while. How long were you waiting? Because I know it was tough to keep it a secret. How long were you waiting to to kind of be out in the open and say, oh gosh, finally everybody knows where I'm going?
I waited when result. I was quiet when they put me in the Vegas locker room. I was so quiet. I didn't chat in the general chat for a week.
Yeah, no, it was awesome, and congratulations on the general manager position. We look forward to seeing what you can do in Vegas, and thanks for joining the show.
Yep, no problem, Cam.
All right, it was Justin Reside here on Free Agency Live. Hawkins comes your way at 1:45. We're going to collect our breath, get caught up on some DMs, get some more interviews scheduled, refresh the wire, all that stuff as Free Agency Live continues in a moment. We will be right back. All right, we're back. Jon Bond is added to the queue at 2:45. We've got Dion Hawkins coming up in about 7 minutes. Let's refresh the wire, see if we have anything. We do. We have a couple new signings. Oh, a big one. Hunter Norwood is going to Arizona. Arizona makes a splash here in free agency just a couple of minutes ago. 77 defensive tackle spot. Hunter Norwood has left Jacksonville to go to Arizona. Norwood has played in Jacksonville his entire career. Igor Barbatov, you heard Eagle Mondavi mention that when they knew they were going to lose him in free agency, that they were targeting Max Knight. Barbatov goes to Denver at a 65 value at defensive tackle. That's Denver's second big signing defensively. They got their starting corner earlier today, Ron Hoff. But Norwood to Arizona, that's finally Arizona sort of stems the tide and stops the bleeding and says, whew, we got a big piece to the puzzle for this season. That's a replacement for Max Knight. Knight, of course, going to St. Louis. He went at a 77.02. Norwood went as a 77.73. So very similar contracts for those two players. And Twin Screw says Zona data. Yeah, I don't know. I think they're sticking with Jack's data just as a name in general. But it'll be interesting to see. Damon Simien says, "Wow, that's a big pickup for Eddie." Jon Bond welcomes him to the division. Some chat shout-outs while we have a moment. Jon Bond, who we will see in about an hour. Tyler Falk, Damon Simien, Mike Twin Screw, Travis Arthur, Chad Roland, Ashley Jackson, Jeff Gagne, Mince and Mind is here. Ray Bentley enjoying from work, I believe. Norwood is in the house. Robert Garrett Jr. is here. Scott Johnson of Vegas is here. Bond wants a Vegas convention in 2022. Not in 2022, but 2023. Look out for an announcement sometime in the next month. Genevieve Gilliard asking where is the next convention. That will also be announced in the next month. But Christian Brown saying amazing free agency so far, and I could not agree more. Barbatov's a good get for Denver, and we've got another one. Gary Marks on the defensive line goes to Los Angeles at defensive end at 69.35. So defensive tackle dominating this segment of the free agency show. Marks last season played, I don't show a contract for him last season, so he may have also taken a season off as well. But Marks certainly a very familiar name on the wire. But good job by Los Angeles. Los Angeles has been busy today. LZ Pryor re-signed. They announced last night that Thomasina Tom Rahman Jr. were retiring. Brogan Spiraw at defensive end re-signed earlier this morning, as did Chris Lee late last night at a 96.9 contract. So Los Angeles has been a little busier on the wire today. There's a updated look at their numbers. Marks, your first free agent for the Lycans. So that's exciting for them. Congratulations to Los Angeles on that contract. Jacob Clear has signed at cornerback with Charleston. I'm pretty sure that I thought Jacob played with Charleston last year. I'm not sure why that is coming across as a free agent, but maybe someone can refresh my memory. As he came over to be a coach last season in Charleston, did great things, helped them get to the playoffs. Chad Roland, thank you on Gary Marks. He was in Fort Worth last. You mean last season or the last time he played? Matthew Slinn commenting that Dusty Wilson is a very good signing for Charleston. Charleston's having a nice day here with Wilson, Hammer, and now Jacob Clear across the wire. But, anytime you can get an offensive lineman, an experienced offensive lineman, you're having a good day. John Barnhart wishing the best of luck to his former teammate Colin Hart in the YouTube chat. There you go. Jack Brown says that Jacob only coached last season. So Jacob able to bring his player over to Charleston for the first time and help out that defense. So 3 different signings for Charleston today in free agency, and that is going to make the Predators that much better. Biff Markham wishes good luck to Colin Hart in Louisiana. He's going to Louisiana, Biff. You can wish the Horals luck in Houston. We'll hear from Damon at 2:15 to talk about getting the Horals onto the squad, one of the shockers of free agency so far today. We've got Dion Hawkins coming up, and we've got David Leathers coming on at 3 o'clock. Can't wait to get a chance to talk to David once again. He's an awesome guy, and he'll talk about his signing over in St. Louis at corner and joining that terrific lethal defense. Dulany letting me know I spelled his name wrong on the list. Sorry, bud. No E in Dulany. My bad. We'll speak to Dulany here in about 15 minutes. So we've got Dion coming on next to discuss all of the big moves in his with his team this offseason. They need a running back, so I'm sure we'll have a little bit of conversation about that. They have the number 1 pick. They've been a little quiet today in free agency, but maybe he wants to wait to announce those while he is on the show. So we will find out when Dion gets here what's going on in Tulsa, and looking forward to having him on. Greg Soto asking when Charles is coming up. I have not heard from Charles. And we actually, Lone Star is one of those teams that's been kind of quiet today. We have not heard anything from the Lone Star Glory just yet. Chad also wants Charles on. Maybe he'll bring his robe and his wine, and we'll get a chance to chat with Doherty a little bit. Nice refresh for the team earlier this week. We're going to hear from Hunter Norwood at 3:15. Hunter's coming on at 3:15 to talk about his decision to sign with Arizona. I know that he was a hot commodity in free agency. Eddie says he wants to come on later. Jacob was looking for 3:15, but it was grabbed by Hunter. But actually, Hunter, if you can do 3:30, I can do Jacob at 3:15. He can't do later in the show. Let's get Dion Hawkins on board. He is a draft staple. We always love seeing him and talking to this guy. Dion, what's going on?
Not much. What's good? What's happening, SFL?
It's been a crazy day. We're 2 hours into the show, and it certainly doesn't feel like it, Dion. I'm curious. Do we have any free agency signings to announce here?
Yeah, we do. Can you see me on screen?
I can't see you on screen.
Oh, I can't see shit. So I was just I was making sure. All right. Yeah. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and press the button. All right, we should be good to go now.
All right, let's refresh and see what we got going to Tulsa. That's Jim Copeland Jr. at tight end at a 69.5. He joins Jason France at the tight end position. Talk to me a little bit about Jim Copeland.
Yeah, we were definitely looking for a tight end too. With the expanded rosters, it gives us a little more leeway to open up the flexibility. Would you say that? So looking for a player that could catch. He has a high catch rating as well as block, and he's 270. So it's gonna make our offense really flexible. We can run double tight end sets, or we can use him as a lead blocker. So we're really excited about bringing him in and opening up our offense. We want to be able to hit you on every level, running up the middle, throw it deep, hit the medium route. So he fit in perfectly with what we were trying to do in this offseason and bringing in another tight end to help with that.
Now, he played at Denver last season, right?
He did.
Yeah, so he gets a chance to go to you guys. What was the conversation like outside of what he can do for you guys? You know, what did you guys talk about leading up to his signing and him leaving Denver and just trying to get another piece to this puzzle?
Well, I have spoken to him previously, even a few seasons back, just about what kind of person he was and the kind of person that we're looking to bring into our organization. Um, I know he's a pretty outspoken guy, so a lot of people, and that's another thing. We want to get people to have Tulsa to be more out there because we know traditionally we're a really laid back organization. So I initially looked for people who didn't really say that much. So we're trying to turn over a new leaf, and as you can see in the last couple of seasons, we're bringing in really active guys, and um, we have a pretty good locker room. Yeah, I don't know what the other locker rooms, but it may not be as active as most. We do talk every day, but especially when things are going on. Um, we're in there chatting with each other. We do a lot of things through DM and just try to bring in guys that can help boost that and help us on and off the field as well.
A lot of people want to know what the decision was with Sanzo Robinson and moving him back to wide receiver. You know, Dion, you and I remember what Sanzo was at wide receiver back in the day. And Sanzo was, I mean, he was an explosive player, super fun to watch. Played in Baltimore, didn't he, at receiver?
Yeah, he did.
That was before. Was that before you got the team, and then did he move to running back right away? Now that I don't remember the specifics.
Yeah, he no, he signed with Baltimore, and I was actually still a player back then. That might have been season 8 or 9,
Oh
I
yeah,
think.
right.
So I had a running back when I first got Tulsa in season 10. I moved my player, and I played one season at running back for Tulsa. Um, and Sanzo's initially signed with Tulsa because if you don't know, if people don't know, Sanzo is one of my friends, so he lives in Tulsa. So he knew when I got the team that he wanted to basically play back home.
Right.
So he came over and he was our number one receiver that first season, season 10. And I actually plan to plus some clips of him snatching on fools. And
Nice,
people don't know,
yeah.
Sanzo
They don't
was a
know.
beast at receiver. Yeah, he was a beast and almost single-handedly won us a couple of games back then. But just Sanzo as a person, like, he's a great guy. So people are like, why the hell would he switch from a starting running back to a number 4 wide receiver? He's one of the most selfless guys that I know. He's like, hey, whatever I can do, I don't even have to have a player. Whatever I can do to help the team get over that hump, and he's willing to do it. So it's just shows that what kind of person that he is. He doesn't have to be the star, or he doesn't. He just wants to do whatever is possible to help. And I even let him know. I'm like, hey, this is a big move. Other teams, when they realize you're a free agent, you gonna get DMs. And he was like, no, I'd rather just stay here and do whatever needs to be done to help the team. So it's a kudos to him on him being flexible like that.
Right. Yeah, it is a big move, and obviously you've got so much talent at receiver already, and that's a testament to Tulsa for keeping the unit together. And that's kind of where I want to go next, Dion. You know, it was a tumultuous season. It wasn't the season that I don't think anybody envisioned in Tulsa. But look at all these players. There's so many people that believe in this organization, believe in your staff. Jaden Swift and company. You've got a handful of coaches over there that I'm sure you can plug. But there's a lot of people that believe in this team and believe in this turnaround. I mean, hell, just 2 seasons ago, the last week of the season, you had a chance to win the East Division. So we're not too far removed from that. Describe to me your off season and bringing all these guys back and putting last season behind you.
Yeah, our off season, it's all about building. I mean, we had, I think, 5 or 6 rookies last season. Our entire linebacker core was all rookies.
That's right. Yeah. Young defense.
And exactly. So a lot of people don't realize that we've had a lot of weapons on offense, but our defense we're constantly building. And and I'm not sure how the rumors got started of, Tulsa's the horrible place to play. And when we have excellent guys, even if you don't see them in general chat talking every day, they're DMing me. They're saying stuff in the locker room where they believe in this organization. So I don't know how that rumor situation started, but we know what we had. We definitely had some issues we had to resolve when that crazy game happened and we lost with the substitutes in. And just like I told you back then, I mean, everyone as a player, especially a playing player, you have the right to be upset. So we had to do a little damage control, but it was never any question in doubt that we're going to have majority of our guys coming back. And that's just a testament of the players that we have in our locker room, as well as our front office. We have Jaden and Berto and Gabe, JQ, Chris Andrews, and behind the scenes, they help me tremendously. They they're handling scouting and they're talking to players. We kind of break it up. You talk to this player, you talk to that player. So this entire offseason is just about keep building on what we've already started and making changes for the future. Because, like you said, we were in the running last season, and as you know, in the SFL, you can go from last to first or vice versa. So, yeah, never count Tulsa out.
There's so many guys on this team that that I've grown to really know, love, and appreciate. Philadelphia Collins, who's Wade Phillips, probably in SFL history the most improved broadcaster from start to finish that I've ever seen. Mm-hmm. He's an amazing story. Stephen McMichaels, I will never forget the day he was drafted. Just to see that guy happy. There's nothing better in the world. I mean, his smile is totally infectious, and I want Steven to know that. It's awesome to see him back. Berto Demora is a great guy. He was that close to making the convention. I know that him and his wife were trying to get there, and life happens and things go the way they go. But there are so many great people, and I think it's important, Dion, to recognize that there's so many great people around the league and on other teams too. Just because we don't necessarily know who they are and know their stories doesn't mean that they don't matter. And every year we try to spotlight as many players as possible, and so does our great content team too. So Tulsa's got it all going on. Outside of Jim Copeland, outside of course, Sanzo moving to receiver, any other big moves we can expect out of Tulsa today, or any other signing or contract that you guys have done that may not be getting noticed?
Oh, it's coming. We definitely got a couple of things up our sleeve. I know people wasn't expecting the Sanzo thing, and last time I heard, Sanzo was retiring, and I was like, "Damn, that's news to me. I didn't even know that, and he on my team." So that's. But we definitely have some things up our sleeve. Everyone know the running back situation. You might think it's pretty straightforward, but it's definitely not. So I ain't gonna give it away now, but y'all be tuned in for that. But yeah, Copeland, he's our signing. It's a possibility. He'll probably be our only one today, but next couple of days we may have one or two more possibly. But everyone wants to know what we're going to do with the first round pick, and I know that's going to be probably a meme later.
I was wondering how you were going to handle that.
Anyway,
wow. I think that's the first time the number one overall pick has been called that, Dion. That's a new one for me.
Wait, nothing is off the table. So if teams are looking to trade, contact Berto, contact me. Let's talk business. We always open, so we never conventional. We always look out for the best interest of the team, and if it's in our best interests, we may be willing to move. So you heard it here first. Hit me up. Let me know.
Have you had have you gotten to experience the bloodbaths that have been these top four running backs in the minor leagues? They're not going against SFL defenses, but there is more talent down there at that position than ever. This is the perfect season to go and get a new guy. Is that why you made this move now? Because there's just so much good talent out there?
It was always an interest, but the timing of it kind of helped where it basically made us a no-brainer. It was like, okay, let's take this last season, see what happened. We may be wanting to make a move. And all of the running backs, even just besides the top four, like they're great character guys, but those top 4 or 5, like their abilities are undeniable. They're breaking tackles, running fools over, running 80, 90-yard touchdowns. So the timing definitely helped. And we still haven't 100% decided which way we're going to go, but we may not even take a running back number 1 overall. So, but yeah, the timing definitely played a factor in it, because even if we don't, we can still get a good running back over the line. So all you other teams, go ahead and sign people and make our decision even easier for us. So
That's interesting. Well, you heard it here first. The drama is brewing for the draft, which happens in about 2.5 weeks. Anything else for us, Dion, before we let you go?
I'm just loving the league. Like, I'm in a great place, and the league is in a great place, and I'm just excited that everyone is loving it. So let's keep building. Every year it gets better and better, and let's keep rolling. Hey, and anybody else, if you're still a free agent looking for a home, you didn't get the contract you expected, hit up me, Berto, any of our front office, and we can't guarantee anything, but we'll definitely exhaust every option there is to get you a home. So go ahead. We still open for business.
Last one. How many times have you shown a free agent the clip of you being on television talking about the Tulsa Desperados? Does that come up often?
I don't think I'll never have, to be honest.
Really?
I don't feel my
Man,
own horn. And that's the thing, people, and that's one thing I want to say about Gabe. People think, I mean, I know it's a stigma, but people think that Gabe, oh, I need a max contract. I want the biggest number you can give me. That's not the case. Even when he first signed, he removed animations and we dropped his cap. I mean, his shit is almost maxed out everything. So even if we don't make a big hit, I mean, a big cap, lowering his cap, then it's going to seem like he has a monster contract, but he can probably be over 125 or something if we wanted to. But that's the thing. He wants to be here, and our people are selfless. We're not saying, hey, we can give you the biggest contract you can have with any of our players, any of the free agents, or we're always making cuts and doing what's better for the team. Like McMichaels, we could have easily released him and moved Sanzo to fullback. We were like, no, McMichaels is a part of our team and we want him to be happy. So we exhausted other options. We have to keep that guy. So that was a big part of moving Sanzo to a wide receiver as well, is because McMichaels produced. He wasn't being used very often, and he was one of the best pass catching fullbacks in the SFL. So yeah, I just love what we have going and the guys we have, and I'm excited for this season. I'm more excited the last few seasons about any team I had.
Manning isn't even the highest valued receiver out there in terms of cap hit. He's kind of like Warren Murray in the sense that Warren Murray always carried the stigma that he gets hurt all the time. But Harish Prasad actually too. Like he gets hurt all the time. Harish doesn't get hurt nearly as much as some of the other players, but it's like he carries that stigma. Manning's the same way, and it's it's kind of it's a headline grabber, but it's not necessarily the truth. It was really fun meeting Gabriel at the last convention too. That was the first time you met him, right?
Yeah, that's the first time I met him in person. I had talked to him previously, and that's the thing. I was all over the place during the convention as well. I'm 2 for 2. Every time I go to the convention, I'll be there. And they was like, damn, where's Dion? Ain't none of the pictures or videos, anything. So this next one, I'm guarantee I'm going to be way more involved because I'm 2 for 2. It's always crazy stuff happening at the convention.
Hey, if we end up going to Vegas in 23, we're not going to see you in any pictures probably. Because
I don't know about Vegas. I might not have a shirt on, but y'all gonna see me in some pictures.
That's awesome, man. Hey, it's great talking with you, Dion. Best of luck to Tulsa and everybody on the squad, and congrats on keeping the team together and running it back.
Already appreciate it. We ball.
All right, thanks, Dion. That was a great interview with Dion. Good to see things are going well in Tulsa and everything is looking up. Let's go to the published contracts. Check the wire. Again, before we get to our next guest, nothing new as of this time. It's been quiet for the last 13 minutes. Copeland Jr. is that last signing, and we'll get over to a kicker here shortly to see if we can get JT on the line. Michael Percoco, Cliff Allen in the chat, Joshua Williams in the chat, some new people that I didn't see earlier today. Sultan wanted me to ask Dion about Paris, but I didn't want to embarrass myself. I'm not sure I know who that is. If you're just trying to I don't know. Maybe I should have looked it up on Google before I even said I didn't know who it is. Sorry. I'm all about football and the SFL, and if anybody knows me too well, I'm not. I don't really know much else. JT Dulany is with us. Happy to have JT on the line.
Cameron Irvine, this is my first media appearance in, I believe it's 5 seasons I've been in the league, or if this is coming into my 5th season. It's my first media appearance. And this is going to be really good. It is nice to finally be back in London after a season away in Tulsa. I'd like to thank the Tulsa people, Dion and Berto, for having me last season, but it just felt really good to be able to put pen to paper to come back to London.
JT, we're honored to have you here, man. Tell us about yourself, how you found the SFL. Like you said, we've never gotten a chance to talk to you before.
Yeah, so I found the SFL just scrolling through TV channels, and I believe I watched a Baltimore game because I'm from Baltimore. I watched a Baltimore game, and I'm like, hey, I want to get involved in this. So I joined the Discord server. This is back before SFLM was a thing. I had talked to the same Chad Roland, when he was the Vultures general manager about joining the Vultures. He said, great, we'll sign you in like week 6 as a cornerback. And I had to keep my trap shut. But then London, in player openings, had a spot open for a kicker to play right now, so I took it.
That's awesome. What a story. And now you're playing for the rivals of Baltimore, but you get a chance to play for Chad. So refresh all of our memories. You kicked in Tulsa, correct?
Yes.
And that was that 2 seasons ago?
No, that was last season.
Last season. So you,
I was in London the past 3 seasons before that. Chad talked earlier in the show about me switching over to punter in favor of Jack Lewis when he was drafted, and we all know how that turned out.
Yes, we do know how that turned out. Ouch. Yes, we do. Well, now, I mean, you're a guy that's been in the league for a number of years. It's not like you're going anywhere. What is your belief in this London locker room and what they're building? Because this team is on the rise.
Well, I only spent 1 season out of this locker room, and I honestly felt naked walking into that Tulsa locker room because it was a different experience. I will say, though, that watching JQ in practice was like, y'all might not know this because, Tulsa, they only got 2 wins last season. No. JQ in practice is one of the best quarterbacks I've seen in terms of his raw ability. He just has to get his mechanics down. And as soon as he gets his mechanics down, I think he's a Hall of Famer.
JT, Cliff Allen says in the chat, congrats, brother. # the kicker fraternity. Is there any kicker in the SFL that you look up to? Maybe a Shark Tarkington in Baltimore or someone else?
Well, I gotta look up to the Shark, because if Shark ever decides to hang up those cleats, you know who I'm calling next.
That's right. Well, Chad Roland will probably hope that Shark never retires then, because he doesn't want to lose his kicker.
Of course, and absolutely, and I am committed to staying in London. I told London when I had originally signed for them that I was going to be in London for a championship and I wasn't going to leave. And then they told me that they weren't bringing me back last season. And yeah. Anyway, I wanted to let everybody know that had London not been able to work things out with me, Sioux Falls was very close to signing me. They had offered me a contract at like an 88 value. And had London not, had we not been able to get over the line with London, I would have signed on the dotted line with the Sioux Falls Sparrows. I'd like to wish them luck this season. Hopefully I'll see you guys in the future.
Well, that'll be interesting to see if Sioux Falls and London end up playing each other on the schedule.
Anyway.
But JT, it was so awesome for you to join us today. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on your signing with London.
Thank you very much, Cameron. And I'd like to say it's an honor to be here. And I want to say something about the coach, about Vancouver for a second.
Floor is yours.
Vancouver are such really good guys, and I had about half the league reach out to me, and Vancouver was probably the first team to reach out, and it was, I'm sorry we just couldn't get it done, but I want to see Vancouver. I echo Chad. Vancouver's another well-run organization, and I want to see them at some point. I know we got to go.
All right, well, that's awesome. JT, we'll see if London and Vancouver hits the schedule this week on Thursday. Thank you so much for joining us, man. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Cam.
Free agency, full of surprises. Love that from JT Dulany. That was excellent. And we've got Damon Simien coming up at 2:15, about 7 minutes out. Let's get to the DMs. Hunter can do 330. Jacob, we're going to put you down. We're going to put you down for 315. So we're going to have Jacob Bouvette coming on to talk some more Portland Fleet. 330 is when we're going to get the words on Hunter Norwood and what's going on there. And then let's add in some slots as we've cleared it out and made an easy 2 hours happen here on Free Agency Live. This has been a lot of fun. Michael Prococo says, JT, best of luck. You're in good hands. Chad says, am I ready for a big signing? Another big signing. Yeah, sure thing. Mike St. Green says, major news incoming. So that's interesting. Let's get a refresh on the wire, see what we got. That's Bill Cherry going tight end. Oh, Patrick Kelly at tackle going to Sioux Falls. Big get for the Sioux Falls Sparrows to get an offensive lineman in free agency. Kelly left St. Louis. Bill Cherry also left St. Louis and goes to San Diego, but that must not have been what Chad was talking about, as he's literally counting down from 10 in the chat. But Kelly and Cherry signed 2 St. Louis departures to different parts of the SFL, to Sioux Falls and San Diego, respectively. Mel Davis says it's been great. Appreciate that. Jack Russell is back to London. Left D.C., signs as an 83 strong safety for the London Knights. That is a huge pickup for the London Knights. Jack Russell, David Leathers, formerly that D.C. secondary, the Dragons losing some pieces, although they did get Kappa Jones to replace Jack Russell earlier in the day. But Jack Russell going back to London. Charles is breaking news that Chad lost his razor in the chat. That's funny. But Russell going to London, Bill going to Cherry going to San Diego, and Kelly going to Sioux Falls. Lots of offensive linemen on the move today. That's 3 just here in the last hour. We started with Robert Cron going to Queen City, and then we had Butch Menner going from London to Queen City, Dusty Wilson going from Sioux Falls to Charleston, and then Patrick Kelly, the first tackle of the day, going from St. Louis to Sioux Falls. JT Dulany talked about how Sioux Falls was going to offer him 20 points higher on their contract, and London was able to steal Dulany from Sioux Falls in the end anyway. That was good insight. David Leathers says, congrats, Jack. He was a great teammate for the past 2 seasons. Zach Davis says, oh, linemen are people too. Yes, they are. We'll talk to Leathers at 3 o'clock. We've got Simien coming up in about 4 minutes, as Hoffman has re-signed back in Charleston. That's also come across the wire. Back-to-back Jacks getting things done. We've got Simien, Doyle, Bond, Leathers, Bouvette, and Norwood coming up. Let's check our DMs. See if we have other people coming on. All right, we are good to go. All set. Damon Simien will join us when we come back. We're going to take a quick break. Stephen Black says, loving all the moves here. Great people going to great teams. Ryan says, God, I wish offensive linemen were thinking the warm Los Angeles weather. Chad says he needs a haircut. What else is new? Free Agency Live. Plenty more surprises, I'm sure. Coming up next, Damon Simien for Houston joins us to talk Horals and the rest of the Houston Hyenas when Free Agency Live continues in a moment. Back here on Free Agency Live, Damon Simien will join the call shortly. Got a full lineup coming up here. Alex Berry is in the chat. Hey, Alex. First time I've seen Alex pop in today. Tyler bringing up a good point about Bill Cherry. Andy confirming that he's never played tight end. Bill Cherry moves from fullback to tight end for San Diego. Remember, that tight end position was vacated when Optimus Klein went back to wide receiver. So Bill Cherry currently the lone tight end on this San Diego roster. That's the fourth free agent pickup for San Diego, today. So good looking out for the Mavericks as they continue to build their team. Demond will be joining us shortly. A reminder that the schedule release show with me and Mike St. Green will be 6 Eastern, Thursday, December 16th. That's here just in a few days. We'll go over all the schedule. There is a new format. We'll tell you who's playing opening night, opening weekend, and see who's on your schedule. Break it all down by week, by team, and cover all the teams in the SFL. Friday, December 17th, the SFLM regular season ends, and it's going to be exciting. We've got a potential point differential scenario that could play out. Tyler, Falk, and I were going over scenarios a couple of nights ago, and the first scenario we did, possibly a team could be eliminated just based off of point differential alone, because strength of victories would all be the same, and the records would all be the same, and the teams will have all beaten each other at 4-4. So it should be a wild ending to the minor league season. If you want to check out all these rookies who are looking to get picked up in the draft on December 30th, that's a great place to do it before the semifinals begin Wednesday, December 22nd. That is our last broadcast before Christmas. And then Saturday, of course, the East-West All-Star Game. Jaden Swift, Jack Wigmore, Charles Doherty, and Axel Raven coaching that ball game. That is on Twitch at 7 Eastern. I've got now with me here on the show, Damon Simien is here. Damon, how's it going?
H-Town, what it do? It's going great.
Please, I'm so excited to see the Horos land in Houston. That's what we're here to talk about today. When did that start? How did it come about? Give us the behind the scenes of how Houston landed the former Fort Worth #1 overall pick.
Well, as most people know, Cam, that during that was a season 15 draft, or was it 14? I can't remember. Houston was projected to draft David Hoyle. He was our #1 guy, as we were sitting at #4, and Fort Worth was at #1, and we was looking forward to drafting David. That draft with the #4 pick. Unfortunately, Fort Worth came in, snatched him away from us. But David and I, before the draft, we built up a great relationship, and man, we have just stayed in contact with one another, and basically has just been, just talking about, what it would be like, if he ever came to Houston and so forth. And last season, we talked about him coming over, but then he decided to stay with Fort Worth, and so, he said, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and give it another shot here with Fort Worth and see what goes and what happens from here. And, who knows, maybe I'll be there next season or so. Maybe I won't, and I said, okay, well, I totally understand, your decision. And, and I just stayed in contact. David and I, man, we became really, really close friends, should I say.
That's awesome. And then KT comes over from, you get a 2-for-1 Southern Division steal. KT comes over from Mexico City to join the team too, both at linebacker. That's really going to help shore up your defense. Were they a package deal from the beginning, or when David decided to go to Houston, he said, well, maybe my wife would want to come on board with me?
Well, you know what? Going back to, before that draft, he and I, we talked about, the possibility of us drafting KT along with him in that draft, and ever since, he said the main reason why they came into the league was for them to play at the linebacker position side by side with one another, and I thought that was just amazing that, this husband and wife duo want to be on the field at the same time, playing the same position and basically causing havoc on the defensive side of the ball. And basically, yeah, I mean, when David and I talked about him coming over, I asked him about KT. I said, what are her thoughts? He said, well, he wasn't sure if she's going to go back to Mexico City or not. So he brought the idea to her attention, and she was on board with it. So I am excited to have both of the Horals here in Houston. We lost a great one in Brody Goach, but I believe that we gained two great ones as well.
Houston had a couple of finalists, once again for Rookie of the Year, Dave Burr on the offensive side, and then Josh Rowe on the defensive side. You're not used to losing that award, so I know that didn't sit well with you because Houston seems to always win rookie awards. But the more important thing, Damon, is that you were able to retain them on the team. Rowe's coming back, Burr's coming back. That culture that you began building last season is primarily back, and Houston's roster is really taking shape now. How was that transition season last season for you guys, and how jacked up are you about having all of them back and then adding pieces like the Horals?
Yeah, I mean, going into the season 17 draft, we had basically 8 guys. I'm not going to say flake on us, ghost us. That's the word to use there. They ghost us. A group of guys that came over from Chicago, they ghosted us. Wolf Justice and Womack was contacting them all season long. Didn't get a response from any one of those guys, and it hurts me to see that they came back and they joined other teams. They didn't even reach out to me and say, hey, you guys would like to have me back or so, but it is what it is, So going into that draft, as everyone knows, we had to draft 8 players, man. That was like one of the hardest things to do is to have to go back and draft 8 players in back-to-back seasons, for the draft. And, basically all season long, myself, along with the front office team, we basically preached to everyone, hey, we need all you guys to come back. That's the only way we're going to get better. If all of you guys come back, stay with the team, we continue to grow together, build this thing as a unit, and, we can come away and win some pretty tough ball games down the road. I use teams as prime examples, like the Baltimores and Mexico City and the Floridas and the Arizonas. They always have a low retention rate in reference to when they bring everyone back, they don't lose a lot of players. And that was our focus as in reference to not losing a lot of players this off season. And, going back to Dave Burr and Josh Rowe not getting, the Rookie of the Year for their respective side of the ball, that did kind of hurt, especially Dave Burr's side. I believe that Dave Burr was undercut, should I say robbed as well. I hope the league doesn't get mad at me for saying robbed, but
we didn't vote, so it doesn't. There's nothing I can do about it, so that's fine.
But you know what? I can't remember who I reached out to. I was talking to someone. I said, you know what? That falls on me because I didn't promote it. As the owner of this team, I should have been promoting, for people to vote for Dave Burr for Offensive Rookie of the Year, and Josh Rowe as well. Josh Rowe had a great season at the strong safety spot. Rowe had 111 tackles, 15 pass deflections and 5 INTs. I know although there were other players that had more INTs than him. 111 tackles at the strong safety spot. Anybody don't know, Houston had 3 players over 100 tackles for the season. Brody Goach, Alex Perez, and Josh Rowe.
That's amazing. Ashley says the doctor is in. By the way, is it by appointment only, or can people just come to your office to get an appointment?
Hey, let me tell you something. The door is always open. I take Medicaid, Medicare, all commercial insurances,
That's awesome. Hey, Damon, this is going to be your first ever season. Correct me if I'm wrong, because it goes back a long way, without Warren Murray.
Yeah.
And he retired this season. Hey, look, it comes everybody's time comes at some point to hang it up. Can you just describe what Murray meant to the team and what it's like to lose him before we get to running back prospects? Just Warren Murray was such a big part of Houston, and not seeing him on the field for Houston this season is going to be weird.
Yeah, it's most definitely going to be weird. Even in my all season training, I'm running sims with different type of running backs who are in the minors and so forth, and not seeing number 21 in the backfield, with the name Murray written across the back is kind of mind-boggling to me. Warren Murray has been here since season 10, since the start of the progression era, and he's basically been the backbone of this team. I always inform people that this team starts off with the run. We run the ball to set up the pass and so forth, and Murray was that guy. He's our all-time leading rusher, over 10,000 yards. And he was a class guy as well. He didn't talk much, but man, when he and I talked on the phone, it was always a breath of fresh air. Got along well. We talked about family and so forth. And I totally understand his decision for wanting to retire his player, at this time. And who knows, he may come back to the league. But I'm pretty sure that the spot may be filled here in Houston. I'm not gonna say may, it will be filled here in Houston. Maybe we can find something else for him to do, but maybe he can go to someone else, and I will be okay with that. I will not hold that against him, for going to play with another team, because I totally understand that the guy really likes and enjoys this league so much.
I didn't know Murray personally, but anybody that plays as long as Warren Murray had to in the SFL had to be a pretty good guy, a team first guy, because you wouldn't have kept him around if he was, if he wasn't doing his part. So it's obvious that Murray is a big loss, and I've seen you. I mean, minor league Fridays and Saturdays, man, you're all over it because you got plenty of scouting to do. So life's all about timing. And sometimes the timing is not good. We've seen with other teams, timing is not good. Mm-hmm. The timing is perfect for this. Warren Murray, if you're going to retire this year, because we've got all these great backs in this class, and now, I mean, you just get to scout your little head off out there watching these running backs blow it up in the minors.
You're right, and I think I spoke with you on this here a few days ago. I've become pretty heavy in high school scouting. I'm a Longhorns fan, and man, we picked up some good good talent this past weekend, and that's how I feel when I'm watching these SFL games. I feel like a college scout, looking at these guys and so forth, especially at the position that I'm needing to draft and to pick up in the draft, and I'm like, wow, these guys are amazing, man. I'm like, I mean, that four horseman group with the running backs. Those guys are really putting on a show. They are taking the SFL by storm, man. And it's as Dion said, you can go any way with these guys. There's a lot of talent down there. And Dion, let me have that number one pick so I can go ahead and get mine out the way.
Hey, it sounds like a trade could be in the works. We'll see what Damon and Dion get together on to figure that all out. But Damon, it'll be nice not having to pick 8 players. You literally couldn't at this point with all of the players that you've signed to this point. And I know the Horals are going to make a big difference with you and Ethan and Brady too. A lot of people forget, Clark. Clark was he was not on the team last year, right? Or was he not? No, it was the previous season that, Yeah. Okay. So, but he's back, and I know that he's a big piece and an underrated piece to this team. Greg Corky's an underrated piece to this team. I know you talk to Greg all the time, and I wish he still liked me. I wish that he would call some games with me.
He does. He loves you, Cam.
I know, but I miss him.
He's busy with work. He and I, we haven't been talking as much as we used to. He started his own business, and so he's been basically busting his behind, getting that off the ground and going and so forth. But want to make it known here first that David Horrell is the new head coach of the Houston Hyenas and also defensive coordinator. David is coming in, man. Full head of steams, already got things running. Playbook up and ready to go, ready to give over to me. So I'm excited that I don't have to do both sides of the ball by myself. So.
That's huge news. Was that always the discussion about Horrell taking over in that way? And are you actually going to be able to sit there and just let it play out? Because I know you love your offense, Damon.
Yeah, I love my offense. Now he's coming in as defensive coordinator. I'll still be running the offensive side, but he's going to be an analyst for the offense. Whatever he sees is not working, he's going to inform me on the productivity, of what's working and what's not working and so forth, and just keep me, elaborate on that, and we'll make adjustments accordingly. So yeah, I mean, it had always been talks of David coming over and having some type of front office role, and he's not the guy big on titles. I came to him with the idea of being head coach, and he wanted basically to come over and just have an input on the playbook and see where we go from there. But I decided to go ahead and offer that position to him, and so And there we are. Yeah, and also, Houston has 4 signings coming up, so be on the lookout for that as well.
All right, more signings coming up.
Oh, wait. I think I got one that just came in, Cam. Hold on.
JW Doyle's always already worried that you're taking his time. He's up next.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, let me go ahead and get this here to you. Why is my screen not refreshing? Come on.
And the screen breaks just in the moment you need it the most.
This is horrible. I got so much open. Okay, hold on. I think we're good to go here. Okay. There we go. Let me go ahead and refresh it here for you, Cam. And I am going to submit this puppy.
You're a tease.
There we go. Yeah, she already. She's ready to go.
Kai Cash. Kai Cash at corner at a 76 point, almost 9. But Cash,
welcome back home.
He returns, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Glad to have Kai Cash back. That was a pickup by the general manager, Ethan Kai. As you know, Ethan is retiring his player from the secondary and so forth. And Ethan reached out to Kai Cash and requested for him to come back, and Kai Cash jumped on it right away.
So you got Cash Money and you got Mike Jones down the secondary, right?
Yes, sir.
Awesome, Damon. Hey, thanks for talking with us. Congrats on the signing of the Horals and Kai Cash. It just came across the wire, and we'll talk later.
All right, take care. Thanks for having me.
All right, thank you, Damon.
H-Town, what it do?
Awesome stuff there from Damon. Doyle is coming up next. Fear not, JW. We have been on schedule all day long, and we will get back there here in a moment. So Kai Cash signs. We mentioned Gary Marks earlier, defensive tackle signing with Los Angeles. And we'll get JW on here momentarily to chat about this free agency period. Of course, him being involved in getting Rhett Sawyer. Florida's been a little quiet since that Sawyer signing, but that's pretty big to have Rhett Sawyer and Alex Dominguez playing side by side on the defensive front. That's going to be really interesting for sure. All right, while we wait for Doyle to get on, Will Todd's in the chat. Shout-outs, Mike St. Green. I can't wait to hopefully you're able to join us for another segment here at some point. Just shoot me a DM so I can get your opinion on all these free agent signings. I'm sure everybody else wants to know what you think about them too. Joshua Williams in here. Atlanta's been quiet in free agency, but they may be looking towards the draft already. Maybe Josh can let us know in the chat, but we still got plenty of time throughout the day. Of course, free agency goes all the way through the 27th. It doesn't have to happen today, but obviously, if you want the glory, that's exactly what we're gonna do. JW, you want to do just audio?
Yeah.
Okay, let me get it. Let me get you all fixed up here. You put periods in between the J and W. Or do you not? I can't remember.
Just say Doyle, honestly.
Just say Doyle, one line. Yeah. All right,
yeah, Doyle.
Wreck the graphic, why don't you? On the phone, we have Doyle. That's it. Doyle, what's up? What's up, Doyle?
Yeah, nothing much, honestly. We went into. I'll just jump into the Rhett Sawyer signing.
Yeah,
so we went into this like free agency, and we knew Hammer was gone. We didn't make that public. Probably should have made that public, at least to like other GMs. But we knew Eric was gone. I probably said Rhett, whatever. Sorry. Knew that Eric was gone, and then we knew that we had one opening at defensive line and one opening at linebacker, and we were just like, hey, we hit up a bunch of different people, and every person that was like, oh, I'm retired. Like I remember Denzel Maverick was one of those, and he was like, oh, I'm retired. We went to Rhett Sawyer, and he was like, well, I'm looking for like, I'm either retiring or I'm looking for like a really, really good spot. I'm like, how about Florida? And he's like, like they've always been on my like wish list, and I'm like, we can offer you. And I was like looking at our sheet, I was like DT2, and it was like I think it was a 72, and then I told Mighty that, and within 5 minutes, Mighty's like, he's like offer him 80, and I'm like, Coach, 80, and then Alessandro was trying to type up his contract, and he's like, how are we gonna fit 80 into the contract? It's like, we'll fit it. Well, it's fine. And then Rhett was worried about Big Sexy, like wondering like, oh, is he getting demoted now? And Coach was like, he'll be fine. He'll listen. And but we made it there, and
Dominguez has enough sacks. He's got all the sacks in the world. He doesn't need any more, right? Give some to Sawyer. I mean, can you imagine Dominguez and Sawyer next to each other, playing on the same line in the same front? If Florida wasn't trying to make a statement enough by all the people that they brought back, trying to chase that elusive fourth title, I mean, this makes about as big a statement as you can make on a free agency day one.
Yeah, and we've been looking for that other spot. I don't think we're gonna entice any free agents to sign for like I think it's a near copper linebacker spot, but we've been looking for that spot. We'll probably have to go to the draft for that spot, but everyone else is coming back. Like you said in the show yesterday, it was currently Eric Hammer is he's on the way out, and then we're bringing Rhett in, and we have some surprises that we've still having to do some reevaluation of different overall points and different values and all that. But yeah, I think the team as a whole will be just fine going into next season.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, and you got some new coaches in there too. I know that Art Vandelay is a nice addition, and Ben Jackson, of course, has been doing awesome things to turn Annapolis, formerly Birmingham, around down there in the minors. And I know you guys give some great support down there. You know, walk us through the mindset of Max Paul for everybody out there who announced that he was just going to take a step back. It spent all these years, all this time. Do you feel like this last near victory snatched away by Baltimore was just kind of the last straw of the empty gas meter? You know what I mean?
Well, I think it kind of changed after the infamous Seattle game in season 13, 14, whenever the wildcard game, and it all kind of changed at that point. I think it was either the next offseason or the offseason after that he brought in Ben originally, and Ben had some real life stuff he had to take care of, so he didn't join us until a year later. But I think he was always trying to find people to teach people, and then to eventually like give away at least the coaching portion. I think he still definitely wants to keep the team and wants to build like the culture, as he said earlier with Arizona. But I think the overall like on the field product outside of rosters and ratings would be onto whoever he wants to teach. That being said, I know Ben, from what I know or can remember from the conversation I had about 2 weeks ago with him, Ben is doing most of the offense with Art doing like half. They're basically splitting duties in a weird way, but it's like I'm pretty sure Ben's doing mostly offense, and then Art's mostly defense, or it could be flipped one way. But I know that they're trying to focus offense or defense, and I think you'll see a lot of the same things. I think like Boletsky will come back. He'll be hot, obviously. You'll probably even see some more things with the things that Ben has seen with Annapolis, and Art coming in with that experience from San Jose and Portland. He's going to bring a lot of different things to the table, and I think us having now, we have 3 gold linemen, right? Yeah, 3 gold D linemen, and then 2 gold corners, and then 2 silver safety. I think we have plenty of room to improve across the board on defense. Like, sure, we only have 1 bronze linebacker currently with Steven, but I think like we can fill someone in with that copper contract and be perfectly okay.
I know that you're a big around the league guy. Florida's locker room is the most active when it comes to talking about just the league as a whole. This free agency period's been pretty crazy. The show's almost half over, and it feels like we just started. But there's so much action going on around the league today. Take us around the league in your mind of what's been most interesting or exciting or head scratching to you about the moves today.
Okay, well, I'll start from the top. Twin Screw going to Fort Worth is a big get for them, obviously. I think that will be a big game changer, especially for you're adding Hacker, Garrett, Thrilliums, and Nacho. I forgot Nacho's name for a second, sorry. Or Luis, as he's now known. But you're adding all of those characters in with Twin Screw, and I think that's gonna take them to like heights beyond belief. Also, chance to win being Vancouver's kicker. Congrats, Vancouver, you have a kicker. I thought that was I thought it was funny, but I also thought dang, okay, because it was one of the things about Vancouver is they could drive 60 yards down the field and still not be in field goal range. They could be at the 30-yard line and still be out of field goal range. But now you have chance to win, and they could get to the 40 or even potentially the 45, and you're still having to worry about that field goal. And I think it's gonna their points per game are probably gonna go up at least a few points, if not 10. Brody Gulch going to Portland is a big get for them. Obviously that insane linebacking core. Is it gonna work? Is it not gonna work? I think it's all gonna be game plan. Can they move around their weaknesses? Honestly, I don't. Off the top of my head, hold on, I'll pull up their roster because honestly, I forget if they're more D-liner or ED based.
They have 4 linebackers now. With Gulch.
Yeah, they have just an insane defense all around. So it's can they get Ezekiel Love hot, and can they get Valentine and Warner hot? Because it's after that they get really thin on offense. So they might be winning games in 9-6 or 10-7.
Right.
But they could definitely as long the one factor there is if you do face a team like Vancouver that can just spread you out, right? You do have a few things that are pop up. If Khalil Thomas is covering someone, he's gonna easily give up a reception. If Bob Funk gets beat deep, that's valid to happen with his only silver contract at this point. Will that happen a lot? Probably not, but will it happen 1 or 2 plays a game? You could see it there. Moving on to others. A lot of them were like Justin, Axel. That we knew where this was coming, or Justin, Reside, Axel, Raven. We knew where it was coming. Slinn, Shady going to Louisiana. That is a good get for them. The Horals going to Houston was out of nowhere for me, because honestly I wasn't looking at linebackers above 70 value, but I thought that they would go anywhere. I thought they could go anywhere, but going to Houston, going to a team that just needs a few more pieces, it seems, to really be good. And then you got Bovine going to London is a massive get for them. Obviously, being a former Oklahoma City player, I'm gonna have a little bit bias here.
Yeah,
but
he needs he needs a renaissance. He's had a couple of down years recently, and
because he went to Vegas, and Vegas is more wide receiver based. Mm-hmm. And even though he was calling the offense, from what I remember, but I think that they can use him there, and he can be a blocking tight end as well. But he's still probably one of the best tight ends when it comes to streak routes, or just getting downfield. And then just Colin Hart going to Louisiana. A lot of people were surprised by that. I figured he was going to one of the 4 teams with the slot open. It is kind of humorous that he's going to Louisiana because they just had Streeter a few years ago. I assume we're going to see a very similar thing where Hart is just banging the ball down the field. Hammer going to Charleston. Sad to see him go. Sad to have to beat him 2 times a year. But hey,
I'm just shocked he went in the same division. That's what shocked me.
From what I know, he has connections to that roster.
Okay,
so
gotcha.
Obvious. Also, obviously it's the Florida curse. We can't keep a second linebacker, whether he's the top or the bottom. It's been that way since it was like Frank Champion, Nick Warner, Maverick Hughes. All of those guys were either one or two and dones, and it was like the year that they left, we only had one remaining. And then Norwood going to Arizona. We were in deep talks with Norwood, and eventually he liked someone better. He didn't tell us who, obviously, but he liked someone better, and we were like, okay. I also think, and we also had talked to Axel at one point, and I think both of them will be able to progress their off the field capabilities a lot more with other teams than with us, because I feel like with us, we have such a stacked front office, media team, stats team, that like even like top level talent like that wouldn't be able to completely shine.
That's a good point.
And then I'm trying to see any other big ones. Kai Cash going to Houston, filling out their corners. That's good too. And then Jack Russell going to London. Wait, who was he on before?
He was in London, and then went to DC for a little bit, and now is back in London. So
okay, that makes sense. But yeah, hey, it's good to bring him back. And then Clear, obviously signing with the Predators again. But
expected, but surprising in the sense that for some reason I just thought he was there already. So it's good to see that that they had a spot for him and can get him on the team. He did such a great job in Charleston last season, coaching wise, to get them on the up and up. They gave you a hell of a game. That's going to go down as one of my favorite playoff games all time. That Florida Charleston 17-14 bloodbath out there. I mean, it was fun to watch both teams because it felt like both teams really knew how to move the ball. They just, the defenses were just so good.
Yeah, and just across the wire 4 minutes ago, Jay Hayden going to Arizona helps them fill out the receiving holes that they had from the hands, which also that was way more of a shocker to me than anything that's happened today was like last night with the Hands brothers.
But Hayden at tight end, so still waiting on what's going on at receiver for Arizona. Eddie probably fortunate that he took off work today. He thought he might have been watching the show maybe a little bit more today rather than talking to receivers, but all the same.
So one of the things that is interesting about Hayden at tight end is they have their composition currently is a quarterback, a running back, a wide receiver, and then 2 tight ends. So does this mean that they might go like another wide receiver and then a fullback, or are they gonna like go 3 wideouts? You could see a lot of different things there. I also see that they got 2 tackles, which would help AJ and not getting sacked a lot. And then of course, obviously, they brought in Norwood to go along with Constantine and sacks, like really good out there. Also, Eddie, I did see your comment about saying the Arizona front office not stacked. I mean, there are a lot of stacked front offices in the league. I think there's just some that are more stacked than others. But like I said this last season, I think comparing the past 2 seasons, 11, 12, 13, there's a lot more front office parity in the league. There's still like some roster issues with some teams, like Arizona all of a sudden being back to building up their wide receiver core. You have a lot of different teams that are having to go top heavy this year, especially with like the really big cap, or not really big, but the expanded cap and the expanded room. I think a lot of the teams are trying to be really cap heavy. And then you still look at the expanded SFLM and how if you want a running back, you can get a running back at like, I think it's 109, 110 is the highest running back as of, or after progressions, it's going to be 110. But, and then you look at like wide receivers, they're decent. There's definitely some things that could be changed with some of the builds, and I feel like there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be like, oh, I thought I could get my full value, but instead I got 30 points off because my X build or my X attribute is too low or something like that. But I think it'll be fine. I think a lot of the teams that we see have problems now won't have these problems 4 weeks down the road.
Right.
And like because it's one of our things and one of our like predicaments is like the linebacker spot. We only need a linebacker, so we're trying to predict who above us needs what and how bad do they need it. Like, because there's some teams that need 3 or 4 different positions above us, and we're like, which one are they going to pick first, second, third? Because that really affects it. Because if like 10 linebackers go off the board in the first round, then we're like having to pick. So we may have to pick someone that we don't know that well, haven't talked to that much, or like haven't scouted that much.
Well, that's the interesting part of the 23-man roster now, JW, is we used to, you used to kind of know. Like, there's no way they're going to take a 4th linebacker, right? Like, you knew that. Now it's not a guarantee that that's going to happen, right? They could take a 4th linebacker or a 3rd or whatever the case. And so I feel like this draft in particular is going to be a little bit harder to predict because you don't really know what teams like to do beyond 20 players.
Yeah, and one thing, and me and Marty have kind of gone back and forth in game chat and times, just being like, what if we did this? And like, there's a lot of different things you can do when you have this many slots. Like, you could run a base 5-2 technically if you wanted to. Like,
Right.
you would have to move a lot of cap around, but if you wanted to, you could have a base that has 5 D-line and 2 linebackers. Now, Eddie's probably like puking right now thinking about having to put all that different plays in and stuff, but you could have that. You could have like, I remember there was a few times that certain teams have like messed up their offensive defensive sets, and then they've like had a really good play set, and then they're like, okay, we'll work on it from here. So I think like there's so many things that could go into it, and I talked about this on the Axis show. I think it was the Axis after show, but like legend difficulty has obviously made it so that it doesn't just matter who your wide receiver 1, running back 1, and your quarterback are.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's gonna get touches, everyone's gonna get like hits. So that's one of the things that helps teams like Vancouver, who have invested a lot of money into a lot of different options, and hurts teams like, I can't really name any off the top of my head, but the teams that will get like one wide receiver at like 110 plus, and then have like a 90 or an 80 past that. But
it's fun stuff, fun to break it all down. JW, thanks for joining us. We're starting to get a little behind the 8 ball here.
Yes,
you can blame Damon, or you can blame yourself, however you want to be accountable. And I'll talk to you on the other side of things. See you for Thursday's schedule release. Thanks for joining us.
Yes, sir. I will take the blame for this one and have fun for the rest of the day.
All right. Sounds good, man. Thanks. That was JW Doyle. We've got Jon Bond patiently waiting. So let's get him rolling, and then we will try to get our last few slots filled and covered for the show, and get that going. So we're going to link Jon Bond, get him on the show, refresh the wire, see if we got anything new. Oh, Shad Allen going to Arizona. Arizona's making some waves now that things are rolling this afternoon. We still don't know what they're doing at wide receiver, but Shad Allen leaves Portland to go to Arizona. Just came across the wire, 71.49. And on top of that, it's at strong safety. So now the question is, where is Eddie Gage going? They got 3 corners already. They got a strong. Now they don't have a free safety. Maybe we see him move over to free to take over Smith. Not really sure, but Shad Allen leaves Portland to go to Arizona. That's where he's ending up. Hayden is there as well. That came across when we were having our discussion with Doyle. All right, now we've got the owner of the Las Vegas Fury, and if anyone should have had just one name on the screen, it should have been this guy, Bond, Jon Bond. Welcome to the show, John. Instead of Doyle, he needs a first name. Anyway, whatever. Happy to have you here, man.
Oh, I'm glad to be here.
All right, John. Well, let's get right into Vegas. Justin Reside coming over to be general manager.
Yeah, it was somebody who we were needing help in the stats department last season, and I think it was Doug Britton that was like, "Hey, this guy's a great guy. You should really look at him. And so I talked to him and said, hey, it looks like you're wanting to do stats without being on a team. I'd love to get you in here. And then he went to Tulsa, and then as soon as Tulsa's season was over, he immediately hit me up, and I was like, yeah, love to have you back. Let's get the uniform on you. So it was just one of those things. We talked to a few people, and it looks like they didn't pan out. We talked to Eric Hammer and to Shot Allen, and we kind of knew where they were going though. Eric Hammer was a guy that was on the fence, but obviously Doyle said that he had some friends in Charleston, so we kind of knew that wasn't going to pan out. But we currently still have some old hats that are coming back for linebacker position. We're just waiting for the system to be able to create those guys in the database, and then.
Okay, gotcha. Some older faces in the league.
That's the plan.
Gotcha. Well, that's going to be exciting to take a look at. You don't have to give us any spoilers. We don't want to see any voids out here. But no, that's exciting. Reside kind of goes into slot. He mentioned that you kind of mentioned you can be the next Tom Krieg, who's an all-star, had a phenomenal season.
Yeah. I mean, isn't that something? So excited to look at getting the progression sheet out and putting him in the right spot. So it might take a season or two, but then he'll be there.
Right. Let's talk about your big contracts. 117 for Blades, 113 for Johnson, 104 for Green. Those are your Doyle was just kind of talking about it. RB1, wide receiver 1, quarterback 1. They're all back. That's the core of the offense. Kirby makes the all-star team. We all know how valuable Doug is. So you probably feel pretty good about the offense where they are right now.
I really do. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad that we got each season was able to build up, and now the quarterback's coming back. Luckily, we don't have that problem of losing a quarterback every season. So just tacking on a few more animations this season should really get him up there with all the rest of the elite. If we can just have him avoid some sacks, we're working on that, in the off season.
Yeah, well, there's been some offensive line movement too. Were you looking into that at all? With the offensive linemen, they just went somewhere else, or are you talking about maybe getting some blockers at tight end perhaps?
Both. I think both of those are options, and the cost efficiency might put us a little bit under cap, but there's rules in place to fix that. So hopefully we can come pretty close to meeting our cap, and that's why we're able to sign everybody at the values they are. Which is nice. I think that having all those positions, running back, 3 wide receivers, quarterback, and then on defense, none of our secondary left. So I don't really feel bad. And I was looking when I signed A.K. Jones, I saw that most of his stats are actually pretty close to the max. So he's going to be the next big D-line captain. He's got an animation or 2 on him this season, and I'm sure he's going to be really productive.
If depends on you can look at a situation glass half empty or glass half full. And I think the glass half full approach for Vegas is, you may lose a handful of players that been there for a while, like Sawyer or Bovine, but that means that you have a lot of cap space to reward the players, who are still there, and you're able to give them higher contracts than maybe somebody else would in free agency who's a little bit strapped for cap. That's kind of what you're saying about? It's actually nice to be able to sign these guys without having to do much trimming on their contracts.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's just nice to be like, hey, you worked on this, you've been here. Let's keep building upon that and make and then highlight that on the field.
Before we let you go, what's anything else we can expect from Vegas today? Or is it more down the pike stuff as transactions roll along over the next couple of weeks?
Down the pike. I think that's what it is looking like. I'm excited about the draft. I think we're gonna have to 5 or 6 guys. So, like Eagle said, we're not looking really at stats like in the past. Has always been who has the highest stats. Now we're looking at who's the right fit for the locker room to help build that presence in there, so we can.
Right.
Moving forward, we have somebody that's dedicated season in and built into what we're trying to do.
All right, John. Hey, that's awesome. Congrats on the Reside pick and bringing the core of that offense back, bringing that excellent secondary back. Looking forward to watching him on the field and watching you on Saturday and the rest of your teammates. Another All-Star game for Max Jackson. You live there, man. That's 7.
Me and Slinn
now,
Shady, right?
I know. You and Slinn, man. You're going tit for tat. And you know what? Maybe he just didn't like being in your spotlight, and then so he had to go somewhere else. Maybe that's what it was.
Maybe one day he'll come back before he hangs it up.
There you go. All right. Well, John, thanks for joining us, and good luck to everybody in Vegas, and we'll see you on Thursday for schedule release.
All right. Thanks a lot, Cam.
All right. Thank you. That was Jon Bond. And let's see. We got Shad Allen is still our last signing. That was from about 8 minutes ago. We've got David Leathers coming up. We need to get some more interviews locked and loaded here. Let's see if we got anybody. St. Green's going to come on at 5:30, so we're going to get St. Green's thoughts on all this stuff. He's going to join us for the schedule release show. Looks like Tom Riddell or Andre Krim is going to come on at 5:15 to talk a little Queen City ball. So we're filling in the gaps. We'll see what we can do between 3:45 and 5:15 as free agency rolls along. All right, so David Leathers is up next. We're going to get him set up and ready to go. Looking forward to talking with Leathers and seeing what went into his decision to join the St. Louis Gladiators, which he did about 12:30 earlier today. Eddie Gage is going to come on at 5 o'clock. He's going to talk about the Arizona Scorpions, what's going on with Arizona. We'll see what the wide receiver situation looks like then, but he has done plenty of work, as has the rest of the front office of the year over the last hour or so, getting Hunter Norwood, Jay Hayden, and Shad Allen over to the Arizona team. David Leathers is getting ready to go here on the show, and we are ready for him. What's going on, David?
Hey, Cam. What's going on? Appreciate you having me. What's up, SFL?
David, we can barely hear you. Sorry about that. I'm not sure why.
Sorry, is this any better?
Not good enough. Yeah. Say again?
I'll try calling again. Sorry.
Yeah. Call again. All right, we'll get David Leathers back here in a minute. David, if you're listening, you can call just on the phone number if that works better for you, or try it again the other way. Technology never works 100% of the time. Oh yeah, man, I forgot to ask John about Chad throwing shade about the Indianapolis lunch. So they're working that out in the chat. Biff Markham's here. Scott Johnson was here to listen in on some Vegas stuff. That's great. Congratulations from Mel Davis to Shad Allen for signing with Arizona for all class there. Oh, yeah, Cliff Allen says 2 Allens, Shad Allen and Cliff Allen. That won't be confusing for anybody. Okay, I think we've got Leathers on the phone. Let me work on him for a sec. All right, David, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me any better now?
Yeah, no, perfect now. I'm happy to have you on the show. Congratulations on signing with St. Louis, a defensive powerhouse. What went into the decision?
No, yeah, appreciate you having me in. Sorry about the tech issues. But yeah, it's I would say coming to St. Louis, I just had a lot of familiarity with a lot of the guys in the locker room already. You know, I know Eagle and Winkler, and I'm actually reuniting with my teammate from my one game stint in the minors, Guy Clausen, who's a great member of the league, and I know Max Knight as well from other leagues. So it's a new team, but not necessarily a lot of new faces for me, which is a big part of why I was excited to be joining the Gladiators.
It's really interesting because I'm not sure that many teams are going to be throwing to Raul Garlaw with the contract that he got. That could mean a lot of passes going your direction on the other side of the defense. So, what's it going to be like playing for this Gladiator defense, and what have you heard, and what was kind of the pitch to you to come to St. Louis? Because I'm sure there was plenty of talk about how this defense is going to dominate.
Yeah, it's great, and not to say that the team I'm coming from, DC, doesn't prioritize defense or anything, but I think you guys touched on it on the show yesterday. It's definitely like top of mind for St. Louis, and also just that they sort of have that Midwestern like collar mentality about them. I think if you remember from our chat, I'm like a Midwest guy. I'm from Ohio, lived in Iowa, and I've been in Wisconsin for many years. So I'm kind of excited to be joining like the SFL team from the Midwest region. It wasn't the main factor in my decision, certainly, but something kind of cool about signing with them.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, you spent the last couple seasons in DC, right?
That's correct. Yep.
Yeah. So what was that like? I know it's probably a tough thing to have to tell a team and tell a locker room that hey, you want to go in a different direction.
Yeah, no, you said it. Bittersweet for sure, and I definitely like to give a big shout out to Destro and Steven Molinax, and really the whole DC organization. I mean, I have nothing but good things to say about my time there, and they were really able to help me build my player to the point where he is sort of set up to have success going forward. And they drafted me, took a chance on me, and I think your first team is always going to be special, and I'll always have a special place in my heart for the Dragons. I'll be rooting for them. I think they're positioned to have good success moving forward as well.
You mentioned being on a team with some of your friends, and I'm sure they're really excited to get going in St. Louis. Locker rooms are a pretty special part of being in the league. Are you in there already? I'm not, just because I've been running the show all day. I'm not sure how that part of the league operations are going. Have you gotten into the St. Louis locker room yet to get your feet wet?
Oh, I have. Yeah, they added me right around midday today.
There you go, Andrew. Way to go. Yeah,
no, it was a smooth transition. It's been good. I just chatting with some of the guys already. As I said, I already talked to some of these guys like all the time, but it's meeting some of the new guys as well I'll be playing with. It's been fun.
Any thoughts on other free agent signings today? Any surprises?
It's wild. My player just going into his third year. I know I'm by no means like the big move of the day today. But really, I don't know. I don't know that I would say any one move stands out to me. But I think I saw somebody put it in the chat earlier today. There's a lot of good people, and they're kind of like finding the teams where they fit in best. And I think that's the really cool thing about this league is that you can sort of find your tribe, so to speak, and find that place where, you can fit in really well. And, if you really like it, stay for a long time, which is what I'm hoping to do with St. Louis in an ideal situation.
That's awesome, David. Well, we're looking forward to what St. Louis can put on the field. And, hey, maybe you and Max can help them get over the hump. They're obviously a playoff caliber team. They've been 3 seasons straight in a row. They're just trying to reach that next level. Maybe you can be that difference maker, and I look forward to seeing if that's true.
No, appreciate it. Yeah, I think it should be a lot of fun. I'm already looking forward to next season, and appreciate you having me on. The show is awesome, and big shout out to all the FFL community as well watching. Good luck, everyone, next season.
Thank you, David, and a big shout out to Andrew Restelli for helping get everybody into locker rooms. It takes a village. This league can't just be done with just me sitting behind a computer and hosting a 6-hour show in the middle of a Monday. So happy to have David on. Thanks for joining us. And back to the interview schedule here coming up. Jacob Bouvette is up at 3:15, a quarter past. Slinn Shady has been added in the 4 o'clock window, so we'll get a chance to listen to what Slinn Shady had to say. And then 5:45. The last spot of the day is still open. So we've got a handful of spots that are still open for interviews. If you want to jump on, we'll get you in before the day is done. Jorge Torres has signed as a free safety in Queen City. Let's look back to where Torres signed last season. And yeah, just as I thought. I don't think Torres played on a team last season. So nice find for Queen City to get Torres at free safety. Remember earlier today, Kappa Jones signed with the DC Dragons, and Jones was a part of that Queen City secondary. So some interesting pieces for Queen City. They've maybe been a little bit busier than they might have thought they were going to be today, picking up 3 free agents. But as you can see by the contracts that Queen City has signed today, Menor Torres and Crone not taking up a ton of cap space because they did make a lot of moves yesterday late. Jet Zero signed as a power back at 105 last night about 10:25 Central Time. Then AJ Caswell yesterday afternoon re-signed his contract. So those two were some big contracts that they needed to get done. BJ Loveless was done earlier this morning. So Queen City's been putting in a lot of work over the last 24 hours to get that team ready. And Torres is just another piece to the puzzle for Queen City. Bouvette's on in about 4 minutes. Chad Roland, good point. Torres asked if Torres was cut from Tulsa last season. That may be the case. Another person in the chat saying that he played in Tulsa. You're right. That was the last place that Torres played. But once you're released from a team, you get removed from the signings place. So that's what that was all about. So Torres gets new life and a new opportunity in Queen City, and we'll see what he can do with that opportunity in the secondary. Looks like Nate Hall is going to join us at 3:45. An analyst in the league and a player for Lone Star, can talk about maybe where Pseudo Nakai is, what Lone Star might be doing in free agency perhaps. Tom Riddell is going to come on at 5:15 and discuss some things, I guess, as the front office member of the Queen City Corsairs. And then it looks like Eddie's going to move from 5 to 5:45. So he's going to take the last spot. So still have a gap in the middle of the afternoon for anybody that wants to come on and talk about what they have seen today. And let's see. I think we are all caught up. Jacob's going to come on in about 3 minutes. One refresh of the signing window. Nothing new since Torres about 9 minutes ago. We're going to take a break. We're back with more. Free Agency Live continues next on SFL YouTube. Stay tuned. All right, we're back. Free Agency Live rolls on. We are in hour 4 now as we bring in Jacob Bouvette and connect with him. And Jacob's going to give us some awesome video. You're not David, but I know that. Jacob, how you doing?
No, I'm doing good, Cam. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. You know, I don't usually when I'm doing 6-hour marathons, I'm just kind of behind the scenes and taking stats and doing all this. I'm not used to just kind of sitting here and having to talk for 6 hours. So I'm fortunate to have guys like you on here to talk about your team and the rest of what's going on around the league.
Man, Cam, I want to thank you for the dedication that you do for the league and everything that you do. So, you know, if somebody says that you don't put in the hard work or anything else like that, they just need to check out this video and all the hard work that you do for the league.
Well, if you can hear it, my dog is barking for the first time today. I thought that might happen, but it took 3 hours and 15 minutes, and I thank you for the kind words, too. That's very nice of you. Let's go to Portland's roster and where it stands right now after some of these big free agent acquisitions. You know, where do you want to start with this team right now at 15-27 against the cap?
You know, I want to thank everyone that re-signed with the team. You know, Gene being our number one wide receiver, Gene Valentine. You know, he's going to hold it down there on offense with Benjamin Warner. You know, get that passing game going. And then, you know, everyone knows the Portland O. You know, we're going to cram it down your you know what and see if you can stop us.
19 players currently signed. Bernard Smith coming over, strong safety. Bob Funk goes to free safety with the Sean Allen departure. What were you thinking about with the position switches there?
Actually, Bob was our free safety last year, so it was just Shad. You know.
Oh, my fault. It was Bernard at free switching to strong. Gotcha.
Yeah. So, you know, it was you know, we lost, you know, a key piece to our defense, such as Shad Allen. So, you know, you build relationships in this league, and when you know somebody's going to leave, you go knocking on people's doors, and hopefully those people return the phone call, and you know, the rest is history. Bernard Smith is definitely going to ball out, and couldn't be more excited to have him here in Portland.
You've got to be loving life. So is your coworker. He's trying to get involved, but he wants to keep a low profile. So
he does. He wants to stay anonymous as much as possible.
You got to be loving life with Brody Gulch coming over. The analysts are going to have to break down these rosters, but this might be the best linebacking core in the league just in terms of talent. Clem and Davis already all-stars, and Gulch is too. So you've got 3 all-stars at 3-star designations with 3 contracts all over 79. It's gonna be brutal if you're trying to get in between the hash marks on Portland this year.
Oh, most definitely. You know, Brody was with me in Denver as a non-contract player, so kind of kept in contact with him a little bit. And you know, Zeke Love was also a non-contract player in Denver with me. You know, so there's a lot of people coming back to work with me here in Portland, and get us to where we want to be, and we want to win a championship. And our key pieces now we feel are here with us now to get us to the next level.
19 signings in. That leaves you with 4. You've got about 263 points left to spend. By quick math, I should have never put myself on the spot. That's about, 70 per player. So
roughly, yeah.
Yeah, you've got some decent cap to spend. What's left for Portland? I mean, I'm looking at this team and I'm going, well, geez, what else do they need? Are we looking at wide receiver or tight end, or are we just stacking defense, special teams? What's going on? I mean, obviously you don't want to tip your hand in any sort of major way, but, what's left for the Fleet this offseason?
Man, we definitely have some key positions that still need to be filled. You can look at the roster as you're doing. We got one tight end in Nelson. We could be looking for a second one. We could be looking at 4 wide receivers, or we could be looking on defense. David John did retire as a kicker. So you never know. We may pull the Vancouver card and not go with a kicker. So you just really never know what Portland's going to do, and that's the fun part.
Good on you. Before I let you go, OJ Bruin, I know, was your guy in the draft.
Yes.
How did you like his first season? Where is his mindset at, and what do you expect out of OJ in his sophomore run?
OJ and his sophomore run is going to be dynamite. He did exactly what I believe Coach Mel Davis wanted him to do. Learn the ropes, learn the playbook, and now it's time to maybe open it up a little bit and let the sophomore stretch his legs and show the league what OJ Bruin is all about. He was our guy, and he's if you don't know one thing about OJ is his high school colors were actually orange and blue. So he just moved from a high school orange and blue to the SFL in orange and blue. So we knew what he'd look like in it, and we're excited for season 18 here in Portland to get this really really soft defense out there and make people see how they think they can beat us.
He had a little blue in Memphis too. Just couldn't get red quite right.
Very, very true, Cam. Very true. So
Good.
It's going to be fun season, and really can't wait for the schedule release to come out so we can start game planning for week 1.
Who do you want to see on there, Jacob? I know that you and I have talked a lot about, in week 1, ever since I gave you Sioux Falls, that inaugural season for Portland in week 1. You've always had a soft spot for giving me a hard time. So who do you hope's on the schedule this year?
I think everybody wants Baltimore. I would love to have Baltimore week 1.
Wow, there you go. To see if you can get him again, because you took him to overtime. Besides London, you guys were the closest team to getting him.
Exactly. So I wouldn't mind seeing Denver towards the latter part of the season. So Bailey and Eric Price can grow up a little more as players, and have this Denver Portland rivalry happen towards the latter part of the season for some playoff implications.
All right, sounds good. We'll see you on Thursday for schedule release. Congrats on these new signings in Portland, and thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Cam. Take care.
See ya, you too. All righty, let's check that. Well, no, the wire's still on Torres as Jacob leaves us. We've got Hunter Norwood coming up at 3:30. We're going to get a chance to talk with him. Still a gap at 4, and the signings have calmed down. We've never done a show like this before, and it was hard to say, what exactly is the time frame and the timeline for all of these free agency signings. So I guess we're going to find out here in the next 2.5 hours. We do got some great guests coming on to talk about their squads, but the free agency wire has calmed down a bit, and we'll take a look at that stuff coming up. While we're waiting in the chat, any predictions for players, either players that haven't signed yet, where they're going, but also any predictions on who might be playing opening night against Baltimore, who might be your week 1 opponent. Let's talk some schedule stuff. Now, I am looking here to see who still remains listed as a free agent. Who's still left on the market? Somebody asked earlier today who that might be. I see that Al Dilpree Sr. Played last year and is still on the market. A.J. Warren of both of those of Sioux Falls. Ashley Rose Finch is listed as a free agent. Of course, she hasn't re-signed with Vancouver yet, but that's an interesting name to keep track of to see if there's any drama to be had there. Let's see, Nick Kindler in Denver, still a free agent. Charlemagne Cornelius, the fullback of Sioux Falls, still a free agent. Chris Joseph out of Houston. Clint Hendershot, still listed as a free agent, played in D.C. last season and an all-star. That's one name that hasn't happened yet. Dan Daly, tight end of Vancouver, still has not happened yet. Kevin Brackett, as Andy said, is a free agent. Justin Reside wants Vice Wars opening weekend. Chad wants Lone Star to announce some signings. Willis saying Florida and Jacksonville week 2 is pretty much guaranteed. That seems the trend, right? Well, I picked up on it too, so I don't think you're going to be seeing that in week 2. Let's see. Let's back to the wire here. Derek Genko's on the wire. Des Troyer is listed as a free agent. Of course, the Hands brothers, that's been the talk of the town here recently. Fox Highwind may be the biggest target left to sign, hasn't made a decision yet. Gunnar Lewis is still out there for Sioux Falls. Sioux Falls has done a lot here today, but they've got some wide receiver targets to still fix up. Jack Flash is still out there on the market. Johnny Van Man, who was an offensive lineman. J.R. Lawless, that's another big one. Lawless says that he has a new team. He's back after battling cancer and has beaten cancer to this point. So we're happy to see JR back, and he is a free agent. KT Slayer listed as a free agent. Andy mentioned earlier Kevin Brackett as we go down the line. Lauren Percoco, where is Lauren Percoco, a tight end, going to go? Is it possible that she could go to Vancouver, and then where would Dan Daly go? That's something to keep an eye on for sure. Major Key for Vancouver still has not been signed. Marquise Reed is a listed free agent. Mike Newtones, left tackle, is still listed as a free agent. Noe Terrasis is still a free agent. Of course, Pepper is still out there. Rudy Ray Dunn, listed as a free agent. Saren Storm did retire. Rahman Jr., Thomasina Rahman retired. Tim Hackett has not re-signed yet. Jack Hacksaw would be the player name in Los Angeles. Tom Wells is a free agent. Yakov Zolotov, still free agent sitting out there. And potentially Moore Rivers, still a free agent out there. So there's still some names out on the wire to get a look at here in free agency. Houston Hyenas saying this has been a great show. Appreciate it. Arizona Scorpions said Des Troyer retired, so he's off the board. Although people can retire and come back, as we've obviously seen. Vancouver is having Sudo Nakai in for a workout, according to Andy Hamilton. That would be interesting. SoCal Showdown is Ethan MX2 asking for. That would be Los Angeles and San Diego. We know they'll play at least once this week. Queen City wants DC in week 1, according to BJ Loveless. Chad Roland's getting upset at Charles for not participating. It has been free agency frenzy. It is slowing down now a little bit. And that's good to see too. But I just rattled off about 15 names that we're looking to seeing maybe after 4 Eastern, when people start to get off work. Maybe we start to see some signings coming in there as well. But for now, we're going to get to Norwood on the end. DMs are getting cloudy here, folks. A lot of conversation going on. We're going to get Norwood on. And this is a pretty big interview. I want to see. I mean, it sounds like Norwood had a lot of suitors. We're going to find out why he chose Arizona. Oh, Charlie Beletsky, very nice. I've been listening all day while working and just wanted to say the level of dedication and effort by Cam and company required to create this kind of in-depth content is impressive. So I really appreciate that. That means a lot. Hunter Norwood is in the green room, about to head on. Norwood's in the house. Hunter Norwood, welcome to the show.
I'm doing pretty good, thank you.
This is one of my most anticipated interviews all day. I want to know how many teams cared about you. I want to know why, who were your finalists, why you went to Arizona, all the stuff. Let's start from the beginning. Why did you feel like it was time to leave Jacksonville?
I told the guys in the locker room that it was, I don't know, we had our core. We kind of had the old guard over in Jacksonville. And most of them left. Jack and Quan stuck around. I feel like I'm forgetting someone, but I guess the Willises, but they were a little later addition. But yeah, it was just they're rebuilding. I just kind of wanted to let them do their thing, but I kind of saw my time at that like kind of moment in time come to an end.
And so then what? What happens when you say, hey, the team I played for, what was it, 9 seasons?
Season 10 to 17,
10,
so
11, 12.
8 seasons?
8. Yeah, so you play it for a team for 4 years. You tell them, I think it's time for a change. So then what happens to a guy like Hunter Norwood who has never been on the market?
It was interesting. I didn't know what to expect. According to Wyo, I guess it's like some sort of rush.
He does say that. I can get why. And we're trying to put that rush on a stage, right, with this free agency show, right? So you guys can talk about it. So anyway, continue.
Yeah, the entire Atlantic division reached out. So that was interesting. I said no to 2 of the teams for varying reasons. But Florida was the big one. I got a friend, Alessandro, over there, and I thought about it for a while, but I kind of wanted to get out of the division. I also didn't want to, I don't know, there was just something about playing for like the arch nemesis, you know? I couldn't do it. I also didn't, I don't know, I didn't want to seem like I was ring chasing, because like I think everyone wants to win a ring, but I don't want to be I don't want to be that guy. But I do want to join like a good contender team. So that was really what was helping my decision. So I mean, Florida is obviously a contender, and it would have been cool, to be alongside Big Sexy. But I had some other teams. Mexico City reached out a little later into the game. I love what Ramos has over there, so I thought about them. Goodness, I know I had a few other guys. I had a few teams that I just kind of they reached out and have to do their due diligence. I told them I'm looking for something else, but it was exciting to get out into free agency and then come home. I get home from work and there's like 10 DMs from all different teams.
I bet that feels pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
so really, Hunter, it was about, you wanted to join, a team that, Jacksonville went through a rebuild and they're trying to get back to where they were. And you've kind of seen that franchise. You've been close. You've been right there, but you wanted to go to a team that was built to win now, but had never won before. You didn't necessarily want to go to a team that had tasted, that ultimate victory, and you wanted to be there when they got their first one.
Right. And that's what I was hoping to do with Jacksonville. And we were close back-to-back title games and playoffs for 7 of my 8 seasons and all this. But yeah, it was just, I saw Eddie with, as far as Arizona goes, I saw Eddie post that he was looking for a defensive tackle. I've met Eddie personally before. I've talked to Eddie. We joke around a lot. So I was like, and Eddie's kind of the defensive mastermind. So I said, hey, if I'm going to go anywhere, I think Arizona's probably the spot. And, no shade to Frank, but my stats have been kind of waning in certain spots. The tackles are always there. The TFLs are always there. I don't just get to number 2 all time in TFLs by a coach not knowing what he's doing. But,
right.
My sacks have kind of declined. I know there's some reasoning for that. You get too high of a value. Everyone double teams you. Based on what I see people say in the league, I think I'm obviously known to some degree, so people will game plan against me. So I get that, but I don't know. I just try out something new, see if it works. Try to win a championship.
Mike all said you broke his heart. Poor Mike.
Yeah,
Mike he'll have to drown himself in more food on draft night here coming up in a couple of weeks. Arizona won front office of the year. DJ, Ashley, Eddie. I'm sure you had plenty of conversations with them, and it's probably eye-opening, Hunter, to talk with these different teams and to see their passions about their squads, like your passions for Jacksonville all these many years. What were those conversations like, and what maybe did you learn about Arizona and other teams that, hey man, like there's a lot of passionate, dedicated people out here.
Yeah, talking with some teams, I tell them what I'm looking for, and they, there were some teams you're thinking like, oh, I don't think they're really quite there yet, maybe, or like they're on the cusp, but they can really talk like they're, they know what they're doing. They really love the team. I remember I had a joke with, I think it was Eagle Mondavi. I don't know if he knew I was joking, but he asked me what I was looking for, and I told him I was looking for a contender, and asked him if he knew where to find one. And I don't know if he got the joke, but sometimes it's just better that way.
That's funny. Soto's poking fun at you, saying that you're excited because you're a very poised, controlled individual. What do you like on game day, Hunter? Do you
working usually?
So you're not getting jacked up. Your chair's not falling over when you get a sack or anything like that.
I mean, I do enjoy when I get to watch the games, and depending on how busy we are at work, or my last job, I was able to watch games a little more at work because it was just a different setting. But when I am home, it is nice. There was a few times with Jacksonville that we were able to get in the voice chat, and a lot of it is just like me and Jack getting in the voice chat. We've been through it. We've been through the ringer. We've been through it all. So a lot of it now is just like joking around, calling the interception by CC or Marcus or whoever it might be throwing the ball. But getting, still, but yeah, when I do well, it is still, I'm not screaming, jumping out of the chair, but I am, excited to see myself do well, or to see other guys do well, or things of that nature. I tell you what, it was different back in the Aniola days.
Mm-hmm.
I was probably yelling a little bit back then because Jai would just bulldozer over people.
He was a special player. I wish that his career wasn't cut short.
I know. We have like I don't know what it is with Jacksonville and the running backs, but Jared is probably our longest running back of my whole career.
Mm-hmm.
Because we would get a really good running back, he would set a couple records, and then he would leave.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Maybe we just burnt him out. Just ran him to the ground or something.
Yeah, sometimes it's it's nobody's fault, and it just happens. Two questions related to Jack's data before I let you go. One, does when you're talking about analytically win-loss totals and predictions, does a day like today, does a signing dramatically impact what you think about a team's chances to win X amount of games? And then outside of that, I know that Jack's data has been cooking up some more analytical research. Keep people updated on what you guys may be doing, because you are, after all, still Jack's data. Y'all decided to keep the name, despite all of that stuff. So what's going on with Jackson? Did any signing dramatically move the needle today?
So as far as moving the needle, we are getting there. We have a rather large project we're working on. I don't want to get too into it. I'd like to show it when it's done. But we have a rather large, once it's done, it's going to be kind of the foundation for Jack's data. And from there, we'll be able to see a lot of things just by completing it. And then from there, we'll also be able to expand upon it. Things we're looking into is player ratings, but player ratings through statistical values and stuff like that, and to be able to
the true value of a player,
right,
as they relate to the cap. Right.
I have Alessandro. I had an idea, and he also had a very similar idea. He's looking into it now. We're going to be looking at how teams use the cap for offense and defense, or even positional groups, and then keep tabs on that throughout the season to see, I was looking, Tulsa, they've signed some more people, but as of 2 days ago, I think they had spent 30% of their cap on the offense.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where that lands them in terms of how everyone else is going to do on their offense. But it's, it'll be things to look into, if team X has spent the most amount of their cap on the offense, do they have the number one offense at the end of the season?
No, that is interesting.
Things of that nature. But yeah, it's the signing process is going to get interesting for us. Hopefully next season, once we start to kind of batten some things down. But what was the other question?
No, you answered both, actually. Curious to see how the metrics of this player cost more to the cap than what he was actually able to produce, or she, and then vice versa. This team did more with less, and teams may be able to use that analytical data when recruiting players to say, look, we do more with our corners, right? So what a team can say is, look, you may think that you're losing value with this contract, but look at what we've done with players of this value, right, compared to other people, and have that data to take an analytical approach to signing players and recruiting players. So that's really interesting.
I do want to say one thing, a little shameless plug from Jack's data. I've done a few things on my Discord bio, if anyone checks. We are officially keeping Jack's data. That's going to stay. But we are announcing a new umbrella company name, which is going to be Premier Stats Group. I have a whole logo. It's on it's on my banner now for Discord. And then our first big thing we're doing is, I've been wanting to do this for a long time. We're running a charity for benefiting the Panthera Corporation, which will be for saving the lions of sub-Saharan Africa.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
Yes. So we have 2 ways to donate. We're running a merch store through Bonfire. The link is in my Discord bio. I'll also put a tweet out here shortly. We have a merch store through them. All proceeds will go directly to Panthera. Then we also have a GoFundMe. The GoFundMe, obviously, if you just want to do straight donation, everything goes to them. Jack's Data will also be donating weekly. I'm just going to do a nominal amount. I don't want it to get too crazy. I don't have unlimited funds, but for every over that's hit next season in season 18, I'm going to do $5 for. So if there's 10 overs out of 12 games, I'll do $50 that week.
So you're saying that the over under is going to be quite aggressive then this year.
oh yeah. I'm probably gonna have to bring a few guys in.
Yeah,
I don't get too biased, but yeah, it's
that's funny.
But it'll be a little something extra. But
good.
Yeah.
Well, that's great stuff, man. And once a Lion, always a Lion. As Hunter Norwood starts his new chapter in Arizona. Thanks for taking the time to chat with us today, Hunter, and best of luck to you in Arizona, and looking forward to seeing the Scorpions schedule on Thursday.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right, thank you, Hunter. That was Hunter Norwood. Nate Hall comes your way next. Always good to catch up with the Jack's Data crew. Norwood, really the face of all that, as Jack Wall likes to keep it to the chats, I think. Let's update the wire. No, it's still nothing. So we've gone about 45 minutes now without a signing, but we do have some guests on. We might push some guests up if the wire starts to fizzle out on us. And we're going to get Nate Hall on here shortly to just give his thoughts and opinions on how free agency has done today, or free agency has gone today around the SFL. Schedule releases Thursday. SFLM is Friday, and then the All-Star game is Saturday. Looking forward to prepping and getting all that work done. Let's take a look at some teams while we're waiting for Nate Hall who have not signed a free agent so far today. The free agency signings are in yellow. Skylar Kingsley, we have not seen with a signing. Lone Star, Mexico City, we have not seen with a free agent signing. Lone Star has not had a free agency signing yet thus far. Garrett Hudson for Jacksonville was really early in the day, but we haven't seen anything out of Jacksonville since then. Carolina does not have a free agency signing, but that's it. Carolina, Lone Star, Mexico City are your only 3 teams that really have not been involved in this day just yet, which is not too bad at all. I just got a DM from J.R. Lawless. I was hoping he was going to tell me that his contract was coming through so that we could talk about where Lawless is going. Okay, I'm looking at some DMs. Tyler Falk has a list of players from season 17 who haven't signed their contracts yet, who are not retiring. Let me get a look at that here. It looks like, we'll get to that in a moment, but good work by Tyler Falk. He may join me here in the later hours of the show just to chat it up. But as of right now, we've got Nate Hall with us to talk free agency as a whole around the league. How you doing, Nate?
I'm doing good, Cam. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing awesome. We are hopefully not winding down. I want to see all these free agents come across the wire so that we can talk to them. But it's hard to gauge exactly exactly what's going to happen on a day like this, and we certainly were at a frenzy for a good long while there.
Yeah, we were at a frenzy. Now it looks like we are on a down period, but just some of these free agency signings, though, so far has caught my eye a little bit. yeah, so it's a very interesting day so far as free agency so far.
Yeah, looking at what Tyler's compiled for players that are not that have not announced a retirement, some names left that haven't signed: Tom Pepper, Charlemagne Cornelius, Sudo Nakai, Al Dillapre Sr., Davis Reed, Fox Highwind, Gunnar Lewis, Noe Terrasis, Saren Storm's on here, Tyler, but he didn't. I think he did announce a retirement. Dan Daly, Jack Flash, Lauren Percoco. The Percoco one, it may be the most interesting of the offensive group. Jacob Stevenson, Johnny Van Man, Mike Newtones, Nathan Furry on the offensive line. Defensive line, Brock Lee, which is interesting. Buck Behemoth, Chris Joseph, Christopher Cologne, Derek Genko, Exodus O'Brien is one that's interesting. Gary Marks, Joe Duncan, KT Slayer, Marcus Sledge, Moore Rivers, Mike Baker, Tucker Lewis of Baltimore. Linebackers, Afalabi, I'm not sure if he's coming back. Chad Stinson, Clint Hendershot, we mentioned him earlier. Danny Stinson, Keenan Samuels, Kevin Brackett, Yakov Zolotov, Tyler Devin King signed earlier today with Baltimore. That came in earlier and was quite a shock. DBs, Ashley Rose Finch, Austin Brigham, Drew Riley and Freeman Peltier announced their retirement. Jack Hacksaw, Johnny Bravo, interesting one that hasn't come across yet. Julian Valier, Major Key, Marcus Reed, Nick Kindler, Xavier Hawkins, Succo Lamano, and then special teams David John, and Portland announced earlier today that David John had retired. So that's the list of free agents that we might see coming across the wire. But Nate, let's get back to the day. Let's start with your the biggest shocker out of left field for you on this list today.
Biggest shocker so far, I think, would be finally Vancouver getting a kicker after all this time of not having one. I was talking to Kendra a little bit earlier today, and she was I was letting her know that signing of Chance to Win from LA, not only is it going to be an interesting dynamic on the Pacific Division front, but as well as that, it might get them over the hump finally of getting further into the postseason. As far as their chances go in season 18. So she was really excited about that signing for sure.
Nate, Lone Star has been pretty quiet today, but you guys had a bunch of signings come across the wire. How do you feel like Lone Star came together this offseason? And isn't it nice to not really have to sweat out like, oh, who are we going to get?
Yeah. It really is nice. And I was chatting with Charles a little bit ago here in the Discord about what I might say coming up here on this interview. I do have a statement from Charles I want to read just to appease Chad, because I know he's been asking about Charles and what he's about to do.
He gave you a statement? He couldn't come on? Man, that's rough.
He gave me a statement. He said, and he said, and I quote, "The owner of the Lone Star Glory decided not to appear on the free agency signing show for the following reasons," and he listed 3. 1, we re-signed all of our players. So there, right there, you hit the nail on the coffin. We re-signed everybody that from last season into this season. So there's not much that we as a team need to do as far as free agency and whatnot. I mean, there are 3 extra spots since the expansion, so we'll see what happens with that later. Reason number 2, I don't have enough facial hair to fit in with the other guests that appear on this show. 3, and the final reason is Cam's new haircut is intimidating me.
Intimidating?
So there you have it. That's word for word what Charles said.
Well, I'm going to need some clarification on how anything about my appearance is intimidating.
You said your haircut. I don't know what it is about your hairstyle that's intimidating him, but that's for you and him to hash out later.
Okay, then. All right. Well, we talked about Vancouver's kicker. What do you think about this running back? You're an analyst in the minors, and we've had the 4 Horsemen, which I love that name. But Marcus Duncan has been coming on too as a dark horse here recently. He's played really well for Madison over the last couple of weeks. But now that Colin Hart is in Louisiana, how do you see this running back stuff playing out? You've got Houston, Tulsa, and Sioux Falls with starting jobs. We're still not sure if anybody's going to sign a second running back to run kind of a new age offense in the SFL. But How do you think this is going to play out?
I hate to speculate this early, and while the last part of the SFLM season is happening, the last week of the season is this coming Friday, and can't wait to see what happens with that, with the final games and all the playoff scenarios shaking out. But I know a lot of these owners and coaches will be, in their seats watching every single one of these games, maybe scouting a little bit, trying to get an idea of what they might do and who they might talk to in the coming week to week and a half, leading up to the rookie draft on the 30th. So it'll be really interesting to see. And you got Randy Squarebush out there. You got Douglas Brown. A couple weeks ago, Squarebush had over 400 yards rushing and looked like he was going to break the all-time major league record set, but didn't quite get there. So he's a dynamic back in himself. Needing a dynamic back, I think Squarebush might be a good fit for Sioux Falls just because they lost Hart and need that dynamic running back in their backfield. They might look his way maybe, but that's just speculation. So it'll be really interesting to see where he lands. Douglas Brown, he can do it all also. So Tulsa might pick him up. I just throwing teams off the top of my head now. But yeah, it'll be very, very exciting to see where these players hit. And like you said, this is probably the biggest year so far of running backs for the upcoming draft.
Nighthawks 24 in the chat says these are his predictions: Squarebush to Sioux Falls, G.P. Wells to Houston, and Brown to Tulsa, and Brad Jones is the odd man out. Those are his predictions on the situations. Nate,
well, with
yeah,
the ones that I mentioned, I was 2 for 2. So there you go. Him and I are on the same mindset.
yeah. Well, it's going to be interesting because Squarebush is obviously going to be in the playoffs. Memphis is fighting for a playoff spot, and then Boise's fighting for a playoff spot. And them being relevant in the minor league playoffs. I mean, Dion mentioned it earlier about Tulsa. They're really not sure what they're going to do yet, and they have the number 1 pick. And so these last few SFLM games, I think they're going to make a difference here in how we look at these guys heading into the draft.
And one thing I know about Tulsa is just their unpredictability on when it comes to draft. They can go a million different directions. I mean, when I was a player in the inaugural season of Madison's championship and minor league season 1, Berto DeMora and Jaden Swift were the coaching staff on that team. And they just did a really good job getting us prepared. I know they have something in mind as far as what they want to do, but they're very, they just could go 100 different ways with that first pick. And I was watching the interview that you did with Dion Hawkins earlier in the show. He even said himself that they might not even take a running back in the first round. So might maybe tipping his hand a little bit early, but we'll have to wait and see on the 30th what they decide to do.
Yeah, that would be pretty interesting. Before I let you go, Nate, Kendra Hall signs a 97.57. Do you believe that she signed too high? Is that too much for Kendra? Just right or not enough as her husband?
Boy, you know how much I support Kendra, and I'm not going to say any more than that. I've been, I feel like I talked her up a lot already, leading up to the end of last season. And I think she's where she needs to be. No matter what her value is, she has a home in Vancouver, and I think that's all that matters. And you talked to Andy a little bit ago about how he was saying about how important family is to Vancouver. And I think she's finally found that home in Vancouver where she can stay there for a long period of time and gel with that group. She reaches out to everybody in the league and not just her team, but I think she's finally found that family mentality that she's been looking for in this league with Vancouver. So I'm just really happy for her that she was able to find that fit. Even though it didn't work out for me a couple seasons ago, and I moved on to Lone Star. I'm just really excited about what she might do this coming season. So that's where I'll leave it. Really quick before I go, I was going to mention a couple of other free agencies that I had my eye on.
Shoot.
And when it comes to the South Division, really excited to see Mike Twin Screw land in Fort Worth. Him and I go back to that same season one inaugural season of the minor leagues when him and I were both on Madison together.
Just
so
quickly, Nate. Chris Joseph just crossed the wire for Charleston. We'll get to more later, but Chris Joseph has left Houston and going to Charleston. Okay, back to Twin Screw and the rest of the list, Nate.
Yeah, just Twin Screw and what him and I were doing together, and Madison. Just really excited to see what he's going to do in Fort Worth coming up in season 18. And the last two I'll mention is the Horals going to rivals Houston, also in the South Division. I think that's going to be a good dynamic for that defense. So excited to see what they'll do there.
It's just incredible. You play in this division too. You know, you've got Houston pulling from Fort Worth and Mexico City, and then we all get to see how that all plays out this season. Those Southern Division rivalry games are just so much fun, and they're always so close. Everybody plays each other so well, and is so familiar with one another. So,
with these personnel changes with Houston and Fort Worth, we'll have to see if that plays a factor in the coming season 18, and how that might play into Lone Star's schedule as well when the schedule release comes out on Thursday. So. I'm just excited for Lone Star that we got everybody coming back from last season. I'm seeing good things on the horizon for our glory. So we got the new logos out this past week, and
look great.
The aggressive look to our style. So I'm just excited to see where we go in season 18. I know the whole team is as well.
Nate, thanks for joining us, and we'll see you Thursday for schedule release.
Absolutely. Have a good one.
All right, you too, Nate. That was Nate Hall of the Lone Star Glory. Great to have him also calling SFL minor league games and SFL major league games and all that good stuff. We got Slinn Shady coming up next, and we're going to get him on the line while we work to do that. Pretty incredible job by Charleston here today. Chris Joseph, big get at defensive end. Let's go back to what Charleston has done today. They've been one of the most active teams in the league. Clear, Joseph, Dusty Wilson, Eric Hammer. These are not small pieces. Joseph is going to be their DE1, passing John Lally in terms of value to join Joseph Sabolka on the line. Dusty Wilson is a big get on the offensive line, and then Eric Hammer is your top outside linebacker, and now three linebackers in Charleston to join Jack Hoffman and Jack Brown. So Hammer's a big piece. Wilson's a big piece. Joseph is a big piece, and then Jacob Clear's a big piece. It looks like he's going to play this. He's going to be the CB2 at least right now on the outside, with Corey Menner taking the top spot. So Charleston doing some interesting things, making some interesting moves here this afternoon. Earlier today, Derek Genko has crossed the wire at defensive end. San Diego picks him up at 70.52. San Diego's another team that's been pretty busy and active today. Look at that. 5 different signings. You got Axel Raven, who's a big difference maker and outside linebacker. He's going to be along with Pete Mitchell as that defense continues to grow and mature. Genko joins Wolf Justice on the defensive front along with Stephon Forge. Genko was, I believe, in Louisiana last season, and he signs at a 70.52 against the cap. Zach Lay was the big signing earlier today. They're CB1 and the only cornerback currently on the roster for San Diego with the position change from safety to corner. Zach Halldorf still holding it down at strong. Raylan Earl III at free, but that cornerback salary is no joke. And you could see these free agents, they're not just role-playing acquisitions. Lay is a CB1. Wolf Justice leads the defensive front, and Bill Cherry at tight end is the lone tight end on the roster. So San Diego has made some really big moves today to help advance their franchise. I have not heard yet from Slinn. No, there he is. I knew he would be coming around eventually. We've got Slinn Shady on the line with us. Happy to have you here, Mr. 7-time All-Star.
What's up, Cam? Great show, by the way. Loving it. I've been listening to every minute so far, so really enjoying it so far.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I'm sure that you were happy to see that it was going to be on starting at 1 Eastern.
Yeah, that helps. That does help. Most things end up starting at about 1 o'clock my time. So to see it started so early was I couldn't miss it. It'd be rude. It'd be rude not to attend.
It would be rude. Well, hey man, this is a big deal. First, let's get to the Las Vegas side of things. Hunter Norwood was in Jacksonville for 4 years, got close to winning championships, never was able to win one. Says, hey, you know what? It's time for a change. You've been in Las Vegas for a long time. Las Vegas has had some good teams. They've gotten into the quarterfinals. They've pushed Florida a time or two in the postseason. But you ultimately decided that it was also time for a change. What went into the decision of leaving Vegas?
So when I joined Vegas, I told the ownership that when I joined as GM, I'm going to give you 3 seasons guaranteed, and basically if we don't win the championship, leave the team in a better place than when we started. And I just felt like I'd achieved that goal, obviously alongside John and Tony. And I just felt like it was time to sort of carry on with my plan. And I know we didn't get to the championship game, but I felt like Vegas is definitely in a better position now than they were 3 seasons ago when we lost Redford and Dan Daly and every big name it seemed over there. So it just the draw of free agency just I guess the shining lights of free agency just drew me in. So I had to test the waters.
So then you start testing the waters, and was it always Louisiana? Was it for sure thing Louisiana, or were there other candidates?
Oh, I mean, I think there was at least, I'd say about 18 teams contacted me overall. 18? It was something like that over the time, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Well then there's a lot to unpack here because obviously I'm not sure that I don't know that you were expecting 18 teams. You can tell me to reach out to you, but that's quite a lot of love. And we've talked about your all-star pedigree and how well known and well liked you are around the league. So, given the fact that all those teams reached out to you, how did you go about weeding through all of those pitches to kind of come to your conclusion ultimately?
I'm not entirely sure I liked it, to be honest. I found it all a bit overwhelming at first. I mean, obviously, as a GM, I'm usually on the other side of things, which is a busy enough time as it's in itself.
Mm-hmm.
But I found it very hard being a free agent and having to say no to teams that I really respected, and the process of kind of weaning the teams down. You have some teams that dip the toe in the water and then don't really come back to you as much as others do, and then you get some that really put a pitch together that is very impressive and is almost flattering. And so I kind of just did it step by step and said, okay, in a week's time, I'm going to narrow it down to, I don't know, the final 5 or whatever. And I just found that honesty was the best policy. Be honest about what I wanted, be honest about whether I felt like the team was right for me. And it kind of slowly but surely, the list of teams, the 4 runners came to the fore, and I think I ended up with I'd say the top 3 were Louisiana, obviously where I've ended up going, Queen City, and Fort Worth. I had really good interviews with all those three teams. And in the end, my connections with Louisiana was kind of the clinching factor, really.
Was there anybody, and it may have been somebody in the top three, but was there any team that kind of took you by surprise, really impressed you with their pursuit of you and their pitch to come to their team, where you thought, wow, I have a whole new respect for this organization?
I mean, Queen City, most definitely. I mean, I've always liked Queen City as a team. I like the color scheme. I like the theming of them. And I liked what they did last season. I think they put some really good pieces together. And we did a phone interview. We spoke for quite a while, and the vision and the kind of the drive and the passion that they showed was infectious. And they seem to share the same values as I do, because it's interesting with me being a GM or a former GM. He was interested to see the pitch styles of other teams as well, in comparison to mine. And Queen City really did impress me with their sort of camaraderie between the front office. That's a team that's definitely, in my opinion, going places. Fort Worth as well. I already knew that Fort Worth were going to put a good pitch together, and we had a really good conversation. I'm already quite good friends with a couple of people over there, and I don't want to say they surprised me, because they lived up to expectations. And then Louisiana, again, didn't surprise me. Ross has been chasing me for at least 2 seasons now, so it was about time that I kind of gave him his prize, so to speak. And it's just good to get back with former London teammates like Gerald and Jeff Melanishian and Blake Craze, and the amount of connections and friends I've got over in Louisiana just sort of led me towards that direction. But again, takes nothing away from some of the teams that put their hat in the ring. There's a lot of teams I respect. Jacksonville, they were interested in me and Mike Hall. We get on really well, and it was hard to turn him down. Mexico City, that was a tough conversation as well. So I think what surprised me was that there's a lot more teams that have got things, have got their stuff together than maybe I gave credit to. I think it just proves that the SFL is, the quality in the league is just improving season on season.
Well, and I think what else it proves too is you might see, teams at the bottom of the standings, but it doesn't, it used to mean that they just didn't have it together, right? But now it just means that they just lost more games than other people. It's not that, it doesn't mean that losses don't mean that a team doesn't know what they're doing or don't have talent. I think we're seeing a lot more of that recently. And a team like Louisiana that you're going to, which we'll focus on next, is that kind of example. Louisiana was just they were so close in so many of these games, and the difference between a 5 seed in the playoffs and a 14 seed who misses, it's razor thin these days.
Yeah, just take DC from last season. Maybe in Vegas we got killed by DC in week 2, and then if you look at the win-loss record, you think rough season. But if you look at the average loss for DC, they were in every game pretty much, apart from a couple. So I think you've kind of hit the nail on the head that the parity in the league is just at a place now where it's never been before, and it's only a good thing.
All right, Slinn, so you join Colin Hart and the rest of this stacked Louisiana team, and we're looking at the different salaries on this team right now. Blake Craze comes back, as you mentioned earlier. He wasn't really a free agent because he's technically a re-signing, since the last team he played for was Louisiana. But you've got all these guys, and you've got Coach Craven, and you've got Ross Napoli, and now you have yourself, and obviously Gerald and Otis, and many other people that contribute to this organization. So where do you fit off the field? What's your role look like in this new Slinn Shady era?
I mean, before we go any further, you should have seen my face when Colin Hart suddenly popped up. I was jumping. I was jumping around for joy. I had an inkling, but yeah, I was kind of. It still wasn't sure, and the fact that they've lost Reggie, such a great running back, and when Colin signed and then said hello in the locker room, I was jumping around for joy. I can't sort of exaggerate it anymore. But I'm taking a bit of a back seat over in Louisiana. I said to the teams who were interviewing me that I was going to pick based on locker room fit, on potential enjoyment, just enjoying my time in that team, and without stressing about being a GM and the team build and progressions and progression plans and things like that. So I wanted to join a team with an already established front office that I trusted and that sort of had the same philosophy as me. And by all means, if anyone needs any advice or kind of just ask me about a certain decision, then I'm happy to provide. But I wanted to focus more on the kind of the SFL side of things in terms of writing articles and producing more content that way. So I've taken a bit of a backseat in terms of the front office aspect in Louisiana.
That's interesting, and it just goes to show you the people want different things at different times. We were just talking, had a good conversation with Hunter Norwood about how, he was looking for a winner, but he didn't necessarily want to jump on a bandwagon. He wanted a little bit that much more of a challenge, and you selected a team for a completely different reason. You had been a general manager, but you wanted to just kind of sit back and enjoy the season and take some time away from all that work that you had done, in Las Vegas. And it's pretty fascinating. All these players choose all these different teams for different reasons. And the one thing that I hate as commissioner is I've never been in a single meeting where a player meets with a team. I think that would be so cool to be in.
Yeah.
You've done that, Slinn. Give me and other people at home an idea about what that's like. You are meeting to talk with a player for the first time to recruit them over to your squad. What is it like? I don't know, but it sounds like a lot of fun.
It's interesting. I mean, as I've gone through the sort of the process and become more experienced at it, in my early days in London, I was very formal. I had set questions, and depending on the answers, depending on whether I wanted to carry on the conversation with certain players. Whereas now, I just feel like the best policy is just to sort of have a voice chat with someone and just have a chat, just like we're doing now. Just talk about the vision for the team, talk about particular passions in terms of just in life in general, just to see if there's a locker room fit there. And there's something to be said about a conversation where two people have got the same goal. It's just a fun conversation, and just sort of talking SFL. Both with two parties that are both passionate about the league, passionate about the team and where you want it to go. And if you get a GM who's passionate about his team, a player who's passionate about where they want to go as a player, then it's the most exciting time for me. This time of season is probably the most exciting time. I mean, the regular season is great, the playoffs great, but as someone who loves the whole team building aspect of this league and the fact that everyone is a real person behind their player, it's just the best thing. And I tell you what, there's nothing like trying to kind of react to different situations in free agency. And there's been times where I've been trying to speak to 5 or 6 different people in the same day. And, then you get that excited and tell the rest of your front office group that you've potentially got a signing on the way. And then that falls through and you have to go to a next one. And it's organized chaos in the best possible sense, Cam. It's amazing. I imagine it's similar to what you're like when you're on game day and you've got everything going on at once.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm blown away by. I don't know why we've never done this before. Just to give you some metrics.
Such a good idea.
The average watch time today, 26 minutes. We have averaged 75 viewers today, and that's over the course of 4 hours in 20 minutes. We have had 824 different times where someone has popped in to say, what's the wire looking like? What are they talking about? Who are we talking to? And it's just so awesome. I mean, what a hit today to do this. And just, again, all of the thanks in the world to Gary, our programmer, who was watching some of the show earlier. And when he saw the Charleston contract come in with the loyalty points, he's like, that's not right. And was back in the back, trying to figure out what was going on. And it's just been a lot of fun. And so that leads me to my next question, Slinn. So it's two-parter. I met Coach Craven at the last convention. He was everything I expected. So the two-parter is, will we ever see Slinn at a convention? And how's Craven's blood pressure? Will you be able to help him keep it down on game day? Because I know that he can get very upset. I worry about him.
I've already downloaded a tape of whale noises to play through just in the locker room, just in case it needs to relax. And I've always said, well, I haven't always said, but recently I've said that if there was a convention in Las Vegas, which is a place it's on my bucket list to go to, then that'd be the best way of getting me there. So if there was a convention in Vegas, I would definitely, there'd be a much higher chance of me being able to come than anywhere else. No offense to any other cities in the US, of course.
Hey,
other cities are available.
I'm in love with Vegas, so I totally understand. And trust me, Slinn, I've been there 3 times. You will love it.
My best friend's been, and he just says it's the craziest place, especially to a country boy from the north of England. So I hope you don't mind as well. The show inspired me to do a live reporting article, which I published recently, like about half an hour ago.
Oh man, that's awesome! I can't wait to read it.
It's basically highlights for those people who maybe haven't got the time to tune in and just want a one-stop shop of the biggest headlines from the day. So again, I guess the two mediums kind of going in conjunction. I think it just proves that shows like this, when you think about season 10, season 11, where we were in terms of production, it's come so far. And again, the show today has been fantastic.
Well, thank you, Slinn, so much for joining us, and congratulations on signing with Louisiana. Of course, they just added Ross Napoli as a minority owner in the team, and I know that Louisiana just they felt like they're so close. They had that season where they were in the semifinals against Sioux Falls. It was a nail biter. Last season they had a bunch of major injuries. They had a bunch of close losses. And, I think they have a feeling that a lot of teams have that this is their year, and certainly excited to unveil the schedule on Thursday just so people can get an idea of, who they're going to be facing this year. Because when you got 24 teams in a league, you can't face everybody. So, there's teams that just aren't on a schedule. But it's going to be really interesting to see kind of where all the chips fall this year.
I would love to face. I don't think I've faced London since I left, so I would love to have a game against London. But I mean, that remains to be seen.
Craven's here, which I love. Cam and my doctor agree. Need to keep the blood pressure down. Yes, all we want to do is take care of you. Although I am not a doctor. Slinn, thank you for joining us, and for a little bit of an extended stay too. Catch up with you. Hope to meet you one day, and we'll see you on Thursday for schedule release.
See you soon, brother. Keep it up. All right. Doing a great job. Thank
you, Slinn. Appreciate that. That was Slinn Shady, now of the Louisiana Revolution. Let's take a look at the published contracts to see what we got. And there's a big one. Lauren Percoco is going to D.C. What a shocker. Not going to Vancouver, which some may or may not have been speculating, but instead going to D.C. To play for the Dragons. So let's take a look now at what DC looks like after that signing. They've got their tight end now, 3 receivers. Kevin Say at running back, who has still the highest contract of any player. Synergy has re-signed, fills a need at tight end. Kappa Jones and Lauren Percoco, that is a couple of fantastic pickups. DC's been a little quiet today in terms of their volume, but those are two major pickups for Lauren Percoco and Kappa Jones for the DC front office. Their defensive front is looking pretty good. Still the one linebacker. They may have, it'd be interesting to hear from somebody from DC today, they may have been on the market for some of these other linebackers that signed earlier in the day. Clint Hendershot is still unsigned, so we're going to have to see what happens with that with the Dragons. But the Dragons have been very busy, it just in the last couple of days, I should say, and with Lauren Percoco signing for the Dragons, that's huge. 86.22. It is the largest contract that has come across the wire in quite some time. Since Zach Lay signed as a 93, that was at 102 today. So it's been a good 3 hours since we've seen a contract of that magnitude come across the wire. Andy says our GM couldn't get a hold of her. Ouch, Michael. Figure it out. But Lauren Percoco goes to DC. That's a really big signing for the DC Dragons to get another player involved. We may be moving up Tom Riddell, who's going to come on to talk some Queen City Corsairs. We'll see what we've got going on with him. Chad is sending me another DM. He'd like to come on and announce our final free agent. You can do that, Chad. Here coming up, we're gonna reset, take a quick break, and we'll be back. Free Agency Live continues. Lauren Percoco just signed. You never know when a big play is going to happen in free agency, and we're tracking it all live here. We'll be back in 2 minutes. All right, we're back. Free Agency Live. Tom Riddell is going to be joining us here shortly to talk about the Queen City Corsairs. But I wanted to give some plug to Slinn Shady's article that he just recently published on the website. Let me get a different crop here so that you guys can see it in full. So Matthew Slinn writes, the early hours of SFL free agency is underway, meaning players and teams can finally reveal the well-laid plans they have been cooking up behind the scenes over the past few weeks. He headlines that Florida causes a storm with the huge signing of Rhett Sawyer, who's going to be alongside Alex Dominguez in Florida, and Gunny was asking for a refresher, and I thought this would be a good way to hand that over to people. In case you joined us late, Rhett Sawyer now in Florida and will be playing alongside Alex Dominguez. That is a big one. A pair of young defensive stars joined the fleet in Portland. That is Brody Gulch, linebacker, all-star linebacker, leaving Houston to go to Portland, and then Bernard Smith, the fourth, leaving Arizona to go to Portland. For Brody Gulch, he joins Gary Clem and Mel Davis as all-stars in that linebacking unit, plus Khalil Thomas. Portland now has 4 linebackers, and Bernard Smith comes into that safety position in replacing Shad Allen, who went to Arizona. Houston, I love this headline. Houston Hyenas host a heist of the Horrels as David Horrell of Fort Worth and KT Horrell of Mexico City both staying in the division and going to Houston. So Houston loses Brody Gulch but gets a 2-for-1 package deal as the Horrels go to Houston. Louisiana created a splash on both sides of the ball, picking up Slinn Shady and Colin Hart. Colin Hart, the big signing, the 4th highest contract of any running back so far in this free agency period. So Louisiana's looking sharp. And then Vancouver gets a kicker. Chance to win that happened earlier in the day. To win comes into Vancouver, and as I believe the first star kicker in Vancouver's history. Andy will have to let me know if he had one many moons ago, but it has been a long time, and we thank Slinn for reporting on that, getting an article up on the website. That was really cool of him, and awesome to see. So now we've got coming on a little bit earlier as we move up into the show. Tom Riddell of the Queen City Corsairs, their director of communications, coming on to talk some Corsair ball. Tom, how are you? Oh, wait, one more time. Tom, how are you? That was my bad.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, Cam.
Awesome, man. Queen City's had a big day. Let's go back over some of their contracts, because these three signings are, they're not nothing. This team has really kind of filled out their roster. Let's start with Butch Menner and Robert Cron on the offensive line. It is tough sledding to get offensive linemen in this league. You guys just got 2 of them.
Yeah, a lot of work through our front office staff. It's a lot of sleepless nights, but with Chris, BJ, and of course Hubba, they're going to get the job done.
Jet Zero signed last night late.
Yeah.
I heard there was there any kind of drama with that? So it's just because he signed so late, or I mean, it's great to see him back, a fellow All-Star in the Eastern Conference.
There was a little bit of drama, but Jet's Jet, and when you get somebody who carries you on your back, you don't just let them go. You bring them along and say, hey, let's go get it.
I totally agree with you. And now that we've reached the afternoon here of December 13th, I mean, Queen City's roster is really taking shape. When you look at just the team as a whole, I mean, I have to scroll. They barely even fit on the screen here here on the signing show. That's 6, 9, 10, 13, 16, 19, 21 players at a 1658 cap hit. You're slowly approaching 1,800. But Queen City is reloading and has become one of the fastest ending up to build their teams this offseason and ready to rock here in just a little bit more than a month. How excited are you to see the team come together just as quickly as it has over the last few days?
Well, the front office the guys were just sitting there and we were going, okay, we think we got this guy. We think we got this guy. The one thing I could say about the guys we got, they are really happy to be here. I know Robert Crone is over the moon to be here. He's already making Queen City logos in the locker room.
Nice.
So he's really happy. And we lost 2 players. Everybody else came back. That tells you something about our staff.
100%. I'm looking here at the pair of linebackers you have with Jared Crow and B.J. Loveless. That's right up there with the best linebacking cores in the league. The secondary has got 5 guys. Now you've got a pair of guards there to block for 0, along with Comisac and 2 tight ends. I mean, when you think about the Queen City rushing attack, a fullback, 2 tight ends, and 2 guards, man, that's a scary front right there.
It is. And, we might not have passed the ball a lot this year, but when we did it effectively. So you can't sleep on our passing game either.
Speaking of the passing game, AJ Caswell coming back for yet another season. Caswell I remember, you would know this, Tom, but I used to do a Pardon the Interruption style show with AJ Caswell, because at one time AJ Caswell was like what Andrew Rastelli is now to the league. He was, back when I was in college, he was really involved, and I think he was in college too at the time, but he has always stuck with it in the SFL and always been close to Eric Barkley. Barkley used to run the Queen City Corsairs, and AJ Caswell used to run a team called the Boston Maulers. And they were, those two have always been really close, and getting him back is a big deal too.
Yeah, it is. He's one of our quiet leaders, but when he speaks, everybody in the locker room is going, okay, something's up. Let's go.
Yeah, no, I could definitely see that for sure. Okay, so set the stage for me, Tom. Queen City has that hot start last year. They lost a close game to Baltimore, a close game to Florida, and then Vegas comes in kind of out of nowhere and pulls an upset, and that's it. That's the end.
Yeah.
I'm sure that was very disappointing. Where is Queen City now? What can we expect out of them from season 18?
Every season we're building, and we can hope we get the playoffs this year, and hopefully it's another round more, and we'll slowly build to where we need to build to, but we're going to get there. I have every confidence of my mates in that front office, and we'll get the job done.
Did you look at last year as kind of like ahead of schedule? It was almost kind of like, man, we're playing with house money here. We didn't expect to be this good this quick.
Yeah, a little bit. But, once we started realizing what we could do, we just built on the momentum and kept going.
That's good stuff. Tom, you're the director of communications.
Yes, sir.
What can we expect from the Crow's Nest podcast next season, and anything else going on in Queen City?
Well, we're going to probably work on our charity thing. As you know, we sponsored a charity in Buffalo who deals with mental illness, and we'll probably go back and help them this year again. The Crow's Nest is going to be a little bit of a different format this year. We're going to bring on a guest from hopefully every team we play this year in a segment called Enemy Territory, which should be interesting.
Cool. That is really fun.
We've rebuilt the set. It's going to be something.
Awesome. Well, that sounds really exciting. Looking forward to hearing that. It's always interesting to see your team from other people's perspective and what they have going on in their locker rooms, and what things are like over there for them, and that's going to be a fun time.
Yeah, it is. And we hopefully it'll push up our YouTube views is what I'm hoping.
That's awesome. Really good strategy. Any before I let you go, is there it looks like Kevin Brackett has signed with Los Angeles.
Wow.
At outside linebacker 75. Igor is just a restructure. But before I let you go, Tom, any biggest surprise today? Anything that you were like, whoa, no way?
Probably Shady going to Louisiana. We really wanted him in QCC, but Door's always open if he ever changes his mind.
Well, that's true, and it's funny that you say that because there's been so much happening today. I completely forgot about that. BJ Loveless was in the chat going, "That close, we were that close," and you guys almost
the door's open, Shady. Yep.
almost had him, and we'll see if Louisiana and Queen City maybe y'all play each other this year, and maybe Shady can find out what he's missing. Who knows?
All right, Cam.
When you guys get together. Tom, thank you for joining the show. Appreciate you moving up your schedule, and it was good to talk some Corsair ball with you.
All right, thank you, Cam.
Thank you. All right, that is Barbatov, sorry, I got Barbatov on the mind. That's Tom Riddell, Director of Communications for Queen City. We have Mike St. Green and Eddie Gage set to come on later in the show. But still kind of awaiting confirmation of whether we can get them pushed up or not. Kevin Brackett's signing in Los Angeles is interesting. Oh, Al Delapre Sr. has re-signed in Sioux Falls. So Sioux Falls continues to bring in contracts. And Jack Flash has re-signed in Los Angeles. So that contract has come through, 81.46. Al Delapre Sr., nice 86 at wide receiver. That is now the highest valued contract over the last few hours, surpassing Lauren Percoco. Although at tight end, that 86 is a pretty good looking contract. In fact, when you look at tight ends as a whole, we talked yesterday on the re-signings show about Mike Daggs being that 109, and then you had to go all the way down to 89.14. That just barely cracked the top 100 at this point. That was Robert Garrett Jr. But looking a little bit down the list, there's Lauren Percoco right there. Third highest valued tight end in the whole league at 86.22. A big signing, leaving Fort Worth, of which she had a second tight end spot, and now going to D.C. to capture the first spot. And I want you to pay attention close to a number up at the top of the screen, 422 players. Remember that in the SFL this season, there is a total of 552 roster spots. That leaves 130 roster spots remaining, and this is day one of free agency. Very interesting to see all of those signings already, up to 422 contracts at this point. So, Jacob clears a restructure. Chad Roland is ready to debut his final free agent, and I am ready for you too, Chad. It's the same link if you want to join the show. Jeff is saying, fine, Queen City, they can't sign Jet Zero. I'm not sure why. But yes, and Bovine may be an incredible tight end value for London. But Josh Farnsworth coming in says, coming up on hour 5 for Cam, just came back, half expected to have a 5 o'clock shadow, his sleeves rolled up, and half cigarette butts everywhere. Yeah, I don't know. We may make it all the way to the 6 hours. We may do 5 hours next year, just given the way that the contracts have slowed down today. But regardless, it's been a lot of fun doing this for the first time, and the viewership has been outstanding. Thanks so much for everybody that has joined us all the way throughout the day. We hope that we've been very entertaining, or at least somewhat entertaining, and kept you engaged all afternoon long. Oh, okay, I see, Jeff. No. Hey, I get worried when people start throwing around words like that. But it's very interesting. We as we wait for Chad to come on. Well, there he is. Chad Roland coming on just via phone. Chad is back to announce a free agent. Chad, anything before we get there? Anything that's surprised you since you were on earlier today?
There's been some really good signings. I think the Percoco to DC one was a really intriguing signing, just because of the fact that, I just did not see that coming. I don't think anybody did.
I didn't either. I mean, I had no inkling whatsoever. I thought if she was going to leave, she'd go to Vancouver.
Yeah,
So-
that's what I would have assumed too. I figured, but maybe Andy's right. Maybe Mike couldn't get a hold of her. I mean, who knows, right?
That would just be awesome, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I would have just figured that was kind of like Slinn to Louisiana. I just figured that was a given. But apparently not. So fool me, I guess, right?
Yeah. All right. Let's
right,
hear what you
so-
got.
Let's do this. So obviously I'm trying to drive through downtown Indy and load this up at the same time.
gosh.
So bear with me. I thought I had it ready. I know. I thought I had it ready, and apparently not. So,
I have given.
Boy.
I'll give you some time. I have given Indianapolis a look for conventions. I'm looking for particular places, a particular set of possibilities. I can't say that I saw a couple of interesting sites. One in Cincinnati and one a little west of Washington D.C. actually. Those are some two spots that have been interesting so far that have kind of checked a lot of boxes, but I have not found exactly what I'm looking for, everything I'm looking for in a particular city just yet. But we're trying to hone in on on where might things go. Obviously, we have a team in D.C. That'd be a lot of fun.
True. And with Indy, I mean, you have the downtown convention center, and downtown is just so compacted in Indianapolis that it's kind of everything is within walking distance. So,
I actually looked at a place. At Lucas Oil. Lucas Oil's got some rooms and stuff, and it's not too far away from the airport. There was a hotel actually in Indianapolis that's right off the airport that has an amphitheater for viewing games.
Correct.
And I was pretty excited by that as well. So Indianapolis is still hanging around as a finalist, I would say, for this 2022 convention.
There you go.
So
I am down with that. If we do that, then maybe I'll just do the same thing Mike St. Green did and have just a big party at the house. So
hey, we would love that.
We could do that. So I got plenty of room. All right, so let's get to this. Right, obviously, I just now published it. So if you want to go ahead and let's see who we got.
Oh, it's Fox Highwind, the biggest wide receiver left off the board. That's huge, Chad. Wow. And it wasn't published earlier, so walk me through what's been happening throughout the day, because obviously this is possibly a late breaker.
Yeah, so obviously myself and Fox, we've had this, we've had a relationship for a while, ever since days and different servers and stuff, and he was in London obviously when I came in, but then he decided to move on and go to Mexico City, and I always kind of had a feeling like, hey, that's probably not the best spot for you, but I have a feeling you'll probably maybe want to come back. We had conversations earlier in the off season about the possibility of coming over, and some things, conversation kind of died there. And then, I actually have to give credit where credit is due. One of the million reasons that I brought in the famous quarterback Johnny Pickler is because of his recruiting status. And so Johnny Pickler was actually one of the big key reasons that Fox is coming over, to London. So, I'm really excited. He's a great value. He's going to be obviously a number 3, but in London, we don't really consider everybody a 1 or a 2 or 3. It's all the same.
Right.
And, with him coming over and also being the kick returner as well, he's going to be a really big threat in our passing offense for many seasons to come.
Well, he saw what Saren Storm was able to do as a 3, and I'm sure you guys used that in the recruiting pitch. And looking over, where London's receiving core stands today, you've got Kalia at 109, St. Green at 103, Highwind 99, one of the more talented receiving cores in the league. And obviously, that's what you want for Johnny in this air raid offense. I'm sure that Highwind wasn't difficult to recruit, but with the news that Arizona broke last night, I think a lot of people were wondering, well, maybe that's Fox's chance.
Yeah, and me and Fox talked about it last night, and once he heard the news, he came to me and just said, hey, I want you to know that I'm committed no matter what. And, I was pretty excited about that. I already knew, that he was anyway. I figured he wasn't going to go. But if he did make that choice, I would have understood the reasoning why. But, At the end of the day, I think he sees what we're building. Obviously bringing in a Hall of Fame tight end and Tiberius Bovine, and now you got the receiving core that we have, along with Robert Merrill in the back and Benji Matson. I mean, I don't know if there's enough defenders on the field to be able to block all these guys and contain all these guys, right? So some defenses are definitely going to have a challenge this year with the London offense.
It's just really fascinating, when you talk about all these weapons, Chad, talking about, the way that these teams build their squads. You've got Portland, who's got a front 8, right? That's just just going to be vicious, and then you have London who, yes, London has 3 linebackers and 4 defensive linemen too, but are more known for, their offense and playing in shootouts and things like that. And it's just the way teams build. And by the way, London and Portland ended up basically with the same record last year, give or take a game. So it all works in the end. It all can work as a championship formula. But it's just really interesting seeing all of these teams build in different ways.
Yeah, and that's what we had to really think about during the offseason as well, and I didn't get a chance to talk about him when he was announced, but, Jack Russell coming back from D.C., being in a division where you have probably the best duo secondary or safeties in the league with Troy Loshaw and Giovanni Bolt. I wanted my own version of that. We had already Anthony Wyo, which was, one of the best free safeties, I think, in the league. And now getting Jack Russell, who was an all-star the last time he was in London, coming back over to make a 3-headed monster for safeties, along with Rain Rie, who's still learning the position, but should be really kind of that. If you remember the old Bo Martin Jr. position days when London had Bo Martin Jr. And he had a really good, season the last time he had a good season. Having him, having Rain be in that position as well.
Did you just say the last time he had a good season?
That's just a joke to Bo. I love Bo.
You threw that in there real quick. I
did throw that in there. I did throw that in there. Well, come on. I got to start drama with somebody, right? If I can't start drama with Louisiana all the time, I might as well start it with Lone Star. So I'm giving Charles crap all day.
That is so funny. And by the way, the Wyo signing is underrated. He was a Jeopardy question at the convention, if you recall.
Yep.
As what's the only team that he's ever signed with, that he's ever re-signed with. And at the time it was Las Vegas. Wyo re-signs with London. That happened December 8th. Not a lot of people talk about it, but Wyo loves this free agency stuff. There's obviously a reason why he stayed, and that kind of goes back to Highwind. Highwind had been in London before, but this is a completely different London organization now.
And that's what you have to think about, too. Bringing back JT Dulany, bringing back Fox Highwind, bringing back Jack Russell. These are guys that were here before I got here. And they've seen the turnaround. They've seen what can be done. They see the culture change, and they want to come back and be excited for it, right? So they're back being in London. And Tiberius Bovine, he was so excited about the opportunity to be able to come to London. I've never seen a free agent more excited to go to a spot than Tiberius was to come here. So, we've definitely done a lot of good things in London, changing the culture, changing the way people perceive us. And, now we've gotten a taste of that playoffs. We don't want to lose that taste again. So, building this team back up better than it has been is the key, and I think we've done that this offseason.
Now, you mentioned that this was the final free agent signing for London. Are you guys done till the draft?
Yes. Yeah, we're done till the draft. We've got 22 players signed and committed.
Look at you.
We lost 2 players during the offseason, one to retirement, and then one was Butch Minter going to Queen City, which, trust me, that was a great signing by Queen City. Nothing but love for Butch. It was a mutual decision for him to test free agency, and he couldn't have landed at a better spot.
You guys have 12 players designated as stars, so someone's got to get a restructure.
Yeah, I messed that up. That's my fault. I messed it up. I got to change that.
That's all right, as I'm looking at it. But, hey, 17-49 against the cap, that means that last player got to squeeze in at 50 points something. But, you guys will work it out, and they'll be joining a team that, is looking for their first playoff win, just coming off of a great season. And, what a big signing for Fox Highwind. He's probably the best number 3 in the whole league. I
would agree.
I think his second stint in London is going to be a lot different than the first, given what's been going on in London these days. So, Chad, thanks for joining the show and keeping us posted on all things London Knights today. By the way, what has Liam been doing today? Has he been, this was the perfect show for him, just like Slinn. It was in the middle of the day. He could have checked it out. What's going on there?
I think he's just sitting back, relaxing, and just enjoying what's going on in London. He's been nothing but supportive of the process and has been really excited about this off season and the upcoming season as well. And he's ready to taste more victory and get our first playoff victory just as much as I am.
I've been giving him a lot of crap recently because he's been helping me with some website stuff, and I think he asked my wife, when are you guys coming to the UK? And I said, tell him to say when he fixes the website stuff. And and he said this guy has been relentless on my case the last few days. No, seriously. And my wife said, maybe when London wins the championship, so never ? And I was like, that's brutal. Wow. How could you?
That is so brutal.
But Liam and Alexis, I don't know. Sometimes I think they're better friends than me and Liam. So that's good to see. But hopefully he's doing well. And thanks for checking in. And London is almost ready to rock here for the season. So good stuff.
Yep. Thank you for having me on. And once again, thank you for doing the show, Cam. A lot of the time you've put in today. Just a fantastic show, and I can't wait to see more of these more often. But thanks for your hard work all today, buddy.
Thank you, bud. Chad, appreciate it. All right, that was Chad Roland. That was Chad Roland of the London Knights. We've got Liam Hammer is actually going to join us next at 5 o'clock as we round to the last hour of the show. Still one more opening. Let's check the contracts just real quick to make sure that we haven't missed anything that may have come across. Charlemagne Cornelius has re-signed, so Sioux Falls continues to build on their team. Dillapre Sr. and Cornelius coming across in the last 20 minutes. We are going to get. I'm sorry, I'm just reading up on the chat. Make sure that I'm not missing anything. We're going to try to get Liam Hammer on the line when we come back for our final hour of Free Agency Live. It starts in 2 minutes. See you then. All right, we're back on Free Agency Live. Getting Hammer set up here. It has been an interesting day. Looking at some of the rosters, we've seen a lot of movement by Sioux Falls today. Let's see what they're up to now. They've got 12. They got 14 players. Los Angeles was a little slow out of the gates. Looks like they are up to 15 players. And I know that there's some offensive line builds that teams are waiting to add. In terms of creating new players on the portal, we did get an update from the programmer that was nearing completion. So over the next couple of days, that should be ready to go on the league's end. Gunny now listening into the car on his trip home, and Hammer's being a tease. Carolina's been quiet today, but there's a reason why. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 19 players for Carolina. Mexico City has been quiet today. That's been a little bit surprising. They have 16 players right now, which is the least amount of players among the 3 teams that have not had a free agent signing cross the wire. So we're going to have to keep our eye on Mexico City throughout the evening. San Diego continues to build their roster today. They are up to, I believe, 15 players, if I'm counting correctly, maybe 16. But San Diego continues to build their roster as well. And now joining us via the insert sponsor name here hotline, it is Liam Hammer of the San Diego Mavericks wearing, you can't see it necessarily on the screen, but wearing a terrific, there you go, terrific hoodie for San Diego. Liam, congratulations on your co-ownership in San Diego, first and foremost.
Well, thank you, Cam. It was nice to, just help out the team and get to work with Optimists and make San Diego great and get them to hopefully a championship one of these days. First, it would be nice to have a winning season. So that was not. It would be nice to get that, and yeah.
I talked to you guys in the off season, you and Optimus, about kind of the future of the team and the organization, and at the time, Leon Thunderman and Stefan Forge and Zach Holdorf had gotten some promotions, and obviously you were in line to get a big promotion yourself. But it was, not only was it about those guys, but it was also about, the next wave of players that were coming to this team, because it hasn't always been smooth sailing for San Diego. And late last season, you were able to beat 4 teams who ended up making the playoffs down the stretch of the Mavericks season, and it really kind of taught the team how to win, taught the locker room how to win a little bit. So catch the whole league up on what's been going on in San Diego, why why so much activity on the wire once more for the Mavericks, but just who are these guys that are coming in and that you're excited about?
Yeah, obviously with your first season when you go 0-12, it gets everyone down a little bit. Even the best sports and team players, you get down a little bit. Last season, like you said, those 4 wins it was huge, because it got that monkey off our back of not having every single time the Mavericks be brought up, that we hadn't won a game. And I think so this season, just the vibe in the locker room has just been much more positive, and much where everyone's ready to get something done. And I think we've built a great group of our front office with Zach and Leon and Gain Slinn here and Stefan. Did I miss anyone else? I probably missed someone. I missed you. I'm sorry. They're here.
That's all right.
But just getting them in there and the unity we have when we work together. It's nice to have people you can rely on and trust and work with, and it's just been a pleasure to work with them and getting all these guys in free agency. It's just it's nice to be able to build that culture, because you look at all the best teams in the league and they all have the same thing in common, is they have player retention, and they keep the same guys in the locker room, and they build that culture together. And to get these guys in here feels like we're really putting that that foundation together for San Diego for the seasons to come.
I'm sure when you realized that Axel Raven was going to test free agency, I'm sure there were a number of teams that maybe they didn't realize at the time that he was leaving, but Axel is obviously going to be a very valuable piece to this organization, and what he's done in the minors for minor league players is really second to none. Just I mean, creating a whole show dedicated to the minors for the first time that anybody's done, that creates a pipeline for the Mavericks for seasons to come. Just share with us your conversations with Axel and how you were able to get him over into San Diego and sign him and make him a part of the Mavericks' future.
That all credit goes to Leon, our GM. He as soon as Axel was a free agent, we in our conversations as the staff, someone found out Axel was a free agent, and we all were just like, Leon, get him right now. We don't care. No excuses. Just get him on the team. We just want him on the team. That's all. And so Leon did a great job getting him in, and Axel's a great guy. I'm so happy to get him on the team. And like you said, the show, getting that a show dedicated to the minor leagues, how he helps the minor league guys have this be able to get their questions answered, this open communication, and to just really build that culture and make those players feel connected to the league right off the bat. I think he's done a great job there. And I love what he brings to the team from social media standpoint, but also just a culture standpoint. As we said, he's just a great guy in the locker room alone. I'm just really glad that we were able to land him and get him on the team. And so Leon it's all Leon's fault that he's here.
Fault. Interesting. One of the things that I notice about this particular iteration of the Mavericks is this secondary isn't young anymore. This team has had a lot of youth at secondary, and that is kind of either hamstrung or at times it felt like kind of a leaky plane in the sense that you were just able to be beaten over the top. I'm not so sure that people are going to be able to do that anymore, judging by some of the players that you've picked up, particularly today with the free agent signing of Zach Lay, changing over to cornerback at a whopping 93.5. That's going to do wonders for your defense. But Lenerl III returns and Zach Holdorf returns, right? So now you're starting to build on that secondary. Still some work to go compared to some other teams, right? Because you've got a strong, a free, and one corner right now. But still, a much improved secondary is being built in San Diego from just an onlooker's perspective.
Yeah, I mean, when you play in a division with Vancouver, you need to stop the pass, and
good point.
The challenge at times for us, obviously. I think our last game against Vancouver, you could see, obviously last season we had that. We were carrying 4 linebackers because we wanted to bring Stefan Forge in here. So we were carrying 4 linebackers, which kind of made it a challenge, especially against those pass-heavy teams. To bring in, like you said, Zach Lay, I think it helps really shore up that corner spot, get us a big-body corner with obviously Ron Hoff going off to end up being Denver this offseason. But then you see Zach Holdorf last season at the end of the season. He really came into his own.
Oh, he was amazing.
It's like out of nowhere, all of a sudden, just getting a billion picks at every single game. It felt like the LA game, he played fantastic, and the Ray Lenerl, like you mentioned, getting those 3 strong points, and then you build in the rest underneath. But I think, like you said, building up the back court of our defense. I remember the first season we were in here, I think we started with 2 rookies, or the second year had like 3 rookies on it, and that was a tough season. When I came in as DC, because no matter how good your plays are, it's if the players are so young, at times you play a great team and there's nothing you can do. And so as we see the progression starting to hit in with some of our younger guys, and like I said, bringing those older guys, I think it's really going to help us be able to not have to play not to lose as much with our secondary, but to
Right.
be able to go up there and play with those better pass teams.
A lot of times, Andy just gave you a yawn. I'm guessing that was to the receiver comment, but it's never too early to start interdivision smack talk. But I think that it's sometimes we forget when we're watching these games at home that sometimes when a team is getting a beatdown, an old-fashioned beatdown to them, sometimes people forget. Well, look at the rosters. Does this team have holes? Should this team be losing games this way? Right? Is it a coaching issue? Is it a personnel issue? What is it? And oftentimes it's a little bit more complicated than we all think that it might be in terms of what is actually going on these teams. And so that's good perspective regarding this, because you're right. I mean, early in the San Diego days, what are you supposed to do? You're building a new franchise. I'm sure Portland felt that way at one point. Fort Worth felt that way at one point. Any team in the league felt that way. Let's move to the offensive side of the ball. Bill Cherry, first time at tight end. You get him from St. Louis. Optimus goes back to receiver. Is he going to return kicks? I'm wondering, because Klein is a special kick returner. I think he's like 1 for 1. So.
He's 1 for 1. Don't remind me of that game. That was the game in the playoffs that he broke our heart.
And you were there in Lone Star.
There.
Oh my gosh, it comes full circle.
Man, he will never let me live that play down, no matter what happens. I know he wants to return kicks. We'll see how he lines up, because I don't think he has return specialists right now. So if he's not our number 3, then if he's our number 3, then he'll be returning kicks at the beginning of the season. But we'll see how it goes. Obviously, that kick return was pretty fantastic, as much as I hate to admit it. Offensively, like you said, bringing Bill Cherry in, it was another good move. Me and Zach Holdorf both know him from other leagues, and so as soon as he was going to test free agency, it was just perfect to bring him into the team and get him a good spot. We obviously have Nick Hoagland as our fullback, so moving to fullback, moving to tight end made sense. He has a little bit of, we got to get his catching up a little bit. I think his catching's at 60 right now, which kind of hurts me, but it'll be up eventually.
Well, he's a big time blocker in
he is.
in St. Louis, so we know that he can do that. But you guys have it's interesting with Jalen Wells. You kind of took the chance, the fullback to running back thing. I mean, hey, back in the day, you didn't have the running back class that people have today, and you had to get a little bit more creative. But Jalen Wells has rebounded to a near 106. You guys have obviously spent a lot of time on him, and he has remained dedicated to the team, through all of this stuff, and has kind of been that bell cow. And we saw flashes of him down the stretch of the season where you started to see him put back-to-back 100-yard games and efforts together. Who's Jalen Wells in the locker room and for this team just outside of the field? Because a lot of people might look at a guy like Jalen Wells and go, man, come on, go back to fullback or leave the squad, or what. You were in Sioux Falls and you gave up a great thing, and they haven't been the same since you left, and yada yada yada. So, how is Jalen stuck through the team, and what does he mean to the team?
He's just the best guy in the locker room. He's been so dedicated and loyal to the team. You couldn't ask for a better guy to be our running back. He's exactly what you want in a guy in your locker room. He's dedicated. He's always upbeat and positive. And like you said, when your guy starts struggling and obviously did not do as good in his first season, then last season he had flashes. This is really he has the ability, he has the talent to play with the level of Phoenix Jones and the Jet Zeros, the other great power backs in the league. And so it's really on us as coaches to put him in that position to succeed. But sometimes as coaches, you mess up your job and you don't get him into that position to succeed. And the fact that last season, personally, I think he underperformed. He could have done better, more than flashes. And the way he sticks with it, and he trusts the coaching staff, he trusts the team to really to put him in the best position to succeed. It's the best, all you can hope for from a guy to be that loyal and be that supportive of you as you find your identity.
It's awesome stuff, Liam. Before we let you go, final thoughts on this season as your schedule's about to be released on Thursday. You guys are gearing up for a big year, and everybody in the Pacific is still looking up at the Vancouver Legion, trying to figure out how close they can get, because Vancouver has really kind of had their thumbprint on the Pacific since the division was forged. So last thoughts on San Diego heading into the season before we let you go.
Yeah, obviously we've got a great division. Vancouver is one of the best teams in the league, but hopefully we can, take their job. They've had first place long enough. They need a break. They need a rest. But yeah, I think, obviously going to the schedule, see how it goes. And usually you think maybe we don't want to have, maybe an easier schedule. But last season we did better against the playoff teams than we did against the non-playoff teams. So load our schedule up with the playoff teams, apparently.
I'll give it my best shot, Liam. Thanks for joining us on the show, and we'll see you on the other side of things.
Thanks for having me.
All right, that was Liam Hammer of the San Diego Mavericks, the retooled San Diego Mavericks. We've got our crew down the home stretch here of free agency. Mike St. Green's going to come on next, followed by Tyler Eddy is going to round out our show. Interested to get his raw takes on the Arizona wide receiver situation. We that is one thing that we have not seen across the wire yet today, is who is going to sign for Arizona, and we might not get that answer today, and we might not get it until the draft. You just never know. So Mike St. Green is going to join us here coming up. Chat shout-outs to everyone that's still here. Bridge City Bird, Andy Hamilton, Candy Cane is off of work in here. Michael Percoco, Axel Raven, Damon Simien, Ashley Jackson, if I already didn't mention her already, the brain's turning to mush. Mel Davis, Zach Haldorf, Jacob Clear, Abigail Rich is in here as well. Mel saying great job to Liam. All right, well, it's the moment only he has been waiting for. It is the one and only Mike St. Green. Mike, how you doing?
Hey, Cam, man, good to be on with you again, man. And before I start anything, man, it's been a great job today, man. Fantastic job by you today. The viewership, man, has been, great all day long. I think 75 plus all day long, and man, you've done a great job today.
Thank you, Mike. I really appreciate that. And you know what? I honestly love the lights off look, because it says, hey, man, we're still in the off season. We're not fired up just yet. For us, Mike, the schedule release show in a few days, it's kind of like what gets our ball rolling, what gets our juices flowing. So I'm looking forward to doing that with you and getting you all the details on the schedule as we lead up to the game. So I hope you've had a great month off over the last few weeks, that we, take care of Dawn and do some things that have nothing to do with me. I hope that you've enjoyed that.
Well, yeah, Cam, I've gotten as far away from you as I possibly could this off season. But yeah, as you mentioned, man, we're in the dark room. We're still chilling. We haven't come out of the cave yet, but yeah, we're going to come out swinging Thursday, man, with the schedule release show, and looking forward to seeing how everyone matches up in season 18. Hey, Dawn is great. She's been leaving me alone also, so that's been good. But
hey, before we get into the free agency conversation, I watched it last night specifically because I knew the next time we would talk, you would want my opinion on it. The Houston, Alabama goaltend, was it not? What's the deal with that?
Oh man, Cam, you know what, man? One good thing about that game and that particular call, I've never seen social media, things like Twitter and things like that, light up concerning a University of Houston sports team, football and or basketball, man, in forever. And it just generated so much energy. Was it goaltending? Was it not goaltending? But and I've looked at it at so many different angles, and from the front angle, I say goaltending. From the back angle, I think it's questionable. But to talk about that game in general, great game, great intensity in that game. But the officials, I think they caused that type of what do you want
Reaction.
to say? Yeah, like the vitriol on both sides, basically because of some of the ticky-tack fouls that they were calling earlier. Houston had 4 players with 4 fouls early in the second half. One Alabama player did foul out in that game. And I just think they created a bad environment throughout the game with some of the calls that they were making. But, 2 great teams, and it came down to a last-second shot. And unfortunately, Houston came out on the losing side of that. But I think Alabama, they're coming back here next season. So I'll be in the house checking it out.
Because I saw Kelvin Sampson grab the official's arm, and I thought, what would SFL coaches do to R62 if R62 was a real person? Right? What would we do to that poor guy?
Well, maybe, R62 catches a break from that, but is it umpire 43? He gets trucked plenty of times during the course of a game.
That's true.
I think the players take it out on 43 during the course of the season because they can't get their hands around R62's neck.
Get out of the way. Yeah. And that brings to mind, I wonder if R62 has ever been run over like on a pick six, like going back the other way. I'm not.
Yeah, we'll have to check that out this season, see if we can catch them getting trucked, because I know guys will, have them in their scopes.
Brian BJ Lovelace said he'd be dead. Dion says put him in crippler crawface. There's a whole lot of things that people would do to R62. Anyway, free agency, Mike Daggs or Mike St. Green. Holy moly. My brain is melting.
You're starting early.
It is melting. Where do you want to start with your biggest takeaways or surprises today?
What my biggest takeaway is the North Division is they're getting better. I mean, Baltimore, 2 great signings today. Queen City, they're shoring up that offensive line. They got Butch Minner from us. That's a great free agent signing for them. Jet Zero did finally ink his contract, and they're looking great. Lauren Prococo with the late signing over at DC. So the North Division, the great teams are continuing to add to what they have, and they want to keep moving forward. And I can't go without mentioning London, that we did a great job in securing all the free agents that we were looking to target this off season. Fox Highwind, man, credit to him for sticking to his commitment to us, and we really wanted him to fill Sharon Storm's shoes over there. And kudos to him for sticking to his commitment, coming aboard. Jack Russell coming over. JT Dulany, can't give him enough credit for taking the salary cut that that he was going to have to take if he wanted to be a Knight, and he agreed to do that, and we're glad to have him. Contract kicker is going to be huge for us this season in some situations, to where last season, if a drive was stall out, somewhere around the 30-yard line or so, depending on which way the wind was going, the AI wouldn't attempt that. So,
right.
We're looking at him and glad to have him on board for that. And I feel like I'm forgetting somebody. There's a fourth.
Fox, Jack, Tiberius, and JT.
Tiberius, there. How can I forget Tiberius Bovine, man? Yeah, great having him over. And man, the past 2 seasons, the free agent classes that we've signed, man, I think they're second to none in the SFL.
I've got a big game tonight with old Tiberius. I'm pulling it up because it's close, but I don't know if you could see this on the screen. But as you could see, Tiberius is losing by 11, and he's got DeAndre Hopkins. So we need something to go down there so that I can make the playoffs for, I don't know, the 10th season in a row. Just killing
Cam, let's not talk too much about that, but you've lost to me twice this season. But But I'll tell you what I'm not happy about this week, Cam. I have 50 points almost sitting on the bench that I didn't start this week.
Oh, well, you didn't see the Dalvin Cook news, and for that, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
it
so
is what it is.
Yeah, but you know.
But I think what's interesting about the North, because you brought up the North, is how many players have switched teams within the division. Jack Russell goes from D.C. to London. Queen City picks up Butch Menor from London, and then I feel like there was one more. D.C. Kappa Jones went from Queen City to D.C. So it just makes the North that much more intense when you've got that stuff going on. And then, like you said, Lauren Percoco to D.C. That was kind of out of left field for me. That is a huge pickup for them.
Yeah, that's a big pickup for DC. I mean, they've done a great job, re-signing a lot of their guys. The Kevin State contract, man, that was a huge contract, but that was good getting him back in the fold over there. We're gonna look, we've always discussed over the past 2 seasons with DC, man. We've been expecting them to take that step forward. I'm going to be curious to see how they're going to do coming up in season 18. I think with the way the schedule works, with the way the records ended, I think we'll have them twice on the schedule this coming season. But yeah, it's going to be another challenging North Division. I expect everybody to, take that next step forward. I mean, what other step forward can Baltimore take other than winning another championship? But yeah, we expect them to be competitive. I mean, they have a ton of signings returning to that team, and London, we have a ton of guys returning as well. So going to be a competitive division. Going to come down to the week 12 as typically a lot of these things do, and man, we're going to be looking forward to it.
How about outside the North? Any thoughts to some signings you saw today?
Well, I'll tell you going in once. I'm gonna tell you one that declared free agency that surprised me. Out of nowhere. I think it was kind of midway through the offseason was Hunter Norwood. I mean, that really caught my eyes. Like, okay, man, where is he going to end up? And then we knew early on about Colin Hardy. These two long time, guys with this same organization. Changing jerseys, right. So to speak, and I was just really curious to see where those guys were going to end up. My initial thought was I kind of felt like Louisiana would be a good spot for Colin Hart to land. That one didn't surprise me, but just Hunter Norwood declaring surprised me. But then to see him end up in Arizona, man, I'm happy for him. To find a landing spot like that, and then I'm also in light of breaking news late last night, man. I was glad to see Eddie get some good news, in the free agent market. You're not often on the offensive side because wasn't much that he could do about that. But man, that defense, the way it's stacking up now, looks like Arizona's going to go back to being a great defensive team as they used to be. Yeah,
I mean, when you get news like that, you kind of have to change the identity of your team, and the way that it's looking like for Arizona is, we got to get Moses going, we got to slow the game down, we got to, our defense has to dominate, and we just got to win a little bit different than maybe we would have won in the past, and they're going to get whether it's veterans, coming out of retirement or that we're just missing, or it's, rookies in the draft. You're going to get targets. Yeah. You're going to build them up. I think it was the shock of it all. And we're going to be talking to Eddie to round out the show. But I think the shock of it all is what was so surprising about it. I mean, even Andy in the chat was like, I have a hard time believing that Eddie didn't know until right now. And he was like, no. This is happening to me right now in real time.
Yeah.
And it was just kind of crazy because that's not why we were all there. We were just there to talk about some re-signings and all that other stuff. So, it's just crazy what Arizona's going through right now. But Sean Allen, Jay Hayden, Hunter Norwood, that's a pretty good get.
Yeah, definitely great gets to sure up that defense for some of the, especially some of the great guys that they lost. I mean, Max Knight, that was kind of a surprise too, Cam, seeing him going over to St. Louis. I knew that he was leaving, but kind of surprised to see him go to St. Louis. And I kind of thought he and Bernard would, end up in the same spot. And speaking of Bernard, man, Portland, what they're doing, they have really impressed me with the free agent signings that they've put together this offseason, man. And they're talking about taking a step forward. They seem like they're primed and ready to come out of the gate in season 18 to improve on that 6-6 record.
How about Charleston gets Florida's Eric Hammer, Dusty Wilson at guard. Jacob Clear brings his player back. Chris Joseph comes up. I mean, that was pretty shocking. I think the Eric Hammer one, that's got to be like top 3 shocks for me. I thought there was no way in heck, if he wasn't leaving Florida, that he was going to go to Charleston. That's huge.
Yeah. Charleston's actually, they've done a great job as well, man. They're looking to build on that season last season. They don't want to take a backseat to anyone. And, they still have Jacksonville in that division. Carolina, they always want to finally, put their stake in that winning record and make it to the playoffs. So, man, they're saying, hey, we're going to be proactive and try to stay ahead of this thing and stay on top of where we were last season and get another taste of those playoffs. I mean, they've done a great job in the offseason.
Breaking news, Mike St. Green. Ryan Owens has signed with Arizona at receiver, an 86.15 ranking. Liam Hammer in the chat speculating Connor Weston, his brother, could also be coming. There's 2. So says Liam Hammer. The Lycans comment, a lot of get back for a lot of SFL teams. So Ryan Owens is that first domino. He previously played in San Diego, I think last season, if I remember correctly.
Yes. Yeah, I think you're right on that. I think the last 2 seasons he was in San Diego.
Yep, 91.2 in San Diego, season 17. He signs in Arizona, a little bit under that 86.15. So TJ Punk, for the moment, is still the number 1 there at 90.66, and we'll see what happens. I mean, hey, they got 2 of them. That's how many Portland has. That's how many who's the other? St. Louis has, right? So I mean, they're not that far behind the 8 ball at this point. Now that they were able to secure Ryan Owens here late in the day.
Well, Cam, it's some great names and players that's out there in the minors right now that's looking to hear their name called here in a couple of weeks. So if they decided to go that route and wait it out, I mean, they could put together a solid receiving core that way. But if they could possibly pull a Connor Weston, he left midway through the season, if I'm not mistaken, last season in San Diego. But man, if they could pull him off of the shelf and secure that and round out that receiving core before the draft, that would be great also. And one thing that, speaking of Eddie and this late signing that we just saw, one thing I kept thinking today, Cam, was how important the relationships are that you build day to day and month to month and even season to season in this league. They're important. And as Chad mentioned about us earlier, the relationship with Johnny Pickler and Fox Highwind came in handy to us and him spearheading us getting a chance to sign Fox and just other personal relationships that people have, and you have no idea how that could benefit your team. And then we see this late signing with Ryan, just Eddie just being a respected guy around this league. I'm pretty sure had a whole lot to do with that. And so, man, guys, build relationships out here. Try not to burn many bridges. You just never know the way, how this thing may turn out from season to season and from week to week.
And when you have a dedicated front office, if you got Cliff and Ashley and DJ and Eddie all blowing up people randomly on Discord going, hey, we got a wide receiver spot open, that can make an impression rather than it just, one guy saying, hey, we're kind of interested in you. Yeah,
most definitely. Blast it out. Hey, we need this, and we would love for you to be a part. And that's one thing. In joining London's front office here this off season, I joined late, but all of those guys do a great job over there. Liam's and a lot of things are spearheaded by Chad. Benji's been doing a great job this off season, man, with Simien and seeing how things would work out for us over there with certain players if we added them to the mix. Tanner Hendricks, Jeff Gagne, man, I don't want to miss anybody, but yeah, everyone over there in London, you know, in that front office and they're contributing so much to the team as a whole, you know, in their own way. And I can't wait for season 18 to see what we can do.
Last thoughts on today, Mike. We talk a lot behind the scenes during games. How about the Horals going to Houston?
Oh yeah, man, that came out of nowhere. That surprised me like crazy. I mean, this has been a great day. I mean, I had to step out for a couple of hours, man, but man, that came out of nowhere to see them.
Devin King in Baltimore. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
We've watched Devin King ball out for a year, and now it's just amazing.
Yeah, but one thing, I mean, does it seem like Mexico City are kind of losing some people that we wouldn't have expected them to lose? I mean, you know, just kind of makes me question, you know, what is there anything going on in Mexico City that we don't know about? But I'm pretty sure Ramos will bounce back as usual, you know, and be right there in the mix. But yeah, losing KT and then David going over to Houston, man, that's a big pickup for DeMond.
Well, it's going to be interesting because Brock Lee hasn't signed yet, and so they got Dan Tritz back. But if they lose Horrell and then they lose Lee, right, that front isn't going to be what it was if that's the case. But maybe, just maybe, that's why Mike Dagg's contract is so big, because they had the space. They had, and so, yeah, that is interesting. We've had 3 teams today not sign any free agents: Carolina, Mexico City, and Lone Star. Lone Star brought everybody back. Carolina brought a bulk of their team back. And then Mexico City did too. But Mexico City had the least amount of players re-signed of those 3 as of an hour ago. But yeah, it's interesting. But I don't know if you saw. I don't think there's a, and who knows, man. I mean, Mexico City's got a smaller staff. Maybe Ramos worked today and he just couldn't be a part of all this stuff. But there's definitely not a lack of dedication. Did you see the tattoo of the Aztec logo on his chest?
Yeah, now that's dedication, Cam. I don't know if I'll ever be getting a lion or anything tattooed on me or anything like that. But yeah, that's definitely dedication. And as you mentioned, man, that shows you where the SFL stands right there. If someone's dedicated enough to this league to do something like that, man, and my hat's off to them, because hey, man, you've done a great job, and this is a great league, and man, it's so immersive, and like I said, this has been a cool day. I really enjoyed the presentation today.
Awesome stuff, Mike. We'll see you Thursday for schedule release, and can't wait to break it all down with you.
Yeah, guys. Hey, man, looking forward to seeing everyone Thursday, and we'll see who gets to predict who's going to win the championship and who's going to go 2-12. I mean, Tyler Falk may give us 2-12 this season. Who knows? But hey, look forward to seeing everyone Thursday, man. I look forward to it.
Andy with the comment of the day, man. He said, "Get the tattoo, Mike. Mike St. Green, a fake SFL fan. If Mike doesn't get Cam's face tattooed on his chest, he's fake." What do you think about all this? I know that you and Andy love to banter behind the scenes. This is great.
Well, Andy, if I get, well, I may already have a tattoo of you, Cam. It may be a tramp stamp or something. Who knows? But somewhere where no one can see it.
I don't like the prospect of where I might be placed if that was the case. That's not right.
Oh man.
Maybe next convention. Yeah, we can figure that out. I don't know. All right, Mike. We'll see you Thursday. Thanks for joining us.
All right, Brett. See you on Thursday, man. See y'all. Hey, good luck to all the signees today.
See ya. That was Mike St. Green. Tyler Falk will be joining us here shortly. That was good stuff as always from Mike. We want to. Tyler's just going to join us briefly for his thoughts before we round things out with Eddie today, and we'll get a sense of how the Ryan Owens contract came to be as well. Zach Haldorf, hashtag CamTramp. Thank you. Thank you for the hashtag. That's the last thing I need is a hashtag talking about that. All right. Tyler's here to save me from this Mike St. Green, Cameron Irvine tramp stamp conversation. Welcome back, Tyler.
It's going to be Beckham. I don't know if I can escape the 2-10 though. It just follows me everywhere. Atlanta and LA must be having a ball right now.
Oh yeah, yeah, you know it. All right, well let's get to some breakdowns here. We got about 6 minutes before Eddie comes on, and you know how Eddie likes to talk, so I'm a little concerned about that because after 6 hours, we don't want to be here a minute longer than that. But your takeaways today for free agency, you can start wherever you want.
Yeah, thanks, Kim. I'm going to start by dropping a couple of facts. At this point, we have 48 players that have committed to different teams throughout the course of the last 6 hours, and kudos to you, Cam, for sticking with it, maybe taking a couple breaks here and there, but it definitely was a marathon today.
Chisholm won't let me forget every error I make because Atlanta hasn't had a free agent signing either. Sorry, Mark. Holy moly. Go ahead, Tyler.
You see what happens when your brain turns to mush, Cam, now that you're going to be on camera for 6 hours?
Yeah, no kidding.
But yeah, 48 plus. We might have another wide receiver come in for Arizona. Team leading the way, of course, is San Diego. Again, they started off the bat with only 10 players re-signed, and that hasn't changed at all during the last couple hours. 5 guys come into the fold of Axel Raven, Zach Lay, Wolf Justice, Bill Cherry, Derek Genko, all go into San Diego. Next 2 closest teams are London and Arizona now with 4. And I've been keeping track of that. Sheets have been put into the SFL General to go ahead and check out all the breakdowns. It'll have all the re-signings, all the free agents, and eventually all the draft players there as well, if you guys want to go take a look at that. Teams that have really impressed me. And it's, again, you could say London, and you could say you could say London having maybe one of the better free agents at this point, but I've got to give it to 2 teams. One of them being the Boats over in Portland, otherwise known as the Fleet. I think they have really impressed me, especially with these free agent acquisitions in Bernard Smith and Brody Gulch. Again, you mentioned it early on in the day today, Cam. One of the best up-and-coming defenses in the league is just getting better. I have tremendous amount of respect for Bernard Smith. Again, when Mike Ryan was back in Memphis, they were teammates right there in that backfield. It'd be nice to team up with them again. But Bernard Smith has connections to Nelson in Portland, so that's a done deal right there. I can see that coming from a mile away. Charleston with 4 acquisitions, again, really impressed me. Eric Hammer, Jacob Clear coming back into the fold as a player as well. Some really good acquisitions there. And DC, Lauren Percoco, the doctor is in DC. I think that shocked a lot of people, not going to Vancouver, but going to the opposite side of the continent and over to the East Coast to the West Coast and playing for DC and Destro. And that's a huge signing for DC, having a standout tight end in the league in Lauren Percoco in for DC. Really a fun day of signings, Cam. We're still probably waiting on 1 or 2 more before we get out the show today, but again, that's my brief takeaway. I'm really impressed with a couple teams, a lot of teams, signing 1 or 2, but those are the teams that have impressed me.
Yeah, you look at you can look at any team and say, they really improved their squad today. I think probably Portland and Louisiana have done the most with less. Each only got 2, but those are the 4 out of the top 10, 15 names on the board. Bernard Smith, Brody Gulch, Colin Hart, Slinn, Shady. I mean, Shady's a 7-time All-Star. Hart was the only free agent running back on the market. Brody Gulch.
I didn't want to sound biased, Cam.
Well, I know, but Brody Gulch is an all-star. Bernard Smith had an amazing rookie campaign with Arizona. Like these were a lot of great players, and I'm sure as a Revolution player, you're pretty happy with Hart and Shady at the end of the day.
Very, very happy. I've spoken, even before my playing days in San Diego with Shady when he was over at Vegas. He wanted to get me over in Vegas, even including last season when I decided to step away from San Diego. Shady's a fantastic guy. You just sit down and talk with him. Like he said earlier when he was talking about, getting people to jump on board to whatever team he was. And that time it was Las Vegas. You sat down with him, you get a nice calm tea time chat in maybe his terms, but get some really nice conversation with Shady. Really good character. Colin Hart, one of the best halfbacks in this league for all time's sake. And you can't really say that you're going to replace the Hands brothers with 2 dynamic wide receivers like how Louisiana have done it. They replaced Reggie Streeter, who retired, with potential Hall of Famer Colin Hart. So that's a huge pickup for the Revolution. I don't think we're really taking a step back. I think we're, if anything, taking a step forward with Colin Hart. Really happy with what we did. Good to see Blake Craze come back after boot camp. Louisiana are in a really good spot, probably just moving forward. Early prediction, maybe 7-8 wins next season, depending on.
Jacob Bouvette in the chat says, "Oh look, a non-plane. Now he's a pony. Ouch, ouch." Let me check to see if Portland and Louisiana are on the schedule.
Oh boy, here we go again.
Lots of good things coming down the pike for NETMA. That starts during the season. Is that correct, Tyler?
That's correct. Wasn't really going to make anything official, but let's go ahead and make it official right here, shall we, Cam?
Oh, okay.
I am planning a major show coming up a week before the start of the season. I have been asking, I'm going to be personally asking each and every individual content creator to join me on a show for season 18 predictions, hot takes. They can say whatever they want, but we are looking for it to be the biggest show in SFL history. I know NETMA's going to be the first show to broadcast a created show every single day of a work week. So Monday through Friday, there will be SFL content from one show. But this one I'm expecting, if we can get everybody on, we might have 40 people, 40 different individual creators on one show. If I've done my math right.
That's must-see television right there. But they'll all be on the show. So we'll really
Ashley Jackson, Eddie Gage, the SimPod guys, Swamp Talk, Axel Raven and company from SFL Fights and Insights. You name it, we want them on the show. We want them to be a part of this. This is going to be a big show, and hopefully we can get everybody on because I think it'd be a whole lot of fun.
That's going to be awesome. Tyler, looking forward to it. Schedule comes out Thursday. We'll see what it all shakes out to, and thanks for being with us here during free agency. Did you take off work today? Did you?
No, I did not take off work today. I've been sneaking in some free agent action.
There you go. That's awesome. That's awesome. All right, Tyler. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, Cam.
All right, everybody. It's the last interview of the day, and we're all going to make sure that Eddie stays on his 15-minute time limit so that we can finish the show strong. Portland and Houston are going at it in the chat. Unbelievable. We've got Eddie Gage coming up next. Ryan Owens was the last signing that came across the wire and probably will come across the wire today during the show. Eddie is here and ready to rock with us to recap this show. Eddie, what up, though?
What's going on, Cam? Can you hear me?
I can.
What's up, man?
What's going on? All right. Break down our signings so far today. Let's start at the top. Ryan Owens just signed his contract. Tell me how that all started. I'm sorry for the phrasing. That's probably not good phrasing.
Yeah, you go right to it, don't you? I was watching your what was it, the signing show yesterday, and honestly, the Hands brothers, they from the crib, they from Chicago, so I've had a long-standing relationship with them. They been with us since season 14, and when they, when it's time to re-sign, they always one of the last ones on the team to do it. So I didn't really think much of it when they were the last ones to come around this season. And, I have been talking to them periodically throughout the season. They tend to call me after every game and talk about how one brother is jealous the other brother had more catches and more targets. So it was more the same this season. And, just to cut to the chase, I'm watching your show last night, and to be honest, to give you the entire scoop, their plan was to retire both of them at the conclusion of season 18. And I've been talking to them all throughout the off season every week, and they both, James or Donnie just got married. James just had a kid last month. Congratulations to him. Plan was to retire at the season, end of season 18, and I'm watching your show, and he calls me, and I'm thinking he's calling me to tell me, hey, I'm ready to resign. And he always needs help with a portal or something. He can't quite get it figured out. So I'm thinking that's why he's calling me. He goes, man, you're not gonna want to hear this, dude. I know you mad, but we both decided to retire. And I kid you not, I was walking back to my desk when he told me, and bro, I literally almost collapsed, man. And my mouth hit the floor, and it was a long pause, and it just this is what it is, man. So while I was talking to him, I sent the DM to my front office and asked he was watching your show, and as soon as she heard the news, she stopped the show and started making phone calls, and and we had a DM set up, well, a few DMs set up a few minutes later, and went from there.
Yeah, it's great to have people with you to help to help make it happen so quickly. And obviously the Ryan Owens signing that's come across, that came down just less than 24 hours from getting that news. So now you've got Owens, TJ Punk, potentially could add some more, but that was big. What were your conversations with Owens like?
Well, first of all, like I say, all credit goes to Ashley. She made it happen. I told her again just today, moments like this is why, for people who don't know, me and her argue behind the scenes often. And it gets to the point where one day I'm ready for her to say, you know what? Fuck Arizona, I'm out of here. Sorry, Ken. The hell with Arizona, I'm out of here. I'm going to somebody who's going to appreciate me and my services. Or I'm ready to say, Ashley, you know what, that's it. It's your last season, you out of here. But then it's moments like this where she reminds me of why she the best GM in the league, man. And no disrespect to Chad. I think I put him right up there too. But man, she just continues to show and improve. And she had those meetings set up in minutes. And I don't really know much about him, but when I found out she was serious about him, I reached out to more people who knew about him than I did, and what I heard, everything was positive. Only thing negative, I shouldn't say negative. The only downside about him is that he's a busy man with life, and he's not quite as active as some people would prefer to be. But hell, the Hands brothers weren't active at all, really either. So pretty much all in the same. And she set it up, and we started talking. He asked about his bill, and I went and looked at it. And oh my God, why am I on my soapbox, bro? Some of these GMs and owners out here, y'all be so quick to put animations on folks, man. Slow the fuck down, man. Damn. So I told him, look, bro, I love to have you, man, but you gotta strip them animations, dude, because your agility sucks, and we gotta improve this and improve that. And he was like, hey, man, whatever it takes to make my player better, he was all for it. So, kudos to him for understanding that, and we're gonna move forward. We got an uphill battle, man, because our number one next season is gonna be who our number 3 was last season.
So looking to the rest of the team, Jay Hayden, Shot Allen, Hunter Norwood come through the wire. I would probably, given the pursuit and how many people were interested in Norwood, that was probably the most crucial get for Arizona. But in some words, just describe who these 3 guys are and what they mean to the team. I know you lost Max Knight, and I know a lot of people are wondering what's Eddie Gage, the player, going to do, and who's playing free safety.
Max came to me during the season around week 10, week 11. I pretty much tell everybody on the team, hey, it's that time of year. I need to know who all plans to stay, who all plans to try for free agency, who plans to retire. And I heard from everybody except for Max and Bernard. Shout out to them. And Max told me he wanted to play with his homies. So I didn't ask him what team he was going to. And I ain't gonna lie, I was kind of sad by it because, he was helping us behind the scenes with some things. And I had just got his player, man, to what I wanted it to be. And it sucked, man. But I gotta respect his wishes, man. I tell my players in the locker room all the time, I want you to be happy with both of your player as well as the team, as well as the environment. If this is not the place for you, then let me know. I'm not gonna hold any grudges. So he decided to bounce, and I think I only heard like part of the show because I was trying to get other stuff going, with the Hands brothers gone. I think he went to St. Louis, right?
Yeah, St. Louis, yep.
God bless him. Good luck to him unless he playing us next season. If he do, I plan on putting my foot in his ass. But and then I think, and I ain't trying to say that in a disrespectful way, nothing like that. Don't get me wrong. But
definitely time stamping this interview.
And then Bernard, that dude, like I told everybody during the draft, he was a young me. I was so happy he was probably one of the brightest moments of my career was us getting that dude. And because he reminded me of me, competitive in a chat all the time, he was gung-ho and let's go. I'm gonna tell you a quick story about Bernard, man. We played Vegas twice, season 16. Yeah, season 16. The first time we blew him out the water. Second time, the Sims were going good. I was confident we were going to blow him out the water this time. And in the first 2 minutes of the game, DJ get hurt on a non-contact play and actually threw like 3 interceptions in like the first 3 minutes of the game. And everything was just going wrong. And something I never do is show signs of panic or worry in the locker room. I'm always positive, like we're going to battle back or whatever the case may be. But this game just had me pissed because when DJ got hurt, I was pissed off, and we got down, I think it was like 17-0, and I'm showing signs of frustration in the locker room. And Bernard, he was a rookie, came to me and he came to everybody in the locker room and said, "Yo, fam, it's going to be all right. We got a good coach. I know Eddie's got the team well. We're going to bounce back and find a way to win this game." And I saw it, I said, damn, that dude gonna have a C on his chest one season. And not too long from now, sure enough, we end up coming back, taking the lead. They come downfield, they marching. And D.D. Sachs, who was balling out that whole freaking game, got a big sack on third down. Made it 4th and 16. We go for it, and AI dial up freaking 3 robber. Of all situations, they dial up 3 robber on 4th and 16. They convert the first down.
You're the only one that's brought up plays all day today, Eddie. We've been talking about players for 6 hours. You talk about 3 robber, man. I love it.
My bad. But I just wanted to say that because, Bernard, he one of those dudes who's not going to let you get down, man. And so to lose him, he said, he had an opportunity he couldn't refuse. And I kind of had a feeling he was going to pull him because he works with what's his name, in real life. So I had a feeling that's where he was going. And I keep telling myself I need to stop drafting these people who cool to other people because it's just, I got to consider that Arizona just might be a stopgap until they get their opportunity. So I lost Bernard, and, I wish him nothing but the best. Unless we play them too, I hope we put our foot in their ass too.
Ryan F in the chat said, "Someone get this guy his own show." Oh wait, so we all know you gotta say it with your chest, and you gave us a little taste of that. But you did get Norwood, you did get Allen, you did get Jay Hayden. You got some great pieces coming in.
Oh, Jay Hayden, love that brother. Love that brother, passionate, man. He ready to come out here and prove something.
And now he's got to wait. Now he's got to sit at home to find out if Memphis is going to make the playoffs or not.
Yeah, he over there stressing, man. Trust me, I talked to him, but I really ain't got a chance to sit down and really talk to him about coaching yet because he busy over there, and I don't want to disturb him. But man, that dude is passionate, man. He wants to win in the worst way. He told us, and I saved it somewhere. We may not win next season, but we gonna win this fucking thing because I see how y'all grinding over here. Y'all doing y'all stuff. Man, I love that dude, bro. Man, we was going to go elsewhere in the draft, but if getting him meant I had to go elsewhere, then that's what I had to do because I needed a guy like that in my locker room. When we signed him, I got so many DMs from good people like TJ and Chad and everybody else telling me, man, you got a monster over there, man. But yeah, thanks, dude Nelson. He works with Nelson.
I'm gonna have to mark this video for 18 plus by the end of it. Eddie, thank you so much for joining us. I know we didn't have a ton of time. You were busy at work today, but you got some guys through, and looking forward to seeing how Arizona's roster rounds out.
All right, fam. Appreciate you.
All right, thanks, Eddie.
Yeah. Bye.
And that's how to do a 6-hour show, ladies and gentlemen. That's the end of the free agency show. We enjoyed having everybody here all day today, throughout the show. Appreciate all my guests. There's way too many to count, but you guys were awesome, and it was so great to be here with everyone and just to get to talk to so many different people and show so many different personalities. JT Dulany coming on the show and making a public appearance for the first time, getting to talk all these teams and with all these different people. So I really appreciate everybody. It was a wonderful show. And for everyone here at the Simulation Football League, this has been a presentation of the SFL presented by APM Music. And the schedule release is Thursday. 6 hours in the books. Good night, everybody.